We are in a pocket of dry weather. The weather is moving all around us. There are horrible rain clouds coming towards us on the satellite, and then they dissipate as they hit the hills. Now, there is going to be a chance of rain, but it's not going to come until about 3:30. I think we're going to get away with it with this last qualifying session for all of our classes, apart from the SP9 and SPX.
Now, I cover a lot of the Nürburgring Langstrecken series race here, and the extraordinary thing, there has been no wet running for the crews in any of the rounds this year. They've had the two qualifying races, the first and second rounds. It's almost unheard of. So a lot of crews here, including Falcon Motorsport, I understand, are not yet satisfied with their wet weather rubber, and they haven't had the chance to really run it. It was very, very wet, of course, here in qualifying one, but they need the track time. I can even see blue sky. We're looking across the pit lane to the pits building, but to our right is the Nürburgring Castle, and on top there's blue sky poking through.
It's quite unheard of, though, isn't it? In the early season here at the Nürburgring, we've sometimes had snow in April. And if going into the season, you would think, oh, we've got plenty of time to practice and test on our wet weather tyres, and to think, I probably would have put a lot of money, if I was a betting man, and I'm not, I would have probably put a lot of money on that, saying, of course we're going to get some wet weather in those early rounds. Incredible that there hasn't been.
No, we will have rain at points in the race, but it's not. We're not looking at something in the forecast that's a big block where, right, for 6 hours there will be rain. And of course, if you're new to the Nordschleife, just want to reiterate, it's 25.5 kilometres, about 15 miles. So it's a great distance from us on the start-finish straight to the far end of the circuit, Bergwerken around there. It's many a time. You're up high in the hills here. You can see, as you were mentioning, the weather approaching, and then it veers off, but it could still be hitting the far side of the circuit. So it's the wrong circuit to get your tyre choice wrong.
Absolutely. It's too long, isn't it, to get back on the wrong tyre. The satellite projections that everyone is looking at has light rain from 7 a.m. on Sunday morning all the way through to the finish. So we might finish with a consistently damp track. We're not going to see projections, I say, because the weather's changing by the minute, and those satellite projections are changing as well.
Now, one of the beauties of the 24 Hours of the Nürburgring is the fact you have, obviously, the top-class cars, which is SP9 for GT3 runners, also brand new Dacia Logan, and it's pretending it's the Intercontinental GT Challenge entrant, just above the race number 318 on the body, very well picked up by the camera crews there. So in the spirit of fun, the drivers know full well they're not driving a GT3 level car at the front end of the field, but they're crowd favourites.
Is that not sort of the idea that Dacia might have, is to develop that car to GT3 spec? Is that not a bit of a clue and a bit of insight?
It could be. You heard it here. Yeah. First, second, and third. But just to reiterate, the Intercontinental GT Challenge is a championship of 4 races around the world. You kick off at the Bathurst 12 Hours. You come here, and in just a blink of an eye, we go to the Spa 24 Hours, and then to Indianapolis, the 8 hours to conclude. And it's really about manufacturers scoring points, and it's the first time it's been associated with the Nürburgring 24 Hours. However, this event that's been running since 1970 is still absolutely the Nürburgring 24 Hours.
Yeah, and should remain so as an isolated event, as well as now being part of a slightly bigger picture. We've been toying with how important these sessions are if you run in SPX and SP9, and there is an awful lot to lose. It's a little bit how we talk about warm-up during the 24 Hours of Le Mans weekend on Saturday morning. There is a warm-up session for these cars. That is due tomorrow. It will be at 12:40 through till 1:25, and of course we will have that live on the Radio Show Limited network of channels. Every time the 24-hour cars are out on the racetrack, we will be covering it. Top qualifying to come this evening from 5:30 local time, and that's just shy of a 2-hour session, with top qualifying 1 followed by top qualifying 2. However, there have already been some incidents for some of the key players wanting to stay out of trouble. But for instance, the Rover Racing BMW number 98, that car has had an awful lot of work done on it overnight. The team have not had much sleep at all at Rover. It was the right rear corner that was virtually knocked off when Raffaele Marciello ended up in the barrier after he had an incident with Nick Johnson. Now, I've been down to have a word with the guys who are looking after the Johnson and Krohn, the all-green car. It was an all-green car. Sadly, that car is now out of the meeting, and they've sourced the replacement, which is plain silver. They're hoping to have some green bits on it by the time it starts the race, but it really depends on how much time they've got at their disposal. But they've been up all night sourcing a new car and exchanging bits from the old to the new, and And the 98 car, well, practically a whole new quarter after Raffaele Marciello said, well, I felt I was kind of by Nick Johnson. This was before Brunchen, after Hoher Act, through the left-hander, and I was trying to work out, he may have meant Eschbach, actually, in the darkness. Right-hand indicator from Johnson, he was well over to the right, although Raffaele said he was then sort of in two minds as I went past him, and there was a clip, quite a big clip, he said, from the rear. I actually left the ground. The car was airborne briefly, spun around and then into the barrier.
And then he couldn't get out because it was driver's door against the barrier. And we were talking about this last night. That moment for a driver when suddenly, what am I smelling? Well, it could be anything. Of course, it's a racing car, as Peter Snowden pointed out last night. But it took a while when you're flat against the barrier. And the RPM, which was a Cup 2 Porsche, was facing the other way and parked about, 20 metres away. So, but it took a long time to get those cars removed. But again, we're looking at SP9, that's the top class SPX cars going out to the track, but where we need to be focusing in this third qualifying session, it's 75 minutes, is the people in the classes below. So the best of those will be in Cup 2, which is the Porsche 911 GT3 Cup cars. Best of those is 20th estate. This is their final qualifying session. They will not be going into top qualifying, which starts here at 5:30 Central European time this afternoon. So for those who still haven't got into, no, let's not talk about it. Let's just talk about what's happening beneath. Cup 2 and the myriad other classes, this is where they source out their grid positions. And the car with bragging rights is number 148, the Black Falcon team entry. Steve Jans is the first driver out in that, and they were 2 and a bit seconds clear, so they had gone well, but others have the pace, they just haven't put it out there yet.
But look at the cars that they're ahead of, Bruce. In 21st place, just behind them, the dynamic Porsche car 54, the 706 Glickenhaus, the number 8, the Christodoulou Mercedes, the Get Speed car. That car's currently in 23rd. All right, I know this session is kind of insignificant. It's all about tonight for the SP9s, but it just shows how quick that number 148 has gone to be right up there in the thick of it. The next non-SP9 car is in 25th place, and that is the number 121, the Kramer Racing Porsche. Oberheim is at the wheel of that car because that is a battle for that pole position behind those SP9 cars.
So with the top class runners, Johnny, yes, 2 SPX class cars and the rest are all SP9s. Yep. Very easy to focus on those, but we have 15 who are already qualified for the second shootout session. The first shootout session, they'll all go out in that, and there are 15 cars aiming for the last 5 places in the final shootout. So they've got their own battles, and we have a sort of feeling that some of those SP9 crews that haven't yet qualified, going for those 5 shootout places, top qualifying places, they might be putting in some qualifying laps right here, right now. Talking of the spread of times and the quick drivers and crews you just mentioned, what we have to point out, in qualifying 2 last night, they literally had 1 flying lap, and then there were slow zones almost every lap for about the next hour. So a lot of the best track time they couldn't really produce. You could see their sector times were good. Then you get to a section with a slow zone, and any chance for a fast lap was out of the window.
Well, I wonder how much that actually matters to certainly the SP9 teams, because they're not pushing for good times. And some of these pros are that good that they can forget that the first element of the lap is affected by code 60, and they'll just go, right, how do we get through this sector as quickly as possible, and then give their engineers feedback merely from that bit.
Well, if you think about it, Johnny, we talked about this yesterday at length. Sector 7 here is a longer lap time, or longer time.
2 minutes 35, thereabouts.
It's longer than a lap of Spa.
Yeah.
So you're effectively, as an engineer, if you write off, because a lot of last night's session was written off down the Foxhole, wasn't it?
Oh, totally.
All the way down that section because of a track condition, and it was being addressed and dressed and brought back. We lost that session completely. However, all is not lost because of the size of this track. And again, we'll mention that term, recalibration of the head, recalibration of our heads, because of the length of this track. You will still get an idea of how good your car is from individual sections of this track and looking at sector times. So all that information is going to be there, so they can get towards that optimum setup of where they want to be.
And what we saw again last night when you had these sort of interrupted sectors of the circuit was some of the crews, including Team RNG, they were fastest overall. they rotated through their 3 drivers, but inevitably they kept putting Dan Harper back in, and he ended up 4 and a bit seconds clear of anyone else. So again, they're going, right, you're the guy who's most attuned with this car. You've probably done actually the most racing of the trio here at the ring. What are you going to do? Exactly that. Tick off sector 5, tick off sector 6. And they're one of the crews, the 15 crews that aren't yet in top qualifying 2, but they were definitely flying.
You know what, Bruce? That was an indication for me last night when they kept plugging Dan Harper in. They were chasing something there. They were on a fact-finding mission. They were honing that car to its absolute optimum for this evening, for this evening's all-important session. There was clearly that.
Just to let you know, he's sharing with Max Hesse, German driver, regular teammate Neil Verhagen, the American. They'd been racing at least the last 2 years ago. Neil is now concentrating on racing in the States, and they brought Charles Weerts across, who's normally for Team WRT in the GT World Challenge. So of that grouping, though, Dan was clearly the guy who was just maybe giving the best feedback, best continuity, and that's super, super important.
That's the key, continuity. You are going to, as an engineer, trying to find that setup to optimise the car. If you continue cycling through your drivers, you might lose something there. The data's got to be benchmarked.
Yeah, but one thing is, we all know full well that some drivers famously aren't brilliant at feedback. You know, back in the 70s, you and I will laugh at this. It was that didn't matter how they set up a Lotus 72, they put Ronnie Peterson in it. He'd do the same lap time, and they go, "How was it? Yeah, nice. Yeah, good."
I sometimes wonder how the Ronnie Petersons would have reacted to a data engineer saying, "Nah, you can go flat through there, Ronnie." Actually, it would be very rare that a data engineer would be saying that to Ronnie Peterson, wouldn't it?
Yeah, maybe they'd be saying, "Could you not go flat?"
There are 12 pre-qualified cars into Q2, but there are no BMWs already in. I've only just spotted that.
Exactly.
Now, there are potentially 3 BMWs to get in. Could we see 3 of those 5 places being locked out by the Munich brand, I wonder?
Well, we could. They were first and second in the queue last night. The Team RMG car with Dan Harper, Max Hesse and Charles Weerts. Raffaele Marciello's 98 Rover racing car, that was the one that missed most of the session because it was in the barriers, but I think they'd cycled through all 3 drivers. And the other
second
one is
fastest last night.
Second fastest, is that what I'm saying? They're first and second, and 5th fastest and combined qualifying 1 and 2 is the other Rover racing BMW. Oh, a bit of a shabby lineup in that. Augusto Farfus in both of the Rover cars, Robin Freitz, Sheldon van der Linde and Dries van Tor. So it's gold-plated. But the thing that really intrigues me, you look at the quality of drivers now that GT3 is sort of expanded everywhere. And some of these guys, I was talking last night, Mauro Engel has been racing, this is his 5th racing weekend in a row. I haven't checked what happens after this. The diversity of tracks, racing here, racing in Asia, you know, these pro drivers, they just get better and better. But again, it's down to speed on track, delivery of information to the technical crews, and then you come here, how can you perform around 23.4 kilometres?
Different time zones as well. I mean, we forget the human element, don't we? We talk about damper settings and ride heights and tyre pressures. The human element is something that, you know, is intriguing. And these guys are, you know, on different time zones. They're travelling to the Far East, they're travelling to the United States, they're in Europe, and next weekend they're in Australia. It's like phenomenal how they are professional athletes after all.
Yeah, but I've noticed, I mean, I think quite a few of the drivers here this weekend will be racing next weekend where I'm going, which is Sugo in Japan, but I haven't noticed them at the back end of the plane. Just a thought.
Yeah, there's a way of getting around that.
They are on there somewhere, but I would suggest turning left, perhaps, to find them. Hedvigshoor and Wipperman are still affected by quite a bit of dampness here and there. We spoke at length about the river that didn't disappear despite the rain stopping between the 2 left-handers at Metzgersfeld. That was a big problem last night, I noticed. But both the BMW and the Mercedes that are circulating together, so Sheldon van der Linde in the 99 car and Yusufa Vega in the number 3 Mercedes, they both had a big squirm through Wipperman and on the approach to Eschbach. So even in the daylight, this is very much an assessment lap, it feels like. They've been thrown out. They might have done a lap of the Grand Prix circuit and then out onto Hatzenbach, and you're on your own now, guys. And you can report back to those teams or those drivers lucky enough not to be in the car for the opening stint to tell us how it was and where we need to go a bit slower, potentially.
We've had track activity all day long on the Nordschleife, haven't we? We had the Historics out there. Yeah. We had the
Youngtimer?
Yeah, we've had the young timers out there. Then just before this session, we've had another session for cars.
The Cup and Tourenwagen Trophy.
That's the one.
There are 3 historic support categories here.
Yes.
And they all have about 60 cars apiece. Why not?
That's right. And
who doesn't want to race on the Nordschleife? Nobody.
And they've been racing on the Nordschleife all day. So remarkably, those damp patches are there because the ambient temperature isn't that warm. It's cold weather. And I'm from the northeast of England, and I don't not usually need a coat. It is chilly. So from that, we are going to get different track temperatures. The engines are going to be tuned to in a different way that if it was stiflingly hot like it was last year, it's completely different. Every time we come to the Nürburgring, it's slightly different. Tomorrow and Sunday is going to be slightly different again because the weather's changing all the time here. Such a challenge.
Yeah, because you can start to think we've got this race cracked, we've got this event cracked, and then something will just change. Very, very minor, and all of a sudden you don't necessarily know which direction to go next in the maze that can be the narrative of the Nürburgring 24. And that's potentially the approach that many of the teams have. You have to be open-minded. Yes, you've got a plan, and then plans B, C, and D, but always the scope to need to go off-piste as well. And so often, sometimes in that first stint, which we're expecting to be 7 laps, there or thereabouts, with a full formation lap of the whole circuit, and then generally, well, assuming things going to plan, 8 lap stint, 8 lap stint, 8 lap stint, all the way to the finish. And that final pit stop is so crucial because depending on how long you've got to the checkered flag from that point, then it's a sliding scale as to how long you need to be in the pit lane for. It's not like an F1 stop, which is done as quickly as possible. It's governed by the stopwatch, and you cannot breach that time. You can't be quicker than the set time.
I mean, this is a sort of rule book they run to in the Nürburgring Langstrecken series, and you see teams that are new to it, really capable teams, normally doing 1-hour sprint races. They come here, and it takes a while to really appreciate the length of your first stop. It's robbing Peter to pay Paul. You can pay the penalty at the front of the race or at the tail, but it's where you might be. But the interesting thing to me in this session, Johnny, is the fact that it feels like it hasn't started, because looking across from our commentary box, a lot of the SP9 cars, or at least half of them, are still sitting in the pit garage, but they know they've got their session starting at 5:30 this afternoon, and this is just for seeking facts. It doesn't look as though rain is on the way. Still waiting for the first of the Cup 2 runners to put a flying lap in, properly a competitive one. So for the moment, their class pole is still the Black Falcon car number 148. It's fallen 1 position in the overall charts, which just means one of those SP9 cars has done better.
We have got a problem, though, now for the 55 KTM. It is, KTM Crossbow GT2. And this is right at the end of the lap, so if you are going to have a problem such as a rear puncture, then better to have it in this location on the circuit. And it's Max Hoffer who's driving the Dur Motorsport entry, so he's just worming his way through Tiergarten and Hohenrhein. The problem, though, now in this configuration for this session is that he's not going to be able to access a pit lane. He'll have to go all the way around the Grand Prix track and then finally go in. This is the issue for, or is he going to try and... No, he's already passed the pit lane entry road. I can actually see that from our commentary position. So he's now going to tour right in front of us and potentially pose a big hazard for those wanting to head around the Grand Prix track.
Okay, that's interesting. He's left a car's width gap, so cars are passing between his KTM and the pit wall. Yep. Is he coming out a little bit so the crew can actually look across and see that side of his car? I thought he'd just try and stay completely on one side of the track. Now in front of his pit wall, he's pulled right over to the pit wall. Is he about to stop?
He's lost the tread carcass of the tyre that came off.
Left rear.
And left rear, sorry, yeah. And he's making his way around on what will be the wheel rim, and hopefully a little bit of rubber to save the wheel rim, just purely out of cost. And you really don't want to trust that if it's had a full lap of the Grand Prix track on the rim itself. It'll be cracked and give you lots of trouble later on. While we wait for that crossbow to come in, the Cup 2, which is the fastest class outside of the SP9 SPX classes, and their grid is up for grabs. Yes, we've still got the 148. We're still waiting. That car is running and out there. We're waiting for its first flying lap. But the car behind it, it's the Scherer Sport Porsche, which is car 116. Now, that is a car that has, at the moment, Dylan Pereira at the wheel. And now he's just put morning of an 8 minutes 33.735, and the fastest time in Cup 2 is 8 minutes 33.017. So only 7 tenths around 25 kilometres of racetrack. That's really hotting up for Cup 2, Paul.
Yeah, Dylan Pereira, Luxembourgeois racer, he's won so many things in the Porsche Carrera Cup across the European, the German championships over the years. So he's right. In fact, he's got a really strong driver lineup in that 116 Shearer Sport car. He's got Larry Tenforder, with whom he's been fighting for about the past 4 years for almost every Porsche Super Cup race. Thomas Kiefer and Christy Jons. And sometimes you look at a driver lineup and you go, that's a good driver. Oh, but how good are they across all 4? But that one looks pretty bulletproof. So that's really rising. And for Shearer Sport PHX, they can actually push the car to the track. They're one of the many teams based just over the main road in Moyes Path, where it used to be Fields 30 years ago. Now it's a real motorsport hub. And that was a car, it used to be Phoenix Racing, and it shared with Shearer Sport. They combined stuff last year, but it's gold standard.
Super fan friend of ours, Peter Fry, at work, but listening in N24. Peter, part of the Qualifiers 24H series. Hello, Peter. And yes, we all miss you. Hopefully see you soon. Keep listening.
I keep expecting him to sneak in the back of our booth and dish out a few info sheets, but that's not the right event, is it?
Yeah, well, they had a big announcement to make just yesterday, wasn't it? That Michelin, the new sponsors of series after many moons. Right.
After 10 moons. With 10 years, I should say. Yeah. 10 years of moons.
With Hankook. A little bit of news about overnight. Did you mention this one, Johnny? The number 1, the treble 1 GT4 Mercedes from Schnitzelarm will not be taking part in this qualifying session, the third qualifying session. The car was rebuilt last night by more than half a dozen team members. They're the ones that don't look quite as fresh. And team boss Thomas Angerer reports that there was a communication problem with another driver. Well, which led to Tillenius going off. I think he thought he was cracked up the tail end.
You mean he got in the way?
Yeah, okay, this cuts the
translation. Someone got in my way.
Yeah, well, Angera was quite outspoken about the fact that it was qualifying too, and what was there really to be fighting for to quite that extent, blaming the other side. But that, an SP10 car, Mercedes-AMG GT4, that therefore cannot take any action, take part in this particular session. Things are changing, though, at the sharp end. It's rather academic at this stage, but the number 17, Aston Martin, has now just gone second fastest. Bear in mind that these sessions are all combined, so these aren't times just coming through in qualifying 3. They are improvements on what we saw on Thursday, and the Pro Sport Racing Aston Martin from SP9, being driven by Marek Bachmann, has done an 18.056 just now, because the car's just gone onto the Grand Prix track again, and that is good enough for second fastest, 8 tenths away from the long-standing 8:17.2 set by the RMG BMW in the first session yesterday, wasn't it?
And I was about to say, well, that's clearly one of the cars that the teams that needs to get their car on point, ready for 5:30, but actually they're one of the 15 crews that have already qualified for the second and final top qualifying shootout. That's number 17, Pro Sport Racing. Aston Martin, their challenge here split across 3 teams. Walk on Horse Motorsport, for years you go Walk on Horse Motorsport BMW, but they're firmly in the Aston Martin camp. Pro Sport also involved in all of that. So Aston Martin still trying to win this one and become, last year was only the first time, that was the 51st running of this 24-hour race at Nürburgring, that a non-German manufacturer won, and that was a mate just up the hill, just came up the slope from Italy, wasn't it? Ferrari. And then suddenly, and it wasn't a works effort, it was an effort that sort of Klaus Abelen, which we'd say Klaus Abelen Porsche, but of course they moved across, got the Ferrari, and it was just before Le Mans 24 Hours, the centenary of Ferrari. That got the momentum going, and then of course Ferrari delivered in the big one down there as well. So golden month last June for Ferrari in Europe and endurance racing.
And just bear this in mind as well, that theoretical best times from Q1 and Q2, they've got Manthey, RMG and Fricadelli in the top 3. Their optimum times, that's what I mean by theoretical times, when you put the best sectors together. That's very rarely achieved. Again, the human element being the factor there, but that's going to be quite interesting going into the night, isn't it?
Well, we've always had a column on our timing screen called the theoretical best, and and at the moment it stands at an 8:15.8. But as far as I know, that's collecting 9 different sectors from potentially 9 different cars. So it may be impossible to get an 8:15.8 unless you were to jump from a BMW into, for the next sector, a Porsche, and then into a Ferrari for sector 5. Right. And then, you know, because it's a make-believe time when you're taking all of the best bits of the balance of performance from 8 different manufacturers.
What was Peter Mackay saying? Something about the Ferrari being 10 kilometres quicker down the Dottinger Hole.
But was it running its legal turbo BOP at the time or not?
I think it was. I think it was Q1 where it wasn't quite at the balance of performance within the balance of performance regulations. However, that's kind of what that means, the optimum thing, where the optimum lap time, where you match all of those primary and optimum lap times from throughout the field. And, you know, we're never going to see that. I think it was an 8 minutes 15 or something.
8:15.7 it's just come down to. It was a 15.8, so obviously somebody's done, that's now because it includes the absolute best Sector 5 time that has just been completed by car number 11, the Schnitzelalm Racing Mercedes in the SP9 class. And driving that...
J-Mo Hartling, rising superstar. He's really been impressive over the winter GT Series. But just want to cut back to Cup 2, change at the top. Black Falcon have been toppled, and it was Dylan Pereira. 2 consecutive very good flying laps, and he's put the number 116 for Shearer Sport PHX on top for now. But of course, they don't get another chance after this session, because we've got, just over 50 minutes, 52.5 minutes remaining in this session. Would he stay there? But that was very good indeed. And just to reiterate, in Q2 last night, as Joe was talking about in particular, so few cars, unless they had a clear lap early on, and about an hour and a half later, another chance when the slow zones were removed. Everything else was interrupted. So again, lots of potential, but it was about realising it.
J-Mo Hartling powering his way out of the Caracciolo carousel and past a fit-to-bursting campsite to his left, climbing to the highest point on the racetrack. I'm encouraged by the pace of the 2 Rover Racing BMWs, particularly as you consider how much work's needed to be done on the 98 car. Yes, the focus was rear right, but some of the other corners of that car were fairly badly battered and bruised as well. But Augusto Farfus had been challenged to try and post a good time within that car. He got it up to 3rd initially with an 8:21.4, but now the 99 car, which is being driven by Dries Vanthoor, has gone even faster, 8:20.2. So BMW's now in 3rd and 4th, and still fastest, with the 72 car that time standing from yesterday.
And again, all 3 of them having to try and get into top qualifying too, but they've certainly got the building blocks for that job. I'm waiting to see where Grello gets to. It's fallen down to 6th place on the charts overall, but we've got another Vanthoor, Lawrence, on board that, so certainly no fears for them. But at the moment, BMW looking very handy indeed. I'm just quickly looking to see if we're getting any quicker times coming in Cup 2. No, Moritz Oberheim, we mentioned him at the start of the session, has fallen from 2nd to 3rd. That's car number 121 from K. Kramer Racing. Who else will be challenging in that class? We have to go down a little bit further. Oh, Gabriele Piana, heard of him? Very, very talented driver, lots of experience here. He's in the second Black Falcon car.
Yet to come out though, Bruce.
Indeed.
Yet to come out and even put an outlap in yet for that car. And he's currently 4th on the grid in Cup 2. And as I say that, he pops out of the pits. He's obviously been listening to what we're saying.
I thought he's obviously been lunching.
Yeah, he's finished a long lunch.
It's got standards, you know.
It's Gabriele Piana, as you said, isn't it?
Yeah, and he just has the Midas touch. Doesn't matter. I mean, lots of racing in GT4. He's still competing with, I think, Michael Schrei at the front end of the ADAC GT4 series, but he just knows this circuit so well. Super dependable. You know, just the ideal young pro driver.
Johnny, did you say that the RPM team have got that Nick Johnson car ready for this session? We're not going to see that car out this.
No, they were still changing bits. I mean, obviously there were a few spares that could be retrieved from the old car, but I was being shown one of the chassis legs, basically, that is too badly damaged to be used in this race. It remains to be seen whether it might be able to be used in, for instance, the Barcelona 24 Hours later on in the year. But they had a brand new chassis for the Mugello 12 Hours, which runs as a 24H series race. Tracy Crone had a tyre let go on the main straight of the Mugello racetrack, which fired him into the concrete barrier, I think, on driver's right. Huge off for the American, and that finished that chassis. So then they got a brand new car in that has done the Spa 12 and the Portimao race, I think. And that's the car they brought here this weekend, and that's now finished.
Right.
So it's done 2 races, and this is a brand new car again, which will run in all silver. But they were still screwing bits on and assessing, you know, what they could do. So I think this session's going to be a bit of a stretch, and therefore, well, I assume they've actually set times with the old car, and they will stand for the new car.
They were 9th, they were 8th a second ago, and in the space of time that it took you to explain that story, they've dropped to 9th, and unless they come out, and it looks like very unlikely that they are, they are going to drop down the grid to, and I think we've got 13 in that class, if I count rightly. Yes, we have. We've got 13 in Cup 2. So, I mean, it's a 24-hour race. And I think the important thing is to put that car back together properly, and you're in the, you know, at the front of the secondary pack of cars behind the GT3 spec SP9s and SPXs. And I think that their ultimate objective for this weekend going forward from today is to just concentrate on that. Forget this session and let's just get this rebuild done.
Right, just waiting to see Dan Harper, who was fastest yesterday. He's just done his first flying lap of this session, 8 minutes 21, but that was his outlap plus one more. Sitting at the top of the chart, but again, these are cars that are just trying to fine-tune themselves to take a shoot at better times in top qualifying 1, and then 5 of those teams will join the top 15 who've already got their qualifying positions to go into top qualifying 2. 20 cars, therefore, will all necessarily be either SP9 or the slightly different XPX class, but at the moment, the best of the SPX class cars is scroll down. It's the Glickenhaus in 20th position overall. That had a breakage, we think, yesterday, and if you suddenly have something go wrong with your car, coming out of the hairpin at the bottom of the Grand Prix loop is probably the best place, the lowest speed part, rather than somewhere around the Nordschleife itself. And in fact, he was quite jovial afterwards, maybe just relieved, who knows.
Absolutely.
They have been working on the Glickenhaus in this session as well. I noticed that quite a bit of the front body work was off after we'd gone green, so maybe they're still chasing the issue from yesterday.
There's a lot of preparation as well. Remember that they've got spare bits of bodywork there'll be a set of bodywork for the dark that they'll put on in one of their pit stops going into the dark with the lights that are, you know, super efficient. So there might have been an element of that. I have been keeping an eye on TCR, which is one of the popular classes. The current provisional pole sitter is the Hyundai Elantra, car number 830, and that car has not appeared in this session. So it's sitting on a time of 8 minutes 57.988. The second TCR car, so that's 45th overall, forgot to say that. The second car in TCR is down in 57th place. It's another Hyundai Elantra, teammates, but that's on a 9 minutes 8.1. So massive difference, or 8 second difference in that, over 8 second difference in that time. But that car is out and running, and potentially that time will start coming down because that 9 minutes 8.114 has just been posted.
Wow, and I tell you another person, we mentioned him already a couple of times, but he's done even better still. Dylan Pereira has stretched the advantage in the Cup 2 class, 8 minutes 30.1 seconds for the Shearer Sport PHX entry. So Dylan Pereira doing a fantastic job. That's car 116, and that puts him about 3 seconds faster than the provisional, the top position last night, which was for the one of the 2 Black Falcon cars in Cup 2.
I've been waiting for a Daniel Karlvitz lap like that. 8:21.980 takes the Ferrari to 8th fastest so far, and that's a real idea of what sort of pace across the whole lap the Ferrari is carrying. They're not one of the pre-qualified cars for top qualifying 2 later today, and as the defending champions, I wanted them to be more in the mix than they were appearing on the screen. Well, that's more like it, and actually the top 8 cars that are running academically at the highest point on the screen. They're all non-qualified cars so far. So the 72 BMW, the 17 Aston, the number 11 Mercedes, the 34 Aston Martin, the 99 and 98 BMWs, the Mercedes number 130 and the number 1 Ferrari. They have all got to qualify for TQ2, as I might call it from time to time. And another very special lap might be about to be completed by Laurens Vanthoor in Grello.
Doesn't need to go that fast. It's the Manthey EMI green and yellow car, or yellow and green, however you choose to see it. Number 911, he's already got one of those top 15 qualifying positions, but, you know, I just spotted him on camera before he went out. He had that Laurens look, you know, those clear blue eyes, but the focus is there. He got awfully balked, but don't forget, with many, many classes in this 127 car field, there are chances around the 25-kilometre lap you will get someone in your path, but he's put in good sector times. At the moment, he's down in 11th position overall, but I think he should be fairly confident.
The 911, the Grello car, big fan favourite, and this is from trackside from Jochen Frozenspied, who's telling us that that is the car that you can't hear above the crowd noise when that car goes through. You can hear the crowd above the music and the engine notes from the cars down at Adnar Forst, which is where he is. A massive fan base around this track. Pretty much the whole of this track has got a crowd up against the barrier.
Yeah, and do you know what? You walking around the paddock last night, so many people yesterday afternoon wearing Grello merchandise. Yeah. Very stylish. It might be a black rain jacket with green and yellow lettering. There was very cool little backpacks. One strap is green, one is yellow. You know, this really was created about 6 years ago, but this is an iconic event. But of course, as Manthey EMA brings, you know, works Porsche drivers to compete in most of the Nürburgring Langstrecken races as well, they can wear it all year round, their gear. So that is why it's so popular. But great story there from Jochen from Frozenspied.
And with one of their team jackets, you're very unlikely to be run over when you cross the road.
Buy them for your kids now.
Yeah. It also means it's one of those liveries that you can spot from a mile off. So if you're in the trees and the denseness of the racetrack somewhere, I'm sure you'll get little glimpses of yellow and green. There's an element of the green hell, of course, in there, and then the brighter yellow, the highlighter yellow. And I mentioned how the sound can sometimes echo from miles away. Well, you'll be able to see that car on the approach and know that it's going to be going quickly. In fact, Laurens Vanthoor takes it to second fastest as we were waxing lyrical about the merchandise attached to this project 8:17.420, which is only 0.184 of a second slower than the BMW, the straight six of which you can hear in the background as Daniel Harper is hard at work, and he's fairly late on in the lap as well.
It's dry here at the Nürburgring. I have to keep saying that. It seems like a news flash. The blue sky we saw just above the village of Nürburg appears to have drifted away. It's fairly grey, darker in some areas, lighter in others. But we do think, what have we got left? 41 minutes. It should be dry for the remainder of this final qualifying session. But don't run away. 5:30 local time is when top qualifying one will kick off. And that's only for the top class and the second top class, SP9 and SPX. For everybody else, this is their final shot at qualifying, and the person who will be the top for now in Cup 2 is Dylan Pereira. The car is now in the pits, 116. Teammates will get a go, I'm sure, but they obviously decided Dylan could go and deliver, and he's put the car 3 seconds faster than anybody else in the Cup 2 class.
We are going to be dry. I'm pretty confident from my little weather app. It's been very accurate for me and us all week. We're going to be dry here. The rain is around the area, but it's skirting us. However, at 6 o'clock tonight, when we're into top qualifying, that's when the rain is going to come. It's going to be light rain, or it's going to be over us.
All right. Yeah, so the teams will be looking at the forecast for the later session, no doubt, from this point. Probably a little too early to be working out precisely how they're going to navigate the race. And that might need to be done in hour or 2 hour chunks, and then just adapt accordingly, because each of the SP9 and SPX cars will be pitting at roughly the hour mark, maybe 65 minutes, maybe even 70 minutes if there's a lot of code 60 on the racetrack. But then it goes back to your point, Bruce, about is it raining all the way around? Because it is a huge footprint, this racetrack. And then you've got the elevation change as well, which can affect things, because sometimes we get the mist hanging in the valley. Sometimes it's low cloud, so that's affecting the higher parts of the racetrack.
Right at the end last night, the last 15 minutes at the very highest points, like there were little puffs of mist or the bottom of a cloud. So you've done 3/4 of the lap thinking this is going rather well. Can't see very much. Right, one person who won't be doing any racing whatsoever is unfortunately from Steve Brown from car number 150, which is in the SP8T class, the team Bilstein by Black Falcon BMW M4 GT4. And unfortunately, the British driver Steve Brown has been disqualified from the race meeting and lost his ring permit for, unfortunately, doing more than double the speed limit in the code 60, doing 125 kilometres an hour, where 60 was the element. And the car also will have a 90-second penalty to start its race with, or have it hanging over it.
Now that's the fan favourite, the YouTuber Jimmy Broadbent's car, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was. There's been a lot of interest in that car. Well, you know what? All right, that's twice the speed limit. Yeah, I mean that's a ban, isn't it, in any country?
Well, yeah.
But let's not be judgmental. No, just how difficult is it to see those warning signs that you are entering the slow zone? And when we get an actual proper racing driver in here over the weekend, that's one of the questions we need to ask. How easy is it to see that?
How many points around the circuit do you have a long line of sight on the Nürburgring Nordschleife? Very few. And what if you've got one where you ordinarily would have that line of sight? You're behind one or two cars from a class not as fast as you, you're just trying to pick your way around them. And at that moment, when you're choosing your little patch of track, that could be the first chance you have to see it, and you've missed it. And Code 60... This is a race in which you do not have a safety car intervention unless something is absolutely untoward. It's Code 60, it's slow zones or Code 120s, and you have to react accordingly. And it does also mean, of course, no one can gain an advantage. There is no safety car where you go to the back of the train. So that's something that people new to this race have to become accustomed to.
It's the only way for a track of 25 kilometres, isn't it?
Yeah.
We couldn't put the safety car out.
I will say that the slow down process is progressive, though. So the first indication of something up ahead is a single wave yellow. Then it's double wave yellow. Then you get a code 120. I don't think they put out the code 60s before you've gone through a code 120 phase.
Correct.
That's right.
So he's starting to accelerate perhaps after the incident, but before the code 60 has ended.
You couldn't have a 200-kilometre stretch into an immediately draw the line.
And then expect to see the board. I thought that's what you were thinking. It's easy to miss that board, and you've got to be at 60 k's from 250.
Well, if you've missed the first board, you are going to be doing. And you know what? I've worked with a lot of racing drivers who've more than once missed yellow flags and been penalised for missing yellow flags. And it's a similar thing.
It also depends where you are on the racetrack, because some marshal posts are very visible because they're on the apex of the corner, which is where you're naturally looking. Sometimes, for example, you're racing at Silverstone, the runoff is so fast, the marshal post is way over there, and you're just not looking in that direction. But that's down to track walks, and that's down to sometimes, if sims are accurate enough, knowing where the marshal posts are, even virtually, is useful.
And again, it comes down to experience, and it's not just the fact each corner is different according to weather conditions, it's according to where the other 126 starters may be. We do have change, though. You mentioned, let's see what Daniel Kalvitz can do in the Fricadelli Ferrari. That's now fourth in the charts, just behind the number 17 Pro Sport Aston Martin, which was second, so someone's moved up ahead. And it's Lawrence Vantor in Grello. We saw the early stages of the lap for the Belgian racer. His best is now 8 minutes 17.4 in this session, which is just about 0.015 slower than the team RMG BMW. Quick in the first and second sessions yesterday, and quickest again this afternoon here.
Just gone down to fifth, though, as you said that, Bruce.
Well, part of the reason for that is Christopher Haase going across the line in the number 15 Scherer Sport PHX Audi R8. That's the one with the red or orange door mirrors and the orange detailing around the splitter. That car, during yesterday's qualifying 2 session, was sitting in the garage for about 30 minutes. I went to see some of the team today. They gave me very little information, didn't want to tell me much at all. Thankfully, I'd been to see Alex von Wegner, though, from Scherer, who's on the media communications this week. He said, Johnny, it was a bearing in the suspension of the 15 car that had broken, maybe due to hard contact with a curb, so they were replacing a wishbone during Q2. So that's, again, something that they need to be mindful of, because lots of curb strikes here, and you're out in the country, might finish your race.
I just want to stay with Scherer, because the sister car, the yellow-fronted car, just gone to the top of the timing screens.
There it is.
Fella has just put in a 8-minute 16.634. How close is that to that optimum of 8 minutes 15? However, that's shifted to 8 minutes and 12. So we are going quick. I think it's the quickest session we've seen all week.
It is.
No question.
Well, remember that these times include what we've already had yesterday as well. So that's a best time across all 3 sessions so far.
You know what? I needed to rephrase that out of my excitement. I think the conditions are allowing us to see these speeds and these lap times. This is the first fully consistent dry, because the track has been dry now since mid-morning.
Yeah.
And here we are. What time is it here?
But it was damp to start with in places. There were 1 or 2 cars having a squirm and a wiggle. But as soon as you've worked out where the damp spots are, then you can afford to pull.
And they weren't on the line, though. That was the thing. The damp spot, you had to be really in trouble to hit those damp spots.
And we don't have slow zones, is the important element here. Car that has made a move, good to hear, is the SPX class. Frank Meyer in the Glickenhaus has moved up to 13th position, his best lap as he leads that class, 8 minutes 21.4. So he's getting more into the ballpark. So that early work you were talking about, Johnny, has been sort of obviously very successful indeed. Top in SPX, and we'll see how they fare when we get to top qualifying 1. See if they get into top qualifying 2. That starts at 5:30. We've got another just over half an hour, 33 minutes to be precise, in this session. Let's have a little look back in to Cup 2, which is the fastest of the other classes. And with that very early run, the car's still in the pits. 116 Scherer Sport PHX. So they're doing very well overall in the SP9 class, with 2 of the Audis right at the front, but also very good in the Porsche Cup 2 class. Second in Cup 2 is now Gabriele Piana for Black Falcon Racing. That's car 103, so a bit of a change around. And car 121 from K. Kramer Racing, Michele Di Martino at the wheel at the moment, is in that. And they have all gone faster than the car that was fastest in class overnight, which is also from Black Falcon, car 148. That's down to 4th place in its class.
Riccardo Fella in the number 16 car then, fastest, 8:16.634. The one thing that Scherer Sport were willing to tell me is that the 23-year-old from Arau in Switzerland will be driving both cars. His name features on the roof of both the 15 and the 16. Sometimes by teams that's used as just an insurance policy, though, that they can cross drivers. If, say, one car exits the race, they can still utilise a 4-driver lineup. But they tell me, no, the plan is to run Riccardo in both cars throughout the 24 hours.
Got half an hour to go. Do you want a class rundown of who the class leaders are? These are effectively the provisional pole positions for each of our class, of which we have to count for this session 21 classes to read through. So Cup 2 is now the number 116 Scherer Sport. Dylan Pereira putting in that time there to take that to the front of Cup 2. SP11, we've got the number 55 Door Motorsport. That's on the pole. The 4 Motors AT2 class leader is car 320. Then SP4T, we've got the number 88 Subaru Technica International. SP8T is the number 150 Team Bilstein by Black Falcon car. SP10 is the number 169 Door Motorsport entry. TCR is the 830 Hyundai Elantra. The 888 numbered Hofer Racing by Bonk Motorsport is on the pole position for AT3. Cup 3 is the SRS Team Rennsport car 959. And then we've got SP3T car 311. That's the MSC Zinzig car. 207 is the number of the Hofer Racing car of the pole position in SP6, is what I'm trying to say. BMW M240i class. Great little cars, these beautiful race cars. It's the 650 numbered Adrenaline Motorsport team, my Manhattan Wheels entry. The number 416, no team information, is the V6 pole sitter. SP7 is the number 80 Pulse Line Racing team. And then the V2 Hecker class, car 500 Adrenaline Motorsports, second entry. V5 is the number 446 V2 VT2 is number 486, V4 is number 711, and then VT3 is the number 599 Kevin Sports and Racing. SP3 is the 152. SP3 is the 275. SP4 is the 152. I don't say a team name. It's because I haven't got that in front of me, just the car number.
Yeah, well, quite a few of the cars in the just run by groups of friends, and the friendly mechanics haven't thought of a funny name to have as their entries. Quite a few entered by the motor clubs, MSC, Sintig, typical of one of those. But
they're not doing enough pub quizzes for my liking.
No,
because you can bring your pub quiz to the party, and sometimes they're in jokes. That's fine. We can attempt to explain them. Manhattan wheels, we got to the bottom of that. Frankfurt am Main, and Frankfurt sometimes compared to the Manhattan skyline. So Manhattan wheels becomes a sponsor for a particular team. Also been trying to get to the bottom of precisely how many tyre manufacturers are on site this weekend. We think, Peter Mackay and I think it's 10.
You have to say that again. That's just a fantastic figure.
Incredible. 10 different manufacturers. I actually assigned Nexon tyre to the wrong Porsche last night. There was a big lock-up into the hairpin at the bottom of the hill at Goodyear Kehrer, and that was actually a Porsche on Michelin tyres, not the Nexons. And there is a Nexon Porsche which is number 396. Or is it 400? I've got them the wrong way around again, I think. Anyway, when we see it, we'll know it because it's purple and white and it's got Nexon all over it. And I understand that they'll just keep throwing brand new Nexon tyres at that car throughout the race. Then there's one that's sort of the younger brother or sister, because that will get the cast-offs. So any tyres that have run for a full stint on the main car, there's then a sort of Nexon B car that gets all the second-hand rubber. So if that's off the track a lot, that could explain why.
I know my place in the pecking order. Right, top-class cars, they can have 120 tyres per car. Not all at once, obviously,
no.
But plenty to be going on with. Ricardo Feller's out on the track. We're mentioning that he's in he's entered in not one but both the Shearer Sport PHX Audis in the top class, and he is enjoying a very lovely clear run down the Dottinger Her towards the final sort of twist, coming up on the right hand side, the hill with the castle on top, but still the fast left kink before you get up into Tiergarten and complete the lap. But when we get to the racing, of course, we have that bizarre situation in which the SP9, the fastest cars, are no quicker down the straight than the Cup 2 Porsches. Around the course of the lap, with more downforce and stuff, they can pull away. But these little vagaries are why people need to race here quite a lot, so they can understand how to use the slipstreaming down that straight, because you can gain so much. But just don't think I'm catching the Cup 2 Porsche and then go past on the straight, because you won't. But you could use it slipstream.
We've got more Cup 2 news. Non-starting, not coming out for this session, is the number 124. That's the Mulliner Motorsport entry. The drivers in that entry: Alex Brundle, Tobias Vasquez, Moritz Krantz, and Peter Turting. I have no idea why that car isn't out there, but it's dropped. It's dropping down the order.
Yeah.
It's now down to 8, and it's just in front of the number 112, the Kramer Racing car that is out there. Now they are very, very close indeed. There's only about 0.2 of a second in the difference in lap times before that number 112, the Kramer car, jumps onto the 4th row of that Cup 2 grid.
Just mentioning there Alex Brundle, he's one of several drivers who are down for 2 entries. Mulliner Motorsport running 3 cars in the Cup 2 class, so Alex is also entered in the 122 as well as the 124. Hedge your bets, more of a chance, but they were a little bit frustrated last night, but I think we're starting to see in Cup 2 clear form of the cars now being displayed. And in fact, hold on a second, Cup 2, it's now not Dylan Pereira anymore. The car that was fastest last night, the 148 Black Falcon car, now with young Dutch racer Maurice Schuring on board, has just done an 8-minute 28.8 second lap. That puts it into the Cup 2 class lead, and they have to defend that to take class pole for 26 minutes.
That was still the Steve Yans car, though, wasn't it? It's just gone slightly faster.
Exactly, with Maurice Schuring on board.
So yes. I just wanted to take the comparison. The 8 minutes 28.887, the second quickest Cup 2 time is an 8 minutes 30.1. So you might 2 seconds. That's lots. That's ridiculous. That's so much quicker. not round here.
No.
Too easy to gain 2 seconds. Very, very. In fact, it's much easier to lose 2 seconds. Quite frankly. Yeah,
I
much
see what you're
easier to
saying.
lose 2 seconds.
Yeah,
You know,
to be in deficit by 2 seconds.
Yeah.
Moments ago, I don't know what's happened there, in fact, because when we started the session, the Glickenhaus was around 20th position, got up to 13th position, it's fallen back to 20th, and it's not going to be taking part in top qualifying. Needs an engine change.
Oh, no.
So we were talking of fan favourites. Thank you very much, Peter Mackay, sending that bit of information. But just as it was looking as though they're settling down towards having a go in top qualifying one, they will not. So an engine change, but you know what? Better now than then. Better now than when we get to the race. So tough luck for... If you haven't been following the long-distance races here over about the past 5 or 6 years, the way that Jim Glickenhaus's squad with the SCG cars just has become so such a favourite here. But he supports it and provides something different, a bit of, sort of motoring variety.
Well, we've talked about Glickenhaus. So we love Jim Glickenhaus. He came out with that car, and we thought, what is that? And where was he going to race it? He found somewhere to race it, though, didn't he? The Nürburgring 24 hours. And we're the luckier for it. I'm just wondering, Bruce, if that car put a lap time in there that took that car up to 13th place, and now it's back down to 21st. I'm wondering if that lap time has been deleted for some reason. Track limits or something like that. I'm not sure, because that's a strange jump, isn't it? 13th back to 21st.
Yeah, but it still has that time of 8 minutes 21.4. I think other cars have just gone faster.
I think so, because there's a lot of green above it on the timing screen.
You've just given me memories of, I think, my first year of covering this race, which was 2012, when the team known at the time as Global Partner Enterprise had this Ferrari P45 Competizione. Was there not a link with Glickenhaus with that car? Nico Larini, Fabrizio Giovanardi and Manuel Lauk drove that in a class known as E1XP. It looked like a phenomenal thing, and it was sort of built on a Ferrari chassis, but
it was redesigned. Wasn't that Jim Glickenhaus's team?
I think it was.
Yes, and what he did was he took a Ferrari and redesigned it.
Yes.
Much to the chagrin of Ferrari, I've got.
I'm sure.
A massive falling out with Ferrari, because Ferrari doesn't like anybody
But
doing
it was Pininfarina design, though.
But that's the
thing. The line from.
Absolutely. Still, wasn't a Ferrari, though.
Maybe not.
Ferrari wasn't happy. I forget the story exactly how disgruntled Ferrari were with Glickenhaus, and they refused to do any more business with him.
Yeah, designed by Jason Castriotta, the designer from New York, but the Pininfarina bit came from Turin, of course. I mean, yeah, I just thought, would you call it a P4 or a P5? No, it's a P45 with a slash in the middle, Competizione. Oh, it was all black that year, I remember. And then the Glickenhaus was sort of born out of that project.
There was an iconic poster. I think Doddsy and I've got an our Skill Electric room of it coming over one of the jumps here.
Nice.
And it looked. Is that a Ferrari? Is that? Because it still had that family heritage, that family resemblance. The long lost cousin, sort of the hybrid relative was still there. And then of course he went ahead and he developed and he commissioned. Let's say not developed. He commissioned. Where's it gone? The 706, didn't he? The SCG 0446.
Well, we had a 003 for a period of time, and then it became the 004 with further development. Yeah.
I mentioned my theory of what Jim was about there. It's like, as he saw that car as a Hot Wheels car when he was a kid and said, I want something like that. And the designer went off and brought it. Right, let's go to Le Mans with it. I'm sorry, Jim, we can't go to Le Mans. What do you mean we can't go to Le Mans? Well, it doesn't fit in anything. What do you mean fit in anything? Well, there's regulations. What do you mean there's regulations?
They never used to be.
I'm sure it went like that. Oh, we've got the Nürburgring. Let's take it back there.
I think there was one step in between all of this, between his sort of childhood lust for that car. I'm fairly sure, and it does seem forever ago, he had Ferrari do him a one-off design exclusively for him as one of their top customers. And I'm sure I interviewed him at the top of the Goodwood Hill climb when he'd flown in, travelled down to Italy from the States, picked up his car, drove it up to Goodwood, and I went, I don't even have to squint to see the car from the mid-1960s, the P4, P5.
Yeah.
And then whatever happened there.
If that car, Bruce, is it? So he commissioned that with Ferrari's love.
As I understand, but if you're then talking about the one that was racing here in 2012, that would have been a handful of years later, and that may have been falling out.
I think he had a redesign of that car.
Yeah. So we could digress a little bit. Let's just have a little look back at the timing screens and see how we're faring in yes, back to the day
Sorry,
job.
I took all of us down a rabbit hole there, but it was fun.
Everyone enjoys a rabbit hole. Still Morris Shoring top in Cup 2. That's the 911 GT3 Cup class by, as Joe pointed out a while ago, in the 148 Black Falcon entry by about 2 seconds. Second in class is Dylan Pereira, who had moved to the top for Shearer Sport PHX. When we talk of Cup 2 and Cup 3, so many classes, Cup 3 is for the Porsche Cayman, the 718 Cayman. An American racer, Alec Udell, who seems to spread his wings more and more over the years, is now top in that class, entered by W&S Motorsport, car 962. Top of that class by actually a fair margin. SRS team Sorg Rennsport, they're second in class with Fabio Grosser at the wheel of that. But well done to Alec Udell. Like a lot of these people, you look at the way the entry list builds up for the Nürburgring 24 hours, and a lot of cars until quite late still only have 2 drivers on board. Then you get the sudden flurry. But again, it's just so cosmopolitan. This race is its 52nd running, but it grows and grows. And also the way it's televised, the way we cover it on radio, it draws people in. And do go and look at the ADAC Nürburgring 24-hour website, because it gives you a rundown of all the classes. There are so many classes, and it's quite good to understand their format, how they fit together. Also, it has the latest track map, because we might be talking about corners you do not know the names of, not because we've made it up, but some have been changed for this year. So if we talk about the Dunlop Carer, it no longer is called that. That's the hairpin at the bottom of the Grand Prix circuit. You go down, turn sharply right. That's now the Goodyear Carer. But go to their website, take a look, and it also should give a map that divides the circuit into its 9 timing segments. That's always quite useful, and particularly when we come up to top qualifying this afternoon, when we're talking about Sector 6, you'll understand where it runs from. And actually, just to let you know, it's from just before Bergwerk until it runs all the way. Actually, that's one of the shorter sections. Sector 7 is the one that follows from just after Kesselchen, and it runs through, to me, the hardest part of the circuit, all the way around, actually, until you exit Galgenkopf to get on the Dottinghoe, which is the run for home, that long straight, which is absolutely right alongside the main road.
And it is a long straight. It's a pure test of automobiles, isn't it? It's the most challenging track in the world. It has literally everything. It's so fast out there. I was having this conversation with Peter Mackay about where's the slowest part of the track here?
Pit lane.
Well, that's the obvious one, Bruce. Slowest part of the racetrack. It's got to be
Carousel.
No, but even the carousels, a sweep through, isn't it? The banking, that drainage ditch sort of carries you through. Yeah, I mean, if that's our slowest corner, then, you know, we're not really, I mean, relatively, isn't it?
Right, we all understand this circuit, or the bits we think we understand. If someone is just listening for the first time, what's the carousel? Is it just a corner name? What is it? Describe the carousel.
The carousel is a hairpin that winds beyond 180 degrees, doesn't it? It's a little bit beyond. It winds back on itself. And back in the days when this circuit was constructed, it was constructed with a drainage ditch on the inside, a concrete drainage ditch, forming basically a cambered bowl. And Rudolf Caracciola found that by dipping into the bowl and using the camber of what's effectively a banked corner, he was able to go through there very fast, much faster than you could by staying on the actual tarmac track. And hence we've named that section of track the Caracciola Carousel. And whoever came up with the name carousel, for instance, because it's like being on a carousel, the cars go into it. And if you look back, check it out on YouTube, have a look at some Formula 1 footage from here, have a look at some 1,000-kilometre footage from here, a Porsche 956 or a Jackie Tyrrell 001 Tyrrell or an 003 Tyrrell.
Type in Stefan Beloff, Porsche 956 around here. But just so I don't know the actual degree of banking, it really cuts you. You've approached trees on one side, trees on the other, up a hill, a really fast section of the track from the Stahlstrecke up there. You drop into the bowl, as you say, aiming for that drainage ditch, but you're cupped on the outside and fired out, almost taking off as you come out of the corner.
You feel like you fired out of there as well. And the entry to the carousel is uphill, and it twists left and right, where you can weave a path that straight lines those left and right sweeps, and a direct path that takes you into the bowl. It's the most iconic part of any racetrack anywhere in the world. The moment you see the carousel, you know there's no doubting that's the Nürburgring. There's nowhere else like it.
got a sheet of paper in front of me that tells me it's 62 miles per hour through the carousel and 52 miles per hour at Versifen, which is the left-hander just before Brightshine.
Right.
You have to really slow down through that left-hander. So at the moment we don't get any lower than 52, although what I haven't got is speeds for the Grand Prix track, and the question is, do you go slower through the Goodyear Carer than 52 miles per hour?
I think so.
That hairpin at the bottom of the hill.
No,
That could be-
hairpin. Turn 1, you will.
Yeah, okay, the Yokohama S. Slower than 52 mile an hour?
Is it slower than 52 mile an hour?
I don't know.
There was a voice in my head there. I'm wanting it to sort of come out the ether and say it again. It's a right-left. It's a very, very tight right-left and heavy braking.
What we used to call the Haug hook, but the Yokohama S, as it's correctly called for 2024. What about the Ferrari? Is the Ferrari on something special here?
No,
Absolute best sector, but that's the 10-second sector. I'd love to know why they've chosen these various points around the track, because we've got a 10-second sector and we've got a 2 minutes and 30-second sector. Anyway, there we are.
I'll give you a number. 8 minutes. 13.518 seconds, now fastest by just over 3 seconds. Could it be the number 72 Max Hesse driven BMW M-Team RMG entry? Yes, it can.
I was going to say that sounds like a theoretical best. We did have a theoretical best of an 8:13 not too long ago, but that is a real lap time that's just been done by Max Hesse, as you've said. And the Ferrari just about gets through some traffic towards the later part of the lap into Tiergarten. He had the Herbert Motorsport SP9 car in behind in its FAT livery, but Nico Verone now, who's at the wheel of the number 1 car, crosses the line. He could be about to improve. He was 7th, but it's not an improvement because of that delay, quite probably at the end of the Dottinger Ruhr. So an 8:19.5 came within 1.4 seconds of going a little faster, because there were, well, 3 personal bests and that 10.2 second sector 4 that the Argentinian managed, but it wasn't quick enough at the end of the lap.
Right, should explain, almost every time there's a race on the Nürburgring Nordschleife, it has a slightly different combination of corners when it goes onto the Grand Prix circuit. And at the moment, the Yokohama S is very different indeed. Instead of doubling right and going into the Mercedes arena, it's right and then almost an immediate flick through the gap in the barriers, and then left and on down the hill. So it's...
What speed have we got there?
None listed on our little chart of wonders, but I think it'd be faster than 52 miles an hour, put it that way.
Our super fan out there at home listening, Darren Wood, tells me Versifen is always being renowned as the slowest part of the track.
Of the Nordschleife. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, it's frustratingly slow, I would imagine, because you're tumbling down the hill, having gone through Metzgersfeld and Kallenhard. You can then open the throttle up to 130 miles per hour or 210 kph on the entry to the right-hander, but then Versifen, you've got to scrub all that speed off and down to 85 kph, which is the minimum speed around the whole of the Nordschleife, we reckon. Breitschied's not that fast either, and another slow corner soon after it is Bergwerk. But then once you've got out of Bergwerk as quickly as possible, I love the next section through Kesselchen and Klostertal, open throttle for much of that, and Max Hesse really found a great deal of time to go faster than anybody else has managed over the last 1.5 days. 8.13.518 for Max Hesse. Slight jumble up of the team that we have become known as the BMW Junior team. 72, not called that this year though, BMW M-Team RMG, and Neil Verhagen instead concentrating on his efforts in the US for this season. So those looking after his route through motorsport career, and still in his early days as well, has been deliberately taken out of the 72 car and replaced by Charles Weerts, another 23-year-old. I think they're of very similar ages. So Weerts could have been part of the junior team of old, never was, but they welcome the Belgian instead. So it's a British, German and Belgian combination in car 72.
And it's part of an incredibly rich history. The BMW Junior team has been running since early 1970s, and some of the greats have driven for them. And you know, when you get on board with a top manufacturer, but one that has just a relentless continuation in motor racing, it's the moment of your career, and provided you behave right, but behave as an ambassador for the manufacturer, deliver technically. So once you got on board, it's a fantastic place to go. And you know full well that some of those drivers are probably half a season away from any other money they had running out. They were going through the junior single-seater, I am getting old-fashioned here, ladder, whereas now a lot just go straight into GT4 from something like Ginettas or their national equivalent. But once you've got that golden ticket, if you hold on and you deliver off the track as well as on the track, you're going places. And we've seen some of the drivers, of course, now with what's happened in the World Endurance Championship, now racing prototypes as well.
And racing them for 2 decades.
Yeah.
For 20 years. You can have a good 20-year, 25-year career in this form of motorsport and make, relative, all right, we're not going to make as much as Max Verstappen, but you are going to have a very, very lucrative career and a very comfortable career. With 2 BMWs then, down to 3, all right, I don't think that will be a factor in that BMW overall across 24 hours. Those 3 drivers are the ultimate pros. The other car that we mentioned, the 150, the Bilstein by Black Falcon car that we've lost, Steve Brown, that car's now down to 3 drivers. Now, in all fairness to Jimmy Broadbent, he's not a pro driver. He's a very able driver, is Jimmy. Mikhail Sharadon and Manuel Metzger, we've heard of those 2 drivers. Again, do we think that, all right, I don't think that's going to be a factor in the pro team, but the semi-pro team, that might become a factor.
It definitely could. I just want to give you a news flash because I can't contain myself any longer. The Glickenhaus SCG 004C, just about to report to the pits, is now 2nd fastest overall. There we were saying it's going to need an engine change. That obviously could wait a little bit. They're going to be planning one, and they'll miss the qualifying this afternoon.
Well, have they put a BMW engine in it?
8.16, 0.05 seconds. So Frank Mayer, we doff our hat, but maybe that's they said to him, we're taking the engine out, use all of it.
Yeah,
and that's what he's done.
Yeah, exactly. It's for the rubbish bin after this lap. So tear your way around, and clearly there's nothing wrong with the Glickenhaus. Well, we have had one of those cars on pole position in the past, and the 706 might be in contention to repeat that feat.
I wonder if there's a change of heart in Glickenhaus. Like, can we change the engine after qualifying?
Yeah.
Let's get out there. Let's try get that pole. I mean, they're 3 seconds off, aren't they? They're 2.5 seconds off. That pole position time, that provisional fastest time, let's say. It's not provisional pole, because pole position is all about this evening. But an 8 minutes 13.5 by the 72 BMW of Max Hess. 8 minutes 16 is the next quickest time. Are we seeing people, keeping their powder dry, not showing us what cards they've got in their hand? Certainly not the BMW M Team RMG with that 8 minutes 13, I think. By the way, the optimum best is down to an 8 minutes and 9.
Yes. Well, that's the thing. As more cars improve, the further away, quite probably, the theoretical best will get. It's not as if we're going to be getting closer to that, because, as I say, it's impossible unless you're going to move from manufacturer to manufacturer through the various splits. But it's useful, nevertheless, for reference. And I think if you're in one manufacturer car and you're trying to work out how can we be faster through some of the other sectors, it's useful to know who are strongest in, for instance, the section of Kesselchen and Klostertal, which is the wide open throttle sector, sector 6, and that's the 55 car, interestingly, which is the KTM Crossbow, isn't it?
Yeah, well, it went back out. It had the puncture, it limped back very slowly, left rear, wasn't it? Yes. Well,
all the downforce on the Door Motorsport car will help with that. What would be interesting is to know which of the SP9 cars is fastest through Sector 6. Sector 7, I think the engineers will prefer that to be cut into more pieces, because it's very difficult to know where the speed is being found there. Is it in the slow speed, the medium speed, the high speed, on braking, on acceleration? It hides a multitude of sins. It's 2.5 minutes long, for goodness sake.
It's one of the most technical parts of this track as well, through Brunchen and Flansgarten as well.
That's why it's a mystery to me why it's not been diced up into smaller bits. And then you've got a 10-second sector, sector 4, which is Flugplatz de Schwedenkreuz, which is just open throttle, isn't it?
Yeah.
Anyway, there we are. There'll be a reason for it. It might be just down to where you can put the loops and, you know, how they can be maintained as well. Now, one of the BMWs, they are interrogating front right of
99, I think it is.
Do you think that was? I thought the night. Yeah, it could have been. I was only showing the very bottom portion of the number board, and I'm trying to tell an 8 from a 9 from close quarters. The Glickenhaus back out on track? Yes, it is. So they're not doing this engine change in a hurry. Maybe that is the plan between now and later.
Did I see the front deck of that car coming off there while it was in the pits, and then
they took it off and put it back on? They cleaned the screen. Very technical, I am, but
I wonder if they've had a damper change there. I wonder if they can manage to even go even quicker.
5 minutes.
Damper setting change.
Yeah. Yes, that would be rather marvellous, wouldn't it? So just over 5 minutes remain. Target time 8 minutes 13.518 seconds set by Max Hess, number 72, BMW M Team RMG, team that won the DTM title some while ago now, but staunchly a BMW outfit. But they're top of the pile. But just to reiterate, we've got 5:30 this afternoon. We've got the first of the top qualifying sessions, and that will be one of the cars that's trying to take the last 5 places that are available to go into the final top qualifying shootout, which follows straight afterwards.
I'm not buying this story that Glickenhaus aren't taking part in qualifying, top qualifying later.
We can only go by the info that we're sent, and then we can shoot the messenger.
Yeah, and I'm firmly targeting the rifle at Peter Mackay's head, wherever he may be. He's read it somewhere.
He's just gone back around. He hasn't gone out onto the Nordschleife.
Yeah, correct. Yes, okay, fair enough.
So I wonder if it was a little tweak of the damper and he's been able to tell whether or not he likes that.
The reason why they've said we're not going to do qualifying can only be time, because they're a bit concerned about the engine change taking too long to affect the start of the race. So maybe they're just going to give up the qualifying session to make sure that all that work is done and to the right level.
Well, warm-up. It's not morning warm-up for this race. It's afternoon. It's lunchtime warm-up for this race. There's plenty of time in the morning. I mean, I've never changed an engine on that Glickenhaus, but it's not going to take
3 hours?
I mean, max.
3-4 hours?
Yeah.
Okay, so you could do it in the morning and still be ready for warm-up. They've surely not seen something on the data to say it's dangerous to continue to run the car, otherwise they wouldn't have got Frank Meyer to do that lap he's just done. 8:16.0. That's a bit of a mystery to me. But yes, there have been murmurings that the Glickenhaus may not take part after this session, of which we've only got 3 minutes and 20 seconds to go. So some cars remain on a fast lap, including Augusto Farfus in the number 99 BMW. He's just gone quicker than that car has managed all through the last 3 sessions in Sector 8. So that's the first part of the Dottinger Ruhr. That BMW about 30-odd seconds away from completing a lap.
There's a team that
just has, in fact. Sorry.
There's a team that will be very disappointed if they're not on the overall pole position after this evening's session. I know this session does not count whatsoever for tonight's session. The BMW M Team RMG, Max Hess, I should say, put in a sterling job, and you know Dan Harper can match that as well. They've got that very strong 3-driver lineup. The Glickenhaus is in the pits, by the way, gentlemen, so that was just a bit of a run to try something out after that pit stop, but he's back in, not going for another time.
8:16.051. It'd be a real shame if they can't take part in top qualifying, because I want to know whether it could actually be on the front row and really trouble some of the SP9 cars, just because we do start theoretically with an SPX on the front row doesn't necessarily mean it can keep tabs with the SP9 throughout the 24 hours, and traditionally has fallen away as we've got to the halfway marker. But the other thing that they have been definitely concentrating their efforts on is the reliability of that Glickenhaus SCG004 over the years. Consistency and reliability, and it is improving all the time, so you never know. We might be on the cusp of another big story, as we had here last year with Ferrari winning. There's been a late spin for the 148 Porsche, and beached on the curb now, the Black Falcon Team 48 Losch entry from the 992 class. Is that still the quickest car in the class?
It's still the quickest car, and it's
damage.
Yeah, it's definitely taken rear damage on that. Front damage as well. Just one little thing as we're waiting to see if Maurice Schuring, he's got his right rear wheel just over the curbing onto the grass and not moving. But he's taken the stickers off at least one side of the car, glancing below with the barrier, and then little rotations. It came back and just kissed the tarmac, and now the front three quarters are sitting on the track.
He seemed to be alone as well, didn't he? He wasn't helped at all by that, into that.
The track went left and he didn't, as such.
That's Hohe Acht, isn't it? Just before the highest point on the circuit. So it's not that far after the carousel. You're continuing to climb up the hill. Yes, and the first exclamation mark on the tracker is the left-hander just before Hohe Acht. And you're coming round that blind left-hander. The last thing you're expecting to see is a Cup 2 Porsche beached on that very steep red and white curbing.
And the message on the screen, yellow flag first shown at exit of the carousel, so that absolutely corresponds with that. Just one thing I want to throw into the mix is Mercedes. They did really well in GT3 racing around the world, but at the moment they're struggling. They haven't won this race since 2016. Their best runner, Schnitzelam Racing, number 11, is down in 10th place.
They reckon that they are doing the rain dance. All the Mercedes drivers that we've managed to speak to coming here this weekend, before coming here this weekend, they know they're off the pace. They are much more competitive in wet conditions, and they are doing the rain dance.
We're quite a long way into the run of the AMG, aren't we?
Yes, exactly.
An Evo in 2020, I remember, and then there may well have been an update since then too, but it's fairly long in the tooth, that car now, but sometimes you get a better deal of balance of performance as a result of that. The checkered flag is now out because 1 hour and 15 minutes of running will finish with a considerable amount of that exit of carousel, approach to Hohe Acht affected by yellow flags. Yeah, just the right rear that would caught the grass. That's a great pickup from our truck. So thank you to the guys involved with that. Coming out and up the hill of carousel and just trying to open up the next, a nameless left-hander. It's through the kink. So you're climbing up the hill out of carousel. There's a right-hand and a left-hand kink. And then as you approach the next left-hander, just a touch too wide from Schuring on the approach. Wet grass, rear right tyre, no grip whatsoever. And round he went and into the barrier.
Shame really, considering he's not just on the provisional pole position for the Cup 2 class, he is actually the pole sitter.
Speaking of Mercedes, who are wanting to improve their times, it's not going to happen in that way for Daniel Juncadella, who's also facing the Armco barrier, but on a different part of the racetrack.
But, a massively garlanded driver, to mince the language. Danny's car is the number 4 entry run by the Hout Racing team, is down in 18th position overall. Its best lap is 8:19. That's 6 seconds off the ultimate pace at the moment, but
pushing all the way to the flag, I think, is there.
Totally. Again, an accident all on his own sum. And Danny, you look across his career record, many titles to his name, but not many accidents, and that was all on his own. So again, your point, Johnny, just absolutely pushing to see what he could do.
Well, weirdly, in that situation,
have we located him, John?
It's Wippermann, so he's gone by the incident scene as to where the Schuring Porsche is parked, and maybe on acceleration coming out of there has been slightly distracted in his mind where to accelerate. I mean, you wouldn't expect that from a driver of the calibre of Daniel Juncadella. But
it was all about pushing through the corner. It's
way too much
space on the outside and taking to the grass where there is. It's not just grass there; it is muddy grass, very soft muddy grass. With so much rain, so you can tell by when the cars go off and start spinning. They tend to. It's kind of as if you pick up speed when you're on the mud. And you just do. There's no retardation whatsoever.
Well, the Mercedes may or may not get back to the pits under its own steam. It is motoring, but very slowly. And I was talking to one of the photographers who's covered this event for years, and I said, "How do you get around during the event to get different photos?" He said, "Novices will go and drive around and try and get through the crowds around Hatch and back and other places in their car. I've got a dirt bike, but even that with studded tyres, I'm struggling to get up some of the slopes." He said, "All the rain we've had in Northern Europe, effectively since the start of the year, has just made life really, really tricky." And I guess that was an absolute example of that. Wetter than normal grass and the number 4 Mercedes sitting at the side of the circuit, so rather...
It's at Brunchen now.
Brunchen, yes.
With the instantly recognisable, very large gravel track, which is home to so many of the YouTube videos that you can see of fans watching tourist laps there, and so many times it has gone wrong. The classic #fail at Brunchen. So Danny Juncadella, somewhat in isolation here, with only his own thoughts for company, working out precisely what happened after the incident scene. So as I say, he's gone through the yellows and potential code 60s at Hohe Acht. The bigger problem now is the rear right puncture of that car, because it's way down on the right-hand side. It's done a lot of damage as well to the diffuser, so it shows you how much that has rippled through the car. And that whole rear right part of the all-blue number 4 car, very dishevelled indeed. Hazard lights flashing, and sensibly he's parked it very much off the racing line, the exit out of Brunchen. I did also spot that something's going on the Grand Prix track on the approach to the Vidal chicane, because there are yellows there as well. We haven't picked that one up yet, but 120 into a code 60 at the chicane itself. So the checker flag came out, and we'd already had the Porsche off just before the checker came out, with about 3.5 minutes to go. And these incidents are now extending way beyond the 1 hour and 15-minute session.
Possibly the cleanest session we've had all week. That was a lovely session, full green, very little distraction, very little off, right until the very end. And that's got to be that, you know, last-ditch efforts, really, wasn't it? That was the Juncadella one. I'm not sure, because it wasn't like he was on a lap. But then again, was he trying to get an optimum sector time to feed back the data to his engineers to give them some information about optimizing or information regarding the setup?
Did we talk about the length of Sector 7? Where did that happen? Sector 7, that's the one that's so difficult. It's 2.5 minutes plus.
Let's give you a rundown of the times then at the end of 3 qualifying sessions. Remember, SP9 positions won't be decided by this, but it's useful to know. 8:13.5 for the 72 BMW of Dan Harper, Max Hesse and Charles Weerts. Then the 706, that was a late one from Klickenhaus at 8:16.0, faster than the Sport PHX number 16 Audi and the 130 Mercedes. A little further down, the number 1 and defending champion Ferrari will be at the end of that session 11th fastest. Luca Ludwig putting in the times late on. But assuming nothing changed within Cup 2, yes, we didn't have an improvement from Dylan Pereira. So even though the 148 car brought out a code 60 late on and isn't being shown as being in the pit lane because it's stranded out on the racetrack, but it should start from the Cup 2 pole. So all the hard work was done before the drama late on, Bruce.
Yeah, it really was. So that was the car that led the class overnight, effectively, after qualifying 1-2. Got toppled by the Pereira car, but from Sport PHX. But Black Falcon at least have bragging rights there. But again, for the majority of the field, those not in SP9 and SPX, they will not be going out in top qualifying. That's then done until the warm-up ahead of tomorrow's race.
Yeah, and it's a nice mixture within SP9 of cars that are already qualified into top Q2 and those that are trying to get there. Remember, there isn't a pre-qualified BMW yet in the second session for only or solo qualifying across 2 laps. So you get the track to yourself, set off in 10-second intervals, and there's a flying lap followed by 2 fast laps. And the first thing we're trying to glean from top qualifying 1 will be the 5 cars that are quickest in that session. But we've had a lot going on over the hour and 15 minutes. Some cars aren't even back from that yet and might take a bit of effort to get there. No doubt about it, the best session that we've had so far in qualifying, though, of these sessions. And it proved to be the quickest as well. It's still the same car at the sharp end. The 72 BMW clearly has strength in depth as far as its runners. One of the biggest dramas to kick us off, though, was the puncture for the 55 KTM. Thankfully, that was fairly close to the end of the lap. The Door Motorsport car was able to access the pit lane just about after an extra lap of the Grand Prix Strecke. But it's been fascinating to watch the 3 BMWs work their way up the order, including a heavily repaired number 98 from Rover Racing, and they at one point were up to 3rd and 4th positions. one of the many Hyundai Elantras with an off-track excursion briefly. So they're looking glorious in their eggshell blue. And the other cars that were coming back from a bit of drama late last night were the Share Sport Audis, one of which had a wishbone replaced during qualifying 2. But the sister car, number 16, Frank Stippler, finishing that car off, but it was Ricardo Feller that got the time, an 8:16.634 to put it into third position. The Glickenhaus was certainly a surprise. Car 706, we thought that might be out of the session, and then it posted an 8:16.0. And after the checkered flag, Daniel Juncadella with a moment at Wipperman, which has done an awful lot of damage to the rear of the number 4 Mercedes. The 148 Porsche that is quickest in Cup 2 also did not make it back, Schuring spinning. So thank you for joining us. We're back for top qualifying later on tonight. You can join us just before 5:30 local time for that. Bye-bye for now.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome along to the ADAC RAVENOL 24H of the Nürburgring, where we have completed what might be called the standard qualifying sessions, and now we move into potentially the fastest laps we're going to see this weekend. Up until now, at least, we may see them go a little bit quicker in the race. I'll explain why that might happen later on. We have two shootout sessions now. They are termed Top Qualifying 1 and Top Qualifying 2. If you're going to set the pole position, you need to be in Top Qualifying 2. That comes later. There are already 12 cars sitting ready to go in that session, which will come up later on this afternoon, and we'll have coverage for that for you. This is only the only cars eligible for this are the SP9s, therefore the GT3s, and the SPX cars. So 12 in, 5 places to play for, and the rest of the SPX field and the SP9 field playing for those 5 transfer spots, if you will, into the final shootout for pole. At the moment, we've got sunshine, but this being the Eiffel and the Nürburgring, anything could happen in the next half hour, to quote Stingray and Jerry Anderson. There are very dark clouds overhead. It is going to be very spectacular for the photographers, particularly if they get their wide-angle lenses out, because looking down towards our left, we're on the start-finish line, up towards pit in, looking down towards our left, down to the first corner on the Grand Prix circuit and the AMG Arena, the area, in fact, where the weather normally comes from. It looks like end of days down there. But the castle is in sunshine. Welcome to the Nürburgring on our fast Friday afternoon. It's the two Peters with me, John Hindhoff. We'll have full qualifying coverage for you. Peter Mackay and Peter Snowden. We then have to find out who are the 5 that will go through. This, if you like, is the last chance saloon for these particular runners. What is it, 16 I think that we've got out here. One car that we already know that is not taking part will be the Glickenhaus. As you might have heard if you were watching or listening to our coverage earlier on, they have a planned engine change now. The engine that they've been running up until this point in the week has got a lot of miles on it. It was never going to be their race engine. And Jim Glickenhaus and the rest of the team having a bit of a powwow and thinking, well, what's the best that can happen? What's the worst that can happen? The best that could happen is they could start on pole position, and that would be very good indeed. The worst that can happen is that they'll start in 29th position. They've taken the view, and I can't say I blame them, to be honest, although the car was very quick in that last session. They've taken the view that giving the lads a bit of early night tonight is a better thing than having them work all night and then having to come back tomorrow morning and still have to spanner check the car in the morning warm-up, because the engine has to be changed one way or t'other. It's a question of when they start that, and it started already. It started at the end of the last session. So Glickenhaus will be at the back of the first group and will not take their place here. However, Peter Mackay, there are some big names, huge names, in this first part, the last chance shootout, to get them into the pole shootout later on. And only 5 of them can go through, and I might suggest there's more than 5 top quality names, so somebody is going to be, in fact more than one somebody, are going to be disappointed.
There's going to be many teams and drivers disappointed when they go to bed this evening. 14 cars going into the shootout, 5 positions, and when you look down the list of the starters, we kicked off with Marek Bachmann in the Pro Sport. Aston Martin is the first car due, but then second car due, David Pittard, winner of the race last year, one of the quickest drivers in the race last year in that Fricadelli Ferrari.
How has the start order been come about? Because this hasn't been set by times.
No, it's been a draw, luck of the draw.
So literally picking numbers out of a hat.
Yeah, a bit like a football knockout draw.
And at home, number 17, Pro Sport Racing, will play number 34. Well, oh, that would be even better. A head-to-head, side-by-side competition. Oh, I'm putting that in as an idea, as the move. I like that much better. Well, getting the shake of the head from our driver, Peter Snowden. And we've also got a guest from Aston Martin Racing, Simon Strang. The PR guru is watching over our shoulder, and he was just shaking his head as much to say, that where madness lies, Hindhoff. Peter, come on, match race, 1 lap round the Nordschleife.
What's not to like? What's not
As a driver, how can you not like that?
Exactly, what's not to like? But you've just mentioned there that David Pittard, the winner from one of the 4 drivers of the winner last year, obviously this year in the Valkenhorst Aston Martin, as is the other car, the 36, the 34 car is already through, 35 car, sorry, is already through. But of course, that winning car last year, he's not in that car. That's the Ferrari 296 of Ficcadelli. That needs to qualify as well. As do, just noticeably, a couple of things like 98, 99, Rover Racing.
Both Rover Racing, yeah. One of the Get Speed
no
cars.
Pressure, Get Speed car. Obviously, the Glickenhaus, that should have been 15, should have been 1/3 of these going through. The Glickenhaus not taking part, as we've said. And Dynamic as well, they're in this as well.
Is that the Pirelli shod car?
Correct.
It is, right, OK. Let's run through what you're going to see. Join the conversation with us here, hashtag RSL_N24 at RSL_studio. That'll bring you, that's the only way that you can get on our screens here in the Global Broadcast Centre. So the cars will go around for a warm-up lap on the Grand Prix circuit and come back to the start-finish straight of the Grand Prix circuit. They will be lined up in their order that's been drawn out of a hat. Do we know what sort of a hat it was?
Might have been a bucket, actually.
Oh.
I'm not sure is the answer.
Well, I think that's poor journalism, to be honest with you.
Sorry.
These are the questions people are asking. What receptacle were the numbers? And was it balls or pieces of paper?
I'm really disappointed in you here, John.
I'm sorry.
The Glickenhaus story.
I'm sorry. Yeah, all right. Yeah,
No
fine.
pressure, Pima. No pressure.
Okay. So they'll be lined up. Right, seriously now. Come on, get our serious heads on. Seriously now, they will be lined up, line astern, on driver's left. We'll normally see our race director with a flag. That's what's going on now. They're getting into line. On driver's left, there is the Glickenhaus trophy for the ultimate pole position.
Perhaps Jim, being the ultimate gentleman, Jim Glickenhaus this is, maybe didn't want to win his own award.
You don't know Jim very well, do you?
No.
So you need to change the name to it. As simple as that.
No, it was
I'm obviously, I'm completely jesting, of course.
You've never been a driver in a team.
So they're lined up on driver's left on the start-finish line. They'll be flagged off at intervals. So effectively, it looks like a sprint for those of you who know, or the start of a rally stage. They are not setting off en masse. You have 5 seconds from the time that you are flagged away to start going. There is a maximum time for you to do your warm-up lap, and then you have the choice of 1 lap or 2. If you've decided you've done enough at the end of your first flying lap, you can peel back off into the pits, having come round on the Grand Prix circuit. If you do that and you enter the pits, it's over. You can't go back out again. You may decide to go for a second lap, and sometimes that is better than the first. That's what happens. The top 5 then will go through. Those top 5 then have to be refueled, because all of these cars are running full fuel. And that's why I said right at the very beginning, we might actually see faster laps in the race when the track rubbers up and when cars are lighter as well. So they are full of race fuel. That is part of the regulations. So the 5 that go through are allowed to change tyres, and they must change drivers. So the driver who does this qualifying, if they get through to the pole shootout, cannot do that particular sector. So 2 drivers have been nominated by each of these teams, and we'll find out who the second one is when we find out which 5 are going through. So that is basically how it works. When we get to the pole shootout, it's an exact repeat of what we're seeing here. And there are some stressed out looking people because even though this is a 24-hour race, we have seen here in the past, Peter Snowden, just how important a good starting position can be here to get you out of the melee, to give you the track position, because all these cars and all these drivers are very good indeed, and trying to make up time in the race with no wave bys, no pass arounds, no safety cars to close up the field is very, very difficult indeed.
Well, it's that high-speed game of chess, isn't it? Which is 24-hour racing, and it's constantly variable, lots of things moving, and it's just. We were saying yesterday that how important is a qualifying position. There's always this pressure with it, and there's sort of this handle of it's a great deal of pressure to start better at the front, but equally you can see the things that happen, but you don't want to be dropping back at the beginning. I often think it's almost over pressurized to a certain extent. I'm not suggesting you qualify last, but it doesn't matter that much, and it's risk versus reward ratio, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. If you bin the car here, then you've got till tomorrow morning, or I suppose you've got till start time tomorrow to fix it. Hello to Right Turn Lover. Hello to Paul Ayling, top qualifying, tuned in, watching and listening, using the hashtag RSL_N24. Johnny May in the Orange Army. Why can't all qualifying sessions be like this? I don't disagree with that. I think this is a good way to set it. IndyCar kind of do this, but they keep putting all the cars out on the track together, and it takes a very long time. I think it would be just as easy to set them off at intervals. Now, this is a longer track, and there's nothing to stop you overtaking on the out lap or on your qualifying lap. You don't have to stay behind the car in front. You can get a cheeky little draft down the Dottiger, and that has made difference in the past. I think this is what Formula One should do. Particularly somewhere like Monaco, I think they should do just 2 flying laps.
For me, the Nürburgring 24-hour is one of the highlights of the motorsport year, if not the highlight for me personally. This qualifying session is the highlight within a highlight.
Yeah, totally.
And when you mentioned the potential side-by-side race, I was thinking, are you not entertained? Is this not exciting enough? I don't think our pulse can take more than what this is about. Yet everyone talks about a driver going on low fuel, fresh tyres. Okay, we don't have low fuel here, but it's a 1-lap, clear lap of the Nordschleife. That is a special thing in itself.
And that for a driver is just phenomenal. For me,
did you ever get a clear lap like the guys here will get?
I don't know, I was in such a slow car and I drove so slowly anyway. I was always in traffic. I was always being lapped. Ridiculous. Lovely thought, though. I love the optimism, John. Thank you. And it was a very long time ago. Photographs are in black and white. They're not even available on the net now. Anyway, but to me, Le Mans has the kudos.
Yeah.
Nürburgring 24 has the credibility to me. This is the one I'd want to do just from a driver point of view. It's the outside world don't know as much. Everybody knows Le Mans or whatever now because Le Mans is there. It's that glamorized and whatever. Like everybody knows the Monaco Grand Prix. This is the one for me because of the circuit. It's just that. It's the one thing that wins every single year here is the circuit.
Yeah, that's right. A minute to go. So the number 17 Aston Martin Vantage AMR in SP9 Pro. Pro-Am cars in this as well, by the way. Franz Conrad's Lamborghini is in there, and Franz is standing as usual in his jeans and his wind cheater down on the pit wall. Pro Sport then has Marek Buchmann behind the wheel. He'll be followed away by the number 34 Valkenhorst Motorsport Aston Martin. So a pair of Aston Martins. One of the previous versions, David Pittard, has the brand new Evo version of that car, which we saw debuted at Daytona in the camouflage, and that was all very cool. I enjoyed that. I thought it was quite funny that people hadn't even realised they'd seen it when they saw that. That was really nice by Aston Martin Racing. There's the green flag given by our race director. And Marek Buchmann eases away downhill. The slightly different shape of the bodywork in the front end. The darker coloured number 34 with the gold highlights as they pull away down the hill, and David Pittard is rolling. Adam Christodoulou is in one of 2 Mercedes-AMG Team Get Speed AMGs, and he has had the green flag. Rover Racing 99 BMW M4 GT3. Their new car revealed early on in the week. We'll talk a bit about that, I'm sure. That is Sheldon von der Linde. Nico Varrone, the Argentinian Italian, in the Ferrari 296 GT3, the only Ferrari here this year for Fricatelli. He's off and running. Conrad's Lamborghini is driven by Danny Sufi, the number 7 car. Arjun Maini going out in the number 3 team Bilstein AMG car. Rover Racing's 98 getting its green flag for Augusto Farfus. Dan Harper, who was exceptionally quick last night, had about 3.5-4 seconds on the field at one stage, and he's off in the 72. The Hankook competition Porsche in the 992 Porsche Cup car, running in SPX because it's running with Hankook tyres. Stephen Chaw behind the wheel of the number 60. All of the rest of the GT3 Cup cars, of course, running on the control tyre. Schnitzelarm Racing, Jim O'Hertling in the number 11. Walkenhorst Anders Burkhardt for another Aston. Dynamic on the Pirelli tyred number 54 992 GT3R in the Pro class, and Team Get Speed will be the last car, the white car with the red stripe to the left-hand side of the car, and an asymmetric design with the narrow and broad stripes, and he rumbles away. That fades into a darker colour at the back. So that's everybody rolling exactly as expected. Remember, no Glickenhaus. Peter Snowden. I'll say Snowy, actually.
Exactly. What we've done for the last 25 years, isn't it? Mm-hmm. Just very, very quickly looking at some of the sector times come up. Sector 1s haven't come up yet, but sector 2s. Marek Bachmann in the Aston Martin, 46 seconds. Pittard, 104 in section 2. Mm-hmm. Quite a bit different at the moment.
This is all about tyre warm-up, though, Peter.
Yeah, it's just interesting, just the different styles of how people go out there. It is only sector 2 of the first lap. Don't get me wrong. Let's not read too much into it. But it's almost like FP1, FP2. So like, yeah, but it's just interesting the differences in styles.
And remember, every car has unique tyres to it. So we have confidential tyres here at the Nürburgring 24-hour, whether that be if you're on a Michelin, a Pirelli, Hankook, whatever it might be. And each brand of car has its own specific set of tyres and various different compounds. So that could be totally down to the tyres that are fitted to the new Aston compared to the old one. And of course, David Pittard, different driving style, etc. There's so many different variables here, which is the great thing about the Nürburgring 24 is we have not just one but so many different variables to throw at it, and how you actually heat the tyre up and bring it up to its optimum is so important for this 2-lap dash.
Exactly, and that's exactly the point I was trying to make there. Of you can't read too much of this. Suddenly it looks at it, and suddenly you've got a purple sector. It's quick. You think, why are they doing that? Who's on the fire? It's the first bit of it. It's we've got this is qualifying, Peter. We've got a 24-hour race tomorrow. I was talking to friends the night before we came out here, and they were saying, what is it you're off to do, and this, that, and the other, and so we're saying 24-hour race. Now, layman, she's a lawyer, and she just went 24-hour race. She was one of the brightest people I know. She's like, 24-hour race. And I went, yes. And she went, but how long's the race? I said 24 hours. And she went, no, but seriously, how long's the race? I said, Emma, it's 24 hours long. And she went, well, it can't be one driver. I said, no, of course not. There's 3 or 4. She went, what? And trying to get somebody who's not involved to understand the concept of you race for 24 hours. And she's like, how many cars? And I said, 120, 130. I won't repeat what she said. Yeah. It's just like, what? And the point I'm trying to make is, we're so wrapped up in it, we're so used to it. It's just 130-odd cars, 25-lap circuit, 24 hours.
Hello to Gary Paravani, who is watching and listening, and a brand new race fan. We're minting a brand new race fan, 8-year-old Melody. Hello, Melody. If you're going to start your motor racing watching with the Nürburgring 24-hour top qualifying, that's a pretty good place to start. I think that's excellent parenting, Mr. P. well done on this fast Friday afternoon. If anybody says anything, by the way, quite a lot of schools are in half term in the UK, so I'm not sure it's a day off school for Melody. There's as I say, been a week off for the wit break in the UK. Just this opening lap, PMAC, as our leading car comes back around, and that's Marek Bachmann for the Pro Sport Racing Aston. It's been through shade, black clouds on the Grand Prix circuit, now in full sunshine, coming back towards us as he's just gone through the carousel, the Caracciola carousel, and now effectively heading back towards us here on the start line in elegant and splendid isolation. I wonder if this is actually perhaps a little bit off-putting, because he's not seen anybody else being the first driver away, and as far as the gap behind him, he's doing rather nicely, thank you very much. Down to the packed crowds at Brunchen. He's not by any means up to racing speed, bringing those tyres up in the best way. They'll have discussed this. Rides the block paving on the exit, but not onto the red and white curbs. Through ice curves, so called because it's under the trees and it's one of the last places that the frost disappears. It's also, when it rains, stays damp there. And now on that long run back, that long, very fast run back through Flansgarden and Stefan Bellos off S, and then across the bridge to Schwalbenschwanz and the mini carousel. Huge crowd here, by the way. Huge crowd here. 235, we're here. 235,000 were here last year, and I would have said that we were getting on towards that yesterday, to be honest. It was a holiday in most of Germany yesterday. Today is the bridge day, Brücketage. So people taking an extra day off to make it a 4-day weekend, very sensibly. And this race always around either Corpus Christi, which was yesterday, or one of the other May bank holidays. Has pushed into June a couple of times, of course. We are in June now, starting a very... in June tomorrow, rather, starting a very, very busy month of endurance racing. So, Snowy, Bachmann, this has been steady. He's on the Dottinger Höhe now, in the sunshine, waving left and right to ensure that his tyres... Were you a weaver, or were you a braker and an accelerator for tyre temp?
Both. Yeah, weaving gets the heat into the sidewalls. That's the one that you want to make them pliable, compliant. Because you start to ride curbs on sidewalls that aren't pliant, you have tyre damage and failure later on. So it's in your interest. Why do you want that? Especially on the Dottinger Höhe, or anywhere, to be honest, in a racing car. The braking bit does a couple of things. It gets a lot of heat into the disc because you put on the brake, left foot hard against it. But what it does then, that heat then graduates down through the hub and into the wheel and into the wheel rim and into the tyre as well. So it does both. From
the inside.
Correct.
Yeah.
Also, it gets the transmission fully up to working order. It's all the whole thing. Everything works.
We have got a car on a flying lap. Marek Bachmann has started his lap in the Aston Martin. Now, did the Valkenhorst car go through in second, or have we got a Mercedes gone through in second on the road? That's Adam Christodoulou, then the BMW. I'll have to check to see where David Pittard. I didn't see him go past us. It doesn't mean he didn't, because I was talking to Snowy at the time. It seems they are coming through in the order they started. Nico Veron just going past our start-finish line position. So Marek Bachmann has got the start. No, we've got an Aston that is out of position. Now, was there a mistake here, or was this deliberate by the number 34, David Pittard?
as Snowy picked up on in the Sector 2, which is the second part of the Grand Prix track, David Pittard was much slower than everybody else, perhaps going through a different heat-up program. Doesn't appear to be any issues as he goes tearing over the line to start his flying lap, David Pittard, in that number 34 Volcanhorse Motorsport. But we'll watch the splits very closely. But remember, you've got to do 2 laps here. So 1 warm-up lap and then 2 laps. That's 75 kilometres.
Yeah.
So there's a lot to take out the tyre, and maybe David Pittard's thinking about that. Yeah. So he obviously thinks it's going to stay dry between now and the end of his second lap.
Interesting that he's put himself behind Nico Varone rather than behind Marek Bachmann. Maybe he thinks the Ferrari is a quicker car, and therefore he's likely to get less interruption and more advantage behind being behind that car. I mean, frankly, just driving around the Nordschleife, Rav already run out of mental capacity, and they're already thinking about strategy. Early parts of the lap then on the Grand Prix circuit, a 40.6 and a 43 flat for Bachmann. Pittard, a 40.6 and a 43.1. No quicker than the Pro Sport older version of the Aston Martin. 40.2 and 42.7 for Team Get Speed and Adam Christodoulou. A 40 flat from Van der Linde in the Rover Racing car at a 42.5. So that is the fastest car at the moment. 40.1 and a 40.4 from Varone in the Fricatelli car. So at the moment it's Van der Linde and Varone who are the 2 fastest cars, but this is very early running indeed. Sheldon Van der Linde with a slight advantage at the moment.
Yeah, I was going to say, put those 2 together, and you spotted it, John, there. He's the quickest one in the Rover Racing number 99 M4 GT3, now a 102.4 in the third sector. That was Verona in the Fricatelli Ferrari, just on a 102.2, 2 tenths quicker in Sector 3 already on his first flying lap. Last year's winners, of course, car number 1, Fricatelli Ferrari 296.
No do-overs here, no second chances. It's the top 5. So we reset the times, by the way, after this. You don't carry your time forward. Sheldon Van der Linde coming out of the foxhole at Adenauer Forest at the moment. Short, straight stretch, gently climbing uphill. Little right-hand kink. Stay over to the right-hand side of the road. Cut across to the left for the 2 left-handers. The second left-hander uphill a little bit. That slows you down across the brow, down towards Callan-Hard. Stay at the left-hand side of the road. Stay off the red and white curb. Do not touch the red and white curb. Short shift through the gearbox. Diving downhill now. Coming up is the slowest corner on the Nordschleife. Versifon, the left-handed hairpin. And he's coming down. There's one more right. And he'll brake now, just before the right-hander. Balance the cars. Tip it in. There is a little bit of camber there to the inside. Now, accelerate. You're going downhill now towards the bridge. Adenauer, the town to his right-hand side, huge spectator area. Used to be a big change of surface on the exit here, and that was exactly where you used to lift off, barely a touch on the brakes for the right-hander. Now to the Lauda corner, where Nicky had that terrible accident in the fall. Can you imagine Formula 1 cars around here? It's barely imaginable. Now up to Bergwerk. Late turn in, and it did look like the Rover Racing BMW was somewhat recalcitrant turning in there. They had a couple of goes at getting the apex. Now you're climbing, and this is super important. As little lock as you dare, so you're not scrubbing the front tyres. Meantime, Bachmann a little further on around the circuit. He's setting a decent one. It's Verone who's setting the times at the moment, and I reckon he's got around about, quickly, I reckon he's got half a second on anybody at the moment.
Verone's best time there through Sector 3, which is going, basically it's the Hatzenbach effectively, quicker than anybody went in either of the qualifying races of any of the whole field. So he's really pushing on the pace. We've not seen anyone get close to those times all race week. So with the teams, the drivers, the cars, everything gets turned up to 11 here in this top qualifying.
This is the last chance saloon for these teams, cars and drivers. If they want to have a shot for pole position, they've got to be in the top 5. And we're waiting to see those first times come through.
Rova know what the pain of missing out that top qualifying 2 place is, because one of their cars finished second last year. It started 31st. I'm sure they went to bed that night going, if we'd been up the front in qualifying, we might have been able to challenge that Fricadelli Ferrari. So yes, 24-hour races, you think, who cares about qualifying? Here it matters. If you're in the wrong end of the top 30, you've missed the bus. It's gone. The pace is too strong at the front of the field.
Yeah, that's my point about it. It doesn't matter that much, but it does when you're 31st.
Yeah.
The whole point there, you just proved it perfectly. You start 31st, you finish second. If you'd started 30th, 20th, you're like, they were sitting there, ruin the day, what have we missed? Exactly that. So yeah, it's all relative. But what I'm saying is, I think if inside the top 10,
you're there.
It's a place you can go to bed that night and think, we're in the top 10, that's fine.
Bachmann then coming through to the Gallows Hill corner. Double apex, or double right rather, can give up the first part of it because you want to take as much speed as you want onto the long, straight Dortiger. Straight but not flat. Downhill from Galgenkopf, and then it flattens out, then it goes over a rise, and then you drop down again under the Bilstein Bridge at the left kink at Antonius Bucher. 270 miles an hour, 270 kph, 270 miles an hour or thereabouts.
You know, been worried for a minute there. 270 mile an hour GT3 car. Where do I put my order down?
Yeah,
absolutely. All right. Bachmann then through the final chicane rejoins the Grand Prix circuit. Now we strain our necks and look to the right. Still in sunshine here. Crosses the line, and the time comes up at an 8:15.777. Next across the line will be Adam Christodoulou. It won't be Pittard. Remember, he got out of order, so the green AMG comes through. I'm expecting a 12. Oh, it's only a 15.
Watch Van der Linde.
Only a 15 flat. Van der Linde next in the Rover Racing BMW. He goes across the line. That's more like it at 11.7. That's put him in with a huge opportunity here. Next up will be Varone in the Fricadelli Racing. Here he comes, the Ferrari 296 right in the middle of the road. Goes to second with a 13.0. 1.3 seconds Van der Linde at the moment. So Varone was quick in the first half of the Nürburgring. Now here's Pittard playing the tactical game. Comes across the 9, the low rumble of the Aston. It's only an 8.17. He is the slowest of the 5 cars who've gone through. He must be saving some tyre for lap 2.
He's got to be doing a build-up, surely. David Pittard is a real hot shoe. He was so fast last year and brought that car home. He did the race start for that car in the Fricadelli Ferrari last year. Of course, moving to Valkenhorst Aston Martin this year, definitely David Pittard and that car have more in the tank. The driver I'm looking out for is the 72 of Dan Harper, who's been a star all week long, and he's coming to the end of the Nordschleife now. We should get his time in just a second.
Harper then with the Shell Helix BMW, flashes past certain, cross the line now, and his time comes up to second, 3.5 tenths away. So a 12 flat, only one driver so far, and that's Van der Linde in the BMW, who is under 8 minutes 12. It doesn't matter, because what we're looking at is who's 5th and who's 6th. Top 5, Rover Racing, BMW Team RMG, Fricadelli Racing in the Ferrari, then the 2 Mercedes. Make that note, a Mercedes and Augusto Farfus for Rover Racing. That's the top 5. That's who's going forward right now. As it stands, not going through to the pole shootout, Adam Christodoulou, Marek Bachmann, Hartling, waiting. Pittard, Souffle. We're still waiting for the other cars to come through. Maro Engel is somebody who I think we're going to have to look at as well in the number 130 Mercedes-AMG.
Engel looks very strong in Sector 5, which is one of the longest sectors on the circuit. That's going from Schwedenkreuz all the way up to Exmüller. So it's a lot of technical stuff through there. Very, very strong. Remember, Maro Engel has been on pole here at the Nürburgring 24 3 times.
Just remind our audience, Peter, what is the fastest time we've ever seen?
That was last year, Raffaele Marciello, an 809.058.
That was extraordinary.
It was pretty special.
Yeah. Cross the line then for the Aston Martin of the Walkenhorst car. Through goes the SPX, only SPX car in here. Remember, no Glickenhaus. They are doing a planned engine change, so they are not taking part. They will start at the back of the leading group of cars tomorrow as they come to the line. Still waiting for Engel. That's his engine you can hear behind my voice at the moment. The big V8 with the white and red car coming down the Dodigerhohe in the sunshine. Sun on his right-hand side. He hugs the right-hand side of the road as he goes through the King at Antoniusbuche and down underneath the Bilstein Bridge. You barely turn the wheel there. Just look where you want to be going. As he comes to the end of the lap now, he takes a little bit of curb actually in the middle of the final chicane and heads out onto the start-finish line. Here he comes now, Maro Engel. What are we looking for here? He goes to third. And the top 3 now separated by 0.6 of a second. Have they given their all? Now, Peter, this is where we find out who saved the tyres or who has set the car up. You've burned off, Snowy, you've burned off 2 laps worth of racing fuel. And 2 laps worth of racing fuel is a quarter of a stint coming up on Saturday. So the car is going to feel a lot different going into this 3rd lap.
Well, it's a lot of litres, isn't it? I mean, I don't know what the calculation is for these days, but it's probably... well, I bet they've got to be using at least a litre a minute, at least, I'd have thought, if not more, probably 1.5. So, that's 25. That's a lot of fuel got rid of, which changes the balance of the car.
Conrad Lamborghini in the pits. So Danny Souffle is only doing the one and done. So his 8.19 will be his lap. Currently he's in 12th position. So obviously everybody from 6th down over, that's their grid slot, P-Mac.
And for Danny Souffle and that Conrad Lamborghini team, remember they're in the Pro-Am class. Yeah. Yes, they want to get a good overall result, but they've got to think about the Pro-Am class. They've got to save the car. Danny's put the lap in and thought that's enough. There could be an issue. We don't know at this point. If there is, we'll find out between now and the race. But that's a lap done. They will be on the grid for tomorrow's Nürburgring 24 hours.
So Bachmann still the lead car on the track in terms of track position, 4 seconds away from the fastest time. Forget that. What is he away from 5th position? Well, the answer is 1.3 seconds. So he needs to find a minimum of 1.3 seconds and assume that nobody ahead of him is going to improve as well. Now, in more normal motorsport qualifying situations, finding 1.3 seconds, Snowy, would be a hard task. But here, finding 1.3 seconds in 15 miles, with all the corners you've got here, it's half a tenth here, a tenth there, isn't it?
Yeah, it's still not easy, though. It's like anything. The top drivers here, which we're witnessing now, so I know this place by the back of the hand, it'll be millimetre precise all the time. The fact that the level of concentration is just higher because it's a longer lap, and you've got to know this circuit and know what's coming up all the time. So they're playing their A game anyway, certainly in top qualifying. So it's still as difficult to find. It's a longer level of concentration. I would suggest that it really is about that concentration and that knowledge of the circuit, and the fact that the better you know it, the more you can relax and get on with just finding that time to try and remember what's coming up next.
Let's assume you were driving in this. obviously you'd be driving an Aston Martin. Indeed so. You've got the overall. He's got the overalls, by the way, if anybody can bring his own overalls, own boots, hands device, the whole lot. Do you go for it on the first lap and put in the quote-unquote banker, or have you, which would appear that David Pittard has done, do you save a little bit of tyre performance for lap 2? Because you're not going to do a storming out lap. So lap 2, you've at least seen the situation on the track and felt the grip level.
There's always between you and the team, there's going to be lots of levels of information and a great deal of discussion as to what to do that, and the driver at the end of the day, in theory, should just do as they're told by the team. So if the team have got better information to say second lap is a better lap to do it, there are certain people, I would imagine, that Pittard, Nicky team, happen to be in the same car, but probably don't want to do that. But personally, there's a lot to be said for getting that first lap in, getting your eye in, understanding the circuit, as you just said, and then going for it.
So Bachmann did improve enough to get him into the top 5 with an 8:14.4. However, Adam Christodoulou has improved as well, and he's on the bubble at the moment. So the qualifying standard to go through to the pole shootout at the moment is an 8:14. Let's call it an 8:14 flat. 8:14.002. Here comes Varone and goes to the quickest point. I reckon he's through. He's done a 10.8. A 10.8. He's through. There are not going to be 6 cars quicker than him. Varone pulls it out the bag. The man who is doing his first race here, given the pressure and the honour of qualifying for the race defending champions of Fricadelli and Ferrari. Through goes Pittard. And Pittard has... Pittard's not through. Pittard has not got through. He's only in 7th. Miney now in 5th. Christodoulou's out. Pittard's out. Bachmann's out. Farfus trying to race his way in on this second lap. Advancing at the moment. Fricadelli, Rowe Racing and Sheldon van der Linde. Dan Harper for BMW. Mauro Engel for Get Speed. And Ajahn Marnie for Team Bilstein. No Pittard. No Christodoulou at the moment. No Farfus, but he's still got a lap to finish, still to complete their laps. It's surely only Farfus now who can race his way in. Here comes the 10th place car. This is Hertling in the Schnitzelam Racing Mercedes. Improves the lap to a 16.6 but stays in 10th position. So that will set his position. Here comes the Rover Racing BMW of Farfus. And goes through and does not improve his time. A 16.8 against the 14.6.
None of the BMWs improved on the second lap. We've seen all week long, on the first lap out the pits, the BMWs have been rapid. And then the rest have all gone quicker on their second or third lap out the pits. So there's something about the BMW. It switches the tyre on quicker, but maybe wears it out quicker.
So right now, Mauro Engel is in. And he hasn't completed his second lap. With due respect to the Porsche coming through now, I do not expect to see the Hankook car troubling the top times. 8:45.425 is the time that's got. It hasn't updated yet on the screen. And he has gone through. Pittard into the pit. There's a disappointment. So not in. Let me do the ins first. Transferring through to the pole shootout as it stands. Fricadelli Ferrari, Rover Racing number 99, Sheldon van der Linde. So Varone, van der Linde, Dan Harper for Team RMG BMW, the 72 car. Mauro Engel in the 130. And in 5th position, Ajahn Marnie in the Team Bilstein number 3. Who was that going through at the end there? That was another Aston Martin, wasn't it? That was Burkhurst.
Yeah, Baltimore 36, yeah.
And did improve time, but not position. And is not through. Here comes the Hankook car. Yeah, that was the dynamic car that went through before. That didn't improve either. And through goes Chol. Does not improve his time. Actually, 2 seconds away. 2 seconds slower on the second lap is a bit of a of a thing, to be honest. Here comes Maro Engel, doesn't need this lap, he's in. He has improved one sector. Engel at the moment in the 130, celebrating 130 years of Mercedes-Benz motorsport. Now he's a couple of seconds away as well. So Varone for Frickadelli is the big winner there in terms of finding time. Here's the conundrum. That car's through to the pole position shootout, PMAC, but Nico can't drive the car.
You put former pole sitter in a Ferrari, Luca Ludwig, in the car. His father Klaus has the record for the most poles of 6. Luca was on pole, as I quickly grab my notes, back in 2022 in the Octane 126 Ferrari. You got to spare a thought for Adam Christodoulou there. He missed out going through by 0.140 of a second on a 25-kilometre lap. That's sore.
So, going through then is the Frickadelli Ferrari 296 number 1, the Rover Racing BMW M3 number 99, the BMW M Team RMG number 72, the 130 Team Get Speed AMG GT3, and the number 3 Mercedes-AMG Team Bilstein AMG GT3. Position set on the grid and therefore not improving. Mercedes number 8, Valkenhorst Aston number 34, Pro Sport Aston number 17, Rover Racing number 98, Schnitzelarm Racing Mercedes number 11, Dynamic Porsche on the Pirellis number 54, Conrad Lamborghini did 1 lap, the number 7, Valkenhorst Motorsport Aston number 36, and Hankook's Competition Porsche Cup car in SPX number 60. Add to the end of that, in what is effectively 15th position, the Glickenhaus, and those cars have now set their grid position. They will start behind the 17 cars that will go out next. Now, the question is, do they just drop in time order, Peter? Yes, they do.
No.
Top,
no, they don't.
Top cube.
No, they don't.
Oh,
no,
okay.
they don't.
Right.
So they're dropped in not randomly. Well, yes, randomly, because we drew out of our receptacle.
Yeah.
So the qualifying position. So the car that finished second, which was the number 99 Rover BMW, will start second, ironically. Yeah. The car that finished top, the number 1 Frickadelli Ferrari, will start 5th in the queue. Ooh. The car that finished...
which is where they started.
5th.
In that first sector.
The car that finished 5th, the number 3 Bilstein Mercedes, will start from 6th in the queue. The car that finished 3rd in that session there, the 72 BMW, will start 9th in the queue. And finally, 13th in the queue will be the number 130 Get Speed Mercedes.
Finally, of the 5 transfer spots. So, now, we've not mentioned the teams that got through. They qualified through in their performances earlier in the season in the qualifying weekend. So, Ralph Aaron in the Mercedes number 6 team Advan by HRT will start first. Then that second place qualifier, the Rover Racing number 99. Then Herbert Motorsport in the Fat Turbo number 5 liveried Porsche. Matt Campbell doing qualifying duties there. Mike David Ortman for Aston Martin Valkenhorst number 35 will be in 5th position. Then it will be Frickadelli, Luca Ludwig, we think, in that car.
That would be who I would put in, but from our pictures in the global broadcast end, I think I just saw Luca Ludwig in his civvies and Felipe Fernandez-Lazar in his civvies, so that would mean then that it would be Daniel Kylevitz going in.
Wow, that's not a bad choice either.
You're an embarrassment of riches there.
Yeah. Share Sport are in 6th with the 16 car with Ricardo Fella. Let me just scroll down. Jutta Racing, Pierre Caffer's Audi number 71 is in 8th position. 9th position is the BMW team RMG. Dan Harper can't go again. Grello in 10th position, Lawrence Vanto. Share Sport Audi number 15, Chris Haase. Maxi Goetz, the number 4 Team HRT AMG, is in 12th position. Then it will be the 130 Team Get Speed Mercedes AMG. Then it's Red Bull Team Abt, Kelvin von der Linde in the Lamborghini. That could pull something out here, that 27 car. The two Falcon Motorsports, Klaus Bachler and Nico Menzel, 33 and 44, 15th and 16th. And finally, the Lion Speed Porsche, the red and white car, Patrick Niederhauser. They will then line up on the straight. Peter Snowden. There were some surprises there in that first run-off to get into the pole shootout.
Yeah, and I hate to give him too much airtime, but David Pittard, seventh, elimination zone. Wasn't even expecting that. Was
never improved his first time.
No, exactly. I mean, we saw it at the first bit, and to the point we speculated, is he on a different strategy? Even though it's top qualifying, is he getting that bank lap in and going for it on lap 2? He must be getting the heat in the tyres. There's got to be a reason. And I nearly said he'll have a reason. He's no fool. He won the race last year as part of the crew in the Fricadella crew, and that's I've got to say from a driver point of view, I know he's Aston Martin contracted, and we had Simon Strangen here a few minutes ago from that, but you're not in the car that won it last year, and it's now just gone the fastest.
So here's what it came down to. It looks bad when you see he's 3.5 seconds away from the quickest car. He didn't need 3.5 seconds. He needed 0.6. He was 0.6 away from getting that car into the next part of qualifying. And that means that they are going to start 20th on the grid.
What I would throw in there, and I know that David will be really disappointed with that, he's only 0.08 of a second faster than Marek Bachmann in the old car.
Yeah.
So this is a new project for Valkenhorst. I'm sure it's
and
a multi-year...
he got that, by the way, on the second lap. He did improve.
So for Valkenhorst, this is a new program. They've been with BMW forever, much like Fricadeli were with Porsche forever. Valkenhorst have been with BMW forever. It's a new brand to them, and it's a new car for this year for Aston Martin too. So there is a lot of new going on. We'll see how they go in the race, but I know that they'll be really disappointed with that.
So Bachmann was quicker than Pittard on the first lap and a tiny bit slower on the second lap. That's an interesting conundrum there. So now we've got to ask ourselves, and we can't know. I'm sure we'll get the news.
Was
there a problem on that outlap round the Grand Prix circuit? Did he?
He's got the message. Whether he replies or not,
right.
Actually, I don't know. But I've sent him the message. But that is my first thought of typical racing driver. Right? If the car's not quick, what do you do? Refer to the book of excuses straight away, and just what is it? It would point. To me, it would point towards, particularly as you say, Marek Bachmann time there. No disrespect to Bachmann, but it just doesn't seem to quite stack up. So maybe there's an issue with that Valkenhorst car. Maybe it hasn't just found its sweet spot yet. Maybe it is, as you say, Peter, that Valkenhorst have been BMW forever, and they haven't quite got their head around the car yet. Not casting aspersions, but then again, Fricadeli were Porsche forever. Jumped into a Ferrari, and they sorted that out pretty effectively. So
looking at the pace of the across when everything is strung together, sector by sector, the car has the pace to be quick. Of the ideal times, it was second quickest in qualifying 3 earlier.
I now know why Danny Soufi came into the pit lane. Something happened at the Teergaard, and I heard a strange noise in the car. I was a bit scared. I thought there was something wrong with the rear tyres. Damn it, he says. It could have been a much better lap time. We've got to see what we can do in the race. It's a long 24 hours, he says. I'm looking to see if there was any information about any kind of incident, and the race control and the live ticker. By the way, commend the team that do the live ticker. It's absolutely incredible amount of information that comes through.
Just think about something about Danny Soufi there. There's a noise in the rear tyres at Teergaard. It's one of the slowest parts of the circuit.
Yeah.
By the time you get to it, obviously, her approach isn't, but that's relatively slow. So, but there's a lot of lateral load in the car there. So you probably would think if there's suddenly some noises you're not fond of there, do I really want to start another lap? So, yeah.
Maybe cost them a little bit of time at the end of the lap as well.
The mind, the voices.
Yeah. I think that car's better than its 8.19 too. in that car. We've got another Lamborghini to go. All right, so live from the Nürburgring Nordschleife, Mother Nature is playing nicely at the moment with the sunshine through the clouds. Weather coming up from at the bottom of the Grand Prix circuit is normally where it comes from that direction. But as it stands right now, most of the paddock and the grandstands here, where we are on start-finish line, bathed in beautiful late afternoon sunshine, just coming up to 20 minutes past 6 Central European summertime. We have our 5 qualifiers. They will be added to the 12 that were automatically through to the pole shootout. And we rinse and repeat. Now, to make sure, if you are just joining us, perfect timing, to make sure that there is no advantage to the cars that have already been out there and qualified, none of those 5 drivers can go again. So Nico Varone, Sheldon van der Linde, Dan Hartman, Maro Engel and Arjun Maini have got to now get into their jeans and T-shirts and cheer along from the pit wall. So from the top, we think Daniel Kravitz will be in the Fricatelli car. Who would you put in the 99 to replace Sheldon to go again for Rover Racing? The guys look at me with
another embarrassment of riches.
Anguished looks to say, I have got to choose.
Dries Vanthoor.
Dries, OK. Dan Hart has done his job. He relaxes now, Peter. 72 car for Team RMG. It's got to be the other long-term member, surely, or do you risk Charles Wirtz in that car?
I think you do.
Ooh.
I'd hate to be controversial. I think you put Augustus Farfus in the Rover BMW as well.
Like it's the embarrassment of riches.
No, but so Farfus went out in the first car the first time. So can he get into the second car that he hasn't driven?
I personally, I could be correct, I believe you can.
Right.
Not the same car.
Right. So the 130. And what about the number 5? The Team Bilstein car?
The number 5? The number 3.
So number 3. In
3. So Arjun Maini, ever the superstar, did a great job to get that car through. AMG haven't necessarily had the dry weather pace this week. You've got Michele Beretta, Yusuf Owega and Frank Bird. Only on experience and being an FIA Gold driver, I would put Michele Beretta in. Very quick over one lap.
Do you think they were just looking to get into the pole shootout? Do they think that was what they were tasking by putting Arjun in there?
Everybody was. I think, look at Get Speed, 130, they've put 3-time pole sitter Maro Engel in.
To get them through.
To make sure they get through, and there was no guarantee of that.
And he only needed 1 lap, by the way. He didn't need the second lap.
Maro had to pull everything out there because, again, AMG have not had the dry weather pace all week.
It's the age-old thing, qualify to qualify, you've got to be in it to win it. So get the car into the session you need, and then there's a strategy, isn't there? You don't just go 1 lap.
I bet a lot of the teams, when they heard that Glickenhaus weren't going out in top qualifying, they thought, especially after the time they put in qualifying 3, they maybe thought, well, that's 1 less we have to worry about.
Yeah, they were second quickest in the final traditional qualifying that we had earlier on today. These are some of the best conditions we've had so far.
The best.
Absolutely lovely. And we're waiting for the cars to be called around. So, who did we put in Grello, by the way? Who's in Grello?
Lawrence Vanthoor.
Oh, Lawrence Vanthoor. Of course it is, yeah.
So Lawrence Vanthoor and sharing the car with Kevin Estre, Thomas Preining and Aichan Guven. And Lawrence Vanthoor and Kevin Estre drive together in the Porsche Penske Motorsport prototype team in the World Endurance Championship. In fact, they lead the World Endurance Championship at this moment in time. Usually, Kevin Estre does qualifying, Lawrence Vanthoor starts the race, Andre Lotterer, their other teammate, does the middle part, and Kevin Estre finishes.
He's the closer. Yeah.
The closer, exactly. It appears to me that with putting Lawrence in for qualifying, I wouldn't be surprised to see Kevin Estre getting plugged in that car for the race start tomorrow.
You don't have to start the race with the driver who
Not necessarily, but they share it equally. So if one's starting, they won't do qualifying or vice versa. They're very much fair across the board. Because I'm sure everybody wants to do it.
We have the 17. Let's have your predictions, please, before they start rolling out. Hashtag is RSL_N24 at RSL_studio. Let's have your predictions. Can Grello do it again? Will it be one of the top 5 qualifiers from that breakthrough session, one of the transfer spots. You've got to say it, that the Frickadelli Ferrari looked quick there. An 8:10, 8:89. Where would that have put them in this session? That's something that we've got. Write that down, Peter. 8:10, 8:89.
Is our okay? But I do have it written down.
Right.
For that reason,
put everybody's times down.
I have, yes.
Good man.
Again,
won't
reminding.
Count, of course, they have to go again.
No, they have to go again. But I think the track's actually going to warm up slightly at this point with the sun coming down. 8:09.058 is the pole position record set by Raffaele Marciello, which usurped a 5-year record that stood from 2018. Lawrence Vanthoor in the Gretel 911 Porsche. Will history repeat itself, maybe?
Yeah.
And also, the last pole sitter to go on and win the race was in 2016,
which is Maro Engel. Cars rolling out of the pit lane to take their positions on the start line. You've seen this now once already, so you know what's happening. The 5 cars that have transferred through from the knockout portion have been refueled, they've been retired. Sorry, they haven't been retired. They've had new tyres put on them, if you see what I mean. And they've had a new driver plugged in. And we will see those drivers when they come to the line. This is absolutely quality. So imagine you've been sitting there. Imagine you're Ralph Aaron or Matt Campbell or Mike David Ottman or Ricardo Feller in the Scherer Sport car. You've been sitting there waiting for this for quite some time. Fabian Schiller, it's going to be in the 130, 130 Mercedes in the Get Speed car. So Fabian Schiller, well, he knows his way around here. He definitely knows his way around here, Snowy.
Just one of the few that does, absolutely. Just getting a little bit of encouragement there from his teammate. Last minute chat, quite friendly. To say.
Would you want to speak to the driver who's just been out there as you're getting ready to go? Do you want to know what they've said, that they've found out there?
Of course. Is anything I should know? Any surprises? Well, you don't want any surprises.
Yeah.
So is there anything different standing out that's going to catch you out and whatever, because you're ready for it? But equally, whilst it's very tense from our point of view, calling it, from a driving point of view, you want to be as relaxed as possible. What you really want to be doing, certainly on a circuit of this scale, is using as little of your mind capacity as possible to drive the car fast.
Yeah.
That flow. We're thinking about the flow again. Just keep it going. That metronomic thing I was talking about yesterday when we're doing Q2 qualifying. Just get into a rhythm. Not blasé, not casual, because it can go like that. But you don't want to be thinking too much. But the less you think about driving the car, the better.
Yeah. The 2 Falcon cars going towards the back of the 17, Peter. And again, that's not by design. That was drawn. All of these positions were drawn even before we knew the top 5 going through. It's again, it's a bit like the football tournament where you've got Team Advan and Herbert and Valkenhorst. They've already pre-qualified, and then you're adding in the 2nd position team from Group 2 and the 3rd position team from Group 4 and all that sort of thing. So we've got the Euros coming up this year, of course. This is interesting now. Get Speed going back out with the white and red car. Out goes the 44 Ferrari.
Porsche.
Ferrari.
Falcon.
Falcon.
Porsche.
There was an F in there somewhere. Fortunately, it wasn't an F that would curtail my career. They've already, the first car's already there. Ralph Aaron is already there, sitting waiting to go.
Remember, on the grid, you're not allowed tyre warmers. You are allowed them in the pits. So for me, you'd want to go as late as you possibly could. Take those tyres off the warmers at the last possible moment.
You are allowed to change tyres on the grid, though.
No, you're not.
So what happens if it starts to rain?
Sorry, you are. Excuse me. Sorry, you are. You're not allowed tyre warmers, though.
Right.
You're no tyre warmers on the grid, but you are allowed to change. You're right. Yeah.
So what you could do is you could have your tyres in the warmers till the last possible minute
roll them over the pit wall.
And roll them over the pit wall.
You could, as far as the regs are, I think that's possible.
So long as it's not within the time where you have to stop working on the car.
That's a very good point. By the way I read the rules, you could do that. You could send the car around the GP circuit on wets, and then very quickly roll slicks over the pit wall.
Trust me, by the time you've got them out of the blankets,
they're cooled. It's not worth it, and you'd be better driving around.
It's counterintuitive.
You could do that.
Counterproductive.
We become busy fools.
Exactly. Yeah.
Seems like a good idea at the time. So we are
that competitive advantage.
We are lining up the cars to drivers left again on the start-finish line in front of a packed BMW M grandstand. Ralph Aaron then in the black and red Hub Motorsport machine, with the Yokohama branding on that car. And they're running the Advan tyres on that car, aren't they, Peter?
Correct. Yeah. So we've got a good mix of tyre manufacturers. Michelin are the benchmark. They've got the results behind them. 9 out of the last 10 years, they've been the winning tyre manufacturer. And that's all the other tyre manufacturers that turn up here. That's who they want to knock off the perch. For Falcon Motorsport, they have their own team, 2 factory Porsches, full of factory drivers. They are throwing everything at this race. They've never won it before as a team. Could they do it this year? I think they're in a good spot.
We reckon there are 10 different tyre manufacturers spread across the 23 classes that we have here at the ADAC RAVENOL 24H of the Nürburgring for 2024. If you are just joining us, you have not missed the run to pole position. And it is indeed Daniel Kalvitz who is plugged into the number 1 Fricatelli Ferrari. That car with an 8 minutes 10.889 in the qualifying run to this. Just 5 cars that went through into this pole position shootout. Do you want to be first or do you want to be last here, Peter?
First.
Snowy?
First.
Nobody in front of you?
No. First.
And you make sure nobody gets past you on your warm-up lap.
Just start as you mean to go on first and finish first.
Right. Let everybody else worry about your time.
Precisely.
Yeah. Put some pressure on.
RMG BMW Car 72, which has been one of the top cars of the week. Dan Harper getting it through into the top 5. Not necessarily a surprise. It will be Max Hesse. Excuse me.
So not qualifying. If you are just joining us and you're thinking, I haven't heard anything from Valkenhorst number 34. That's because David Pittard did not qualify that car into the top 5. Adam Christodoulou was 6th for Mercedes, number 8. Pittard 7th for Valkenhorst. Bachmann 8th for Pro Sport. Farfus. Augusto Farfus will be disappointed with 9th. Didn't improve his time. None of the BMWs improving their time on the 2nd lap. Schnitzelbaum in 10th. Dynamic Porsche in 11th. Conrad in 12th with Danny Sufi hearing a strange noise from the rear tyres at the end of his first lap, so he parked the car. Valkenhorst number 36 not getting through either. No Glickenhaus taking part. They are changing the engine in that car, and we have news.
Well, not that exciting. We don't like consolation prizes in motorsport.
No,
because the second place is the first loser, isn't it? As they always say. However, just a matter of interest, one of our photographers has just come up through the highest Flansgarden jump in top Q goes to
David Pittard.
David Pittard, yeah. Aston Martin.
Okay.
Exactly.
So he gets.
He won't thank us for that.
Air Pittard then, and top air, but not top 5 position.
I have an even more tenuous piece of information. Thank you very much to Tim Fulbrook, who's written in saying
Hello,
they didn't pick balls out of a bag. This is for the draw of the order. A gentleman, not a man, a gentleman, picked from envelopes like a pack of cards with the starting position inside.
Oh, okay.
So no receptacle.
Right. Okay. So it was a bit like an onstage magic trick. Pick a card.
So it was, quote, the 911 Manti Porsche will start, ... opens envelope, B10.
Right. So you had... So basically...
have your car and then you get the envelope to match with that.
Excellent. Okay. Right. Okay. I like that.
It's a good bit of entertainment. That works well.
We could commentate on that next year.
I think next year we've got... Now, the question will be, how do you decide which order you call the numbers out in to allocate the number to?
He just always likes like greater depth, doesn't he, Tom?
Well, I need to know these things.
He totally missed what you just said there, by the way, John. That PMAC just suggests that maybe we try that in the commentary box.
No, I like it.
Bruce 1, 2, and 3. Just pick out an envelope. Who gets up? You're in this stint. I've just done 5 hours. Never mind, Bruce.
I like the idea of us commentating on it next year and doing the draw. Doing it live. No, my father always said to me, find out what happens before it gets to you and find out what happens after it's left you. 30 seconds to go then. We are ready for some more qualifying action, and this time we are going to decide who is on pole position for the 2024 ADAC RAVENOL 24 Hours of the Nürburgring. Peter Snowden, Peter Mackay and John Hindhaugh, hello, in the afternoon sunshine. This is termed Top Qualifying 2. Let's say it as it is. This is the battle for pole position. And Ralph Aaron in the Mercedes number 6 pulls out for Team Advan on the Yokohamas. What are the qualifiers? Second place with a 8.12 to that car's name. The Rover BMW is off and running. Herbert in the 1994 Porsche winning colours from Le Mans, the Dow 962, goes off in 3rd position. So Aaron from Farfus, from Matt Campbell, it was Farfus. So he was allowed to take that car because he didn't run it. So he's got a huge advantage. Snowy's got it spot on because he's already done 3 laps. It's Altman for Valkenhorst Motorsport, Mike David Ortman, who goes out next. Then Maxi Goats. Ricardo Feller will be next to go. Sorry, I missed Daniel Kylevitz there, who's been plugged into the Ferrari. I think that time is the fastest time we've seen this week by a margin that Ferrari put in that second qualifying lap. Pierre Caffer. Watch Caffer go here, actually, in the gold and black number 71. We know that car can be quick. It was Awiga, Ricardo Feller, then Pierre Caffer for Bilstein AMG, for Scherer Sport Audi, and for Jutta Racing Audi. Lawrence Van Tor is flagged away, and he followed Max Hesse for the BMW. This is tension. This really is. So Van Tor for Manthey. Fabian Schiller in the 130. He's about to get the green flag. He does now. He'll follow Chris Haase. Schiller in the 130. There we go. Maxi Goats actually following Chris Haase. Then the 130. Kelvin von der Linde in the number 27 car, the black and white car. Klaus Bachler in the Falcon. How will the 33 go? Team car right behind it. Opportunity to do a little bit of drafting down the Dottie Gahor. I'll lead you the first time, you lead me the second time. It's a tough strategy to make work because you can get in each other's ways at the other part of the circuit. But got to be thought about. Lion Speed is at the back of the 17. It was Christian Menzel, by the way, in the 44 car, and Patrick Niederhauser. There's a lot of Porsches in there, I noticed.
I think with your Falcon thing there, you're absolutely right, work together. If the opportunity presents itself, don't set out to do it, but have it there as in your mind.
In the back of your mind.
If that suddenly becomes where it's to your advantage and one loses out for some reason, then suddenly they're working together, then work together, get the draft, get them through, because it's a team effort. And don't forget, Falcon and this, as we've said before, they've been blinding NLS. They've got so many of those races. They seem to be great at 4 hours, not 24 hours, and they need to have that trophy still.
I know that the headlines are written on Sunday afternoon, but it would be a hell of a story for Falcon to get pole position here, PMAC. Against the might of the other tyre manufacturers. They're still seen as a little bit of an outlier. They've put a lot of effort into this race, particular down through the years. I remember when they first came to the American Le Mans Series and they ran a Ford GT and a Porsche as they were developing the cars, and they always had good wet tyres. They won in the wet, and then they won in the wet on the streets of Washington? Was
Baltimore.
it? Baltimore, yes. Very good. Baltimore.
How often have we seen that with tyre manufacturers that come in new? They seem to get a wet tyre really good straight away.
But then the one in the dry at Mid-Ohio, and that was a big breakthrough for them.
I think Falcon wanted to stay dry because their pace throughout the year at the Nürburgring, which has been fully dry, both NLS races, both qualifying races, the Falcon Porsches have been the benchmark on pace. Their wet tyre, I understand, is they've nominated it, but they haven't had the chance to get much mileage on it. So their wet tyre is very much an unknown. Falcon would love it to be dry. Of course, we really don't believe that the race is going to be dry. Certainly not.
Joe Bradley has said we will not.
He's our weatherman.
He said we are not going to use he thinks we might not see slick tyres used in any of the sessions, any of the race, should I say. At RSL_studio, and if you'd like to get in touch with us, use the hashtag RSL_N24. So,
if there's nerves here in the commentary box, can you imagine in the garages? Lots of teams, families, other drivers, of course, watching the timing screens with intent.
This is a warm-up lap, so don't expect to see huge times here. Jakob Fröhlich says Falcon 33, pole position. Greetings from Cape Town. RSL Studios says Ray Lethern, backing the Super Staffers, Sheldon and Kelvin von der Linde. Well, the Red Bull team app then is the tip there.
Well, Sheldon did his job to get his car, the Rover BMW, under pressure up into top qualifying too. In a way, going in top qualifying 1 and trying to get one of those 5 transport spots is arguably even more pressure than going for the pole.
Jesse Young, where it is 2:40 in the morning tomorrow on the New South Wales East Coast, Australia. Tuned in for top qualifying, off to bed to tune into the GT races from the Bend and Super GT from Suzuka. This evening, by the way, on the streets of Detroit for the first time for the GTP cars and the GTD, effectively the GTD Pro cars as well. Shea Adam, Jeremy Shaw joining me for that qualifying session over on RS2. Right Turn Lover reminding us that Glickenhaus won their own trophy the first time around. Did they donate it after they had won it? And wasn't that the point? And backdated, I can't remember. So RTL's normally right though. So
I can tell you it was Jeff Westfall at a time of 8 minutes 15.427 seconds.
Yeah, I remember Jeff in that. Right then, here we go again.
Weather-wise, John, just looking at the weather, looking at my trusty little app here, the high propensity of rain would have been 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock today. That was the worst, that was the highest chance of it. Looks okay for this. Tomorrow, 80% forecast.
Oh, Bradley might get his...
Exactly.
He might get his...
So we might see the fastest lap of the weekend right now.
Stand by. Here we go on the Dottinger coming towards us through what appears to be a heat haze at the moment. The best weather we've had all week. The fastest time we've had all week. We've already seen that in that first session with the 8:10. Will it be bettered in the next 17 minutes or so? Aaron then coming to the line as the Team Advan Yokohama Schod AMG rides the curbs at the final part of the chicane on the Nordschleife, comes out from behind the gravel trap, and the pole shootout is underway as he crosses the line in front of us and goes down towards the first corner. Now pick your first braking marker. It's just a quick left then right, right then left, excuse me. So Ralph Aaron is off and running. He's a dozen seconds into his run. BMW Augusto Farfus was out in the first part of qualifying. He's not in the same car, so he's allowed to go again in the 99 car.
one thing that Nico Verone commented on when he came in after putting the car, the number 1 Fricadelli Ferrari, up there into top qualifying 2, he says there's a few positions, there's a few places where it's a little bit dusty, a little bit where the grip just drops away. So it's got to really keep it in check here. And for Gustav Farfus, he's had that sighting lapse.
Those of you staying up late or early in Australia, Matt Campbell, magnificent Matt Campbell, what a 2024 he's already had, and he's off and running as through goes the Valkenhorst Aston Martin number 35, the brightly coloured car. And now we wait for Daniel Kylevitz for Fricadelli, the fastest car this week so far, disqualified from first qualifying practice because they ran too high a boost. They weren't on the right chip and they lost all of their times and had to go through their qualifying procedures all over again, but they're still in with a shout for pole position.
That's it. They were always going to be in top qualifying 1, having to qualify through to top qualifying 2. The only thing they were disqualified from was the minimum requirement where the drivers have to get 2 or 3 laps in to be able to actually take the start of the race, to be qualified for the race. But this determines the actual starting position.
Matt Campbell started very quickly on the Grand Prix circuit. He's already 0.4 of a second ahead of Aaron in the first sector, but he's just been pipped by a couple of thousandths by Kylevitz. We're going to have to keep an eye on that red and white Fricadelli Racing, the Fro beer sponsorship on that car. And my goodness, to get their money's worth out of that, they did last year when they were partying. I'll tell you that for nothing. And it has affected our shopping choices.
Support those who support racing.
Yeah, absolutely. There might be the odd red or white can back at the chalet.
Some are empty, some are still full.
Does that make you two meatheads?
We will be having Fricadelli. We will be having Fricadelli for Monday morning breakfast before we leave. It's already in my fridge. It's part of a delicious, nutritious breakfast. Quickest in the first part is the 911 Lawrence Vantor in the Grello Manthey car from just down the road at Moispath. They don't bother bringing the car in its transporter. They put a yellow flashing light on the roof and get an escort, and they drive it from the workshop down into the back of the circuit. Brilliant.
Proper.
That's great.
Proper. Absolutely right.
It's brilliant stuff. Not an unusual sight round here, even when they're going testing.
That's fantastic, isn't it? You hear these stories about in the 1950s and when Jim Clark drove a D-type Jaguar in the snow to go and race at Full Sutton. And you think that was in the late 1950s. It's 2024 and we're still doing it.
They're still doing the Spa 24 hours.
Yeah.
You go into the town into Spa and drive the cars back, and I can tell you, driving a GT1 car on the road with a slight addition of a bit of ride height, and that's all. The car you're going to use in the race, it is mega.
Yeah.
You think it's funny you think it's fun on track. To get to drive it on the road, it's just like, how insane and surreal is this?
I've covered a few of those. We did it in Bahrain for a GT event a few years ago. That got somewhat out of hand, in fairness.
No idea what you're talking about.
Bathurst
never happened.
Bathurst do track to town, and they do a lap of the circuit and then peel off at the final corner at Murray's, drive down past a couple of local schools where all the kids are allowed out onto the pavements. And I chased it down last year in a beautiful classic Holden from the Australian Motorsport Museum, which is situated there. Thank you very much, Brad, for taking me down in that. Times, Peter, it is Vantor, and it is the Porsche of the team that is based just up the road.
Lawrence Vantor is a collector, not of cars, a collector of trophies and achievements, and has his list of everything he wants to tick off. He also loves records. He's had the pole record before. He had it for 5 years, and he had it snatched off him by Raffaele Marciello. Judging by the first 4 sectors, I think he wants it back.
I don't think he's leaving much in the tyres for the second lap, though.
Well, maybe you just do that one lap dash. He might not need to.
So, at 8:10, was it 8:10? 8, did we say?
8:10, 8:89.
Right, okay. Predictions then. Are we going to be faster than that? I think we are.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not sure we'll see an 8.9, but I think we might see a low 8.10, 8.10.1, 8.10.2.
I'm going to 8.10.2.
Right.
I'm going to.
Snowy says 8.10.10.
I'm 8.99.
Oh. You rebel. You are.
I like to look.
Are you going to go higher? Higher or lower? Higher or lower? All purple sectors from Lawrence Vanthoor. He was the 10th car away. He's going to be gaining on Max Hesse. He's taken half a second out of him there, another 10th. He's taken the better part of 6/10 of a second from Max Hesse in the BMW ahead of him. Augusto Farfus pops out of the Caracciolo carousel. He is driving the second car on the road, the Rover Racing BMW M4 GT3, the number 99. Clear track ahead of the team Advan. Rolf Ahren car. But it is Vanthoor at the moment who continues to light up our timing screen as he goes through Sector 5, one of the longer sectors here, in a 1:45.7. That's another 2 seconds ahead of some of the cars ahead of him, and a minimum of 2 or 3 tenths ahead. He's going to be a second, at least a second better than anyone else, and he's not even hit the longest sector yet, P-Mac.
Lawrence Vanthoor's had a fantastic season, winning at the Bathurst 12 Hours, leading the World Endurance Championship, and now tracking for a seriously impressive pole time here in the Ravenol ADAC 24 Hours out of the Nürburgring. But there might be other cars that are going very much easy on their first lap and going for it on the second lap. Last year, pole sitter Marciello, he did it on his second lap.
27 Red Bull team apt car with the fastest Sector 5 and has taken a couple of milliseconds away from Vanthoor. Vanthoor will be fuming if he doesn't get the fastest sector all the way through. Ricardo Feller picking up pace in the Share Sport PHX Audi number 16, the 7th car to run, but they've all got time to make up on Vanthoor. Has he gone too early? Has he taken too much out of his tyres as he comes into the last third of the lap now?
He keeps it all together now, but that's Sector 5 there. The Van der Linde in the Lamborghini, it's 100th quicker, that's all.
Right.
And it counts, but it isn't all the way through. But this is what he wants to get. This is the next section, Section 7.
That's the long one.
Yeah, Section 6 I cut out. Section 7 is the big one. That's the long one. That's nearly 2.5 minutes.
Here comes the Haupt Racing car on the Younger Hammers, cross the line now, and this is the time they'll all be shooting for. Now that's an 8:17. That's slower than most of the cars that we saw in the previous session. 14s. The Conrad car did a 14 just on a 1 lap. Now here's Farfus. Farfus tracking well in that long 7th sector. He's surely got to be looking at something under a 12 if he's going to be competitive. He goes across the line, it's a 12.1, and he goes to the top. I don't think that's quick enough for pole. I do not think that's quick enough. Here's Campbell for Herbert Motorsport in the FAT Turbo livery. He goes across the line, and oh no, that's a 15. So that is a steady first lap. We've got to say that wouldn't have qualified him. That wouldn't have qualified him in the first run. I expected these first laps to be a wee bit quicker. Through goes Altman. That's David Altman in at 18. Now Kalvitz in the car that has put the fastest lap time of the week in, comes to the line now, and it's Farfus's time he has to beat, and he beats it. Not by much, by 1/1000th of a second, the smallest margin that we can measure here. But Fricatelli went even quicker on the second lap last time in this shootout.
Shearer.
Motorsport to the top, Shearer Sport, Ricardo Feller. now at 12 flat. We've got 3 cars within 0.09 of a second, and Chris Haase blows that out of the water. The 72 car goes through at an 11.3, and there's a 10.9 for Max Hesse. Now, Max Hesse was quick, but we know the car that was behind him, which is the Grello car. No, he's gone through. The Grello car has gone through, and Vantor is only second. Now we've got half a second, call it 4. It's 4/10. Got a half a second between first and second. A 10.9 against an 11.3. Is there more to come? The Fricatelli racing car improved markedly on the second lap the time before. Is there enough left in the tyres for Karlovic?
Vantor lost 1.4 seconds in the Tiergarten. So from Antoniusbrücke Bridge to the start-finish line, he lost 1.4 seconds. So
That's
got to be
potentially losing pole.
It is.
Well, that is the difference. Yeah, I mean, that is gone. Yeah, because he's 4/10 off, and he lost 1.4 in that last sector. So it all went away there for Lawrence Vantor.
So now we build again through the Grand Prix circuit. An early mistake on the Grand Prix circuit can be so damaging. By the way, Van der Linde's gone through. I said keep an eye on that number 27 Ferrari, 3rd position. Top 3 within half a second now. A second takes you down to 6th position, and there's some very, very small gaps. As through comes the Lion Speed car. Patrick Niederhauser's the last man to complete his lap, and that's a creditable 10th position for the Lion Speed car.
Pretty good.
BMW, Team RMG leads from Porsche and Manthey from Red Bull, Lamborghini, Team Abt, Sport, Audi and Ferrari make it 5 different manufacturers in the top 5. How's that for variety?
Well, great job by the ADAC to get the balance of performance spot on. There's a lot of criticism about the system in various series, and clearly if you can get 5 manufacturers in the top 5, it's working.
I've often said radio communications between the team and the driver are absolutely vital. Somebody tell Max Hesse that he's on provisional pole already.
Yeah.
Because he's using a lot of curve. He's not taking any risk, but he's obviously in the zone. That first one, he's got the banker lap in. It happens to be the fastest, 8:10.992.
Yeah, but he's going to have some traffic here.
Possibly.
That's what happened to Vantor, wasn't it? A Tiergarten. It must have been traffic.
Is that what it was?
Must have been. To take it 1.4 seconds.
That's a lot, or it's a mistake. Pierre Kaffer in the Jutta Audi just coming into Arenberg, but right behind him will be your provisional pole sitter, Max Hesse. So you're right, John. There could be traffic here. How rarely do you say that Pierre Kaffer's going to be getting in the way?
Yeah, and Kaffer will not be happy with his first lap, which is left him down the timing screen in 17th with an 8.19. Something awry there. Coming up to Arnberg Force then, Max Hesse. Not bad, but he's not lighting up the timing screen. He's not beaten any of his previous times to this point. But will he get a little bit of a tour on some of the straighter, faster parts of the circuit as he heads to the far side of the circuit? Sun right in his eyes now as the car points west and now down into Callanard with something to aim for in terms of that car. 2nd place for Vantor. No improvements in any of the sectors from any of the 17 drivers.
Shows you that with just this ever so slight rise in sunshine on the tarmac, it's maybe just raised it up enough where the optimum lap is that first lap. So whatever happened in that final sector there for Lawrence Vantor, he's going to be playing that one back in his head tonight before the race tomorrow, because this really means a lot to Lawrence Vantor. Yes, it's if you're in those first few rows, as Snowy rightly said, you're right there, and the big prize is handed out on Sunday at the end of the 24-hour race. But Lawrence Vantor loves these opportunities to show that he is the top man.
72 and 71 being, of course, Max Hesse in the BMW, just behind 71 Pierre Kaffer in the Jutta racing car. Is he going to use Pierre Kaffer there?
Could get it.
Is Pierre Kaffer going to help him on that? And so just use, we talk about this with the 2 Falcon cars, you might get that advantage now, depending where he comes across them. So far, he hasn't gotten away to cause a problem, but he might just have an advantage from Pierre Kaffer there, a little bit of a draft.
Klaus Bachler in the 33 Falcon car in 9th, his teammate Christian Menzel next in the line, a couple of seconds away in 14th position. Remember, the earlier session means that Adam Christodoulou is effectively in 18th, David Pittard was in 19th, and so on and so forth down that first shootout run. The Glickenhaus did not take part. They are changing their engine. It was a planned engine change. They did the whole of the final standard qualifying practice session, and they don't want a long night tonight before a 24-hour race. So Jim and the rest of the team making the decision to start that engine change, which they knew they were going to have to do early, and therefore they've got an hour, nearly 2 hours of a head start on that engine change now.
Nico Verone's lap to go through fastest in top qualifying one is still the fastest.
Lap, correct.
8:10.889.
And now I'm thinking that might not be beaten.
Doesn't look like it right now. 8:10.992. So what are we talking? 3,000ths there. But by Max Hess, your provisional pole sitter at the moment in car 72 for BMW. So Kelvit's in that Ferrari. 8:12.156. He sits 5th right now.
Nobody's improving.
No.
Nobody is improving their sector times, Snowy.
No, Max Hess is at brunch and he's still behind Pierre Caffer.
Yeah.
Which is interesting, means he's going to have a toe down the Dottinger Hoa. That might give him a bit of advantage down there. That's his best shot.
Yeah.
If the lap's not already gone already.
Well, indeed. That's a good point. Across the line then for the first car in line. And that was the Team Advan car, and that was an improvement. So that was an improvement from Rolf Aaron at 8:14.308, and he therefore at the moment is in 12th position, the outside of row number 6. Augusto Farfus then will come across the line next for Rover BMW. There he goes. Now, did he seemed to have lifted off. I don't think he improved. No, he didn't. That's that 2 and a bit seconds that we saw the first time around. Those the only 2 have completed. Here's Matt Campbell at the moment down in 14th position, and again he's a second and a half away from what he did last time. That's David Ortmann in the brightly coloured Aston Martin, and he doesn't improve. Just under a second. Right, here's Kalvitz. This was a much quicker car at second lap earlier on. Through goes the number 1, and no, he's 6/10 slower. Tell you what, though, Ricardo Feller has found a little bit of pace at the end of the lap, and so has Chris Harter. Chris Harter in the long section has just put the fastest sector in, and Ricardo Feller has found pace at the right time. He's onto the inside of row 2. 4/10 from pole, 8/1000ths away from the front row. The 16 Share Sport Audi moving up. Red Bull Team Abt, Van der Linde still coming through as well. He's in 4th at the moment, still to have his fastest lap. Here comes the Grello car. The 911 does not improve, stays in second. Here comes Share Sport. The 15, checkered flag is out. Goes up to inside of row 3 for Chris Harzer at 8:11. Decent little improvement. All of that time was in the long sector 7. All of it. Fabian Schiller in the 130 comes to the line. Doesn't improve. No. He was 3 seconds, nearly 4 seconds slower than his first lap. He's the Van der Linde, Kelvin Van der Linde in the 27, and doesn't improve, couple of seconds away. I'm not seeing any improvements in times at all here. What about the 2?
Maxi Goetz improved an 8:13.197, taking him up to 9th, just behind his teammate in the 130 Get Speed car, Fabian Schiller.
Waiting for the Falcon cars to come through. 33 first, Klaus Bachler. 8:13.9 against an 8:13.6 first time around. Here's the line speed car coming to the line right now. Patrick Niederhauser. And stays in 12th position, does not improve. So what happened to the 44? Christian Menzel. Menzel did improve on his last lap, but stays in 14th. So we have our pole sitter, and it's a BMW. And it's the former BMW junior team driver, Max Hesse, who has the 8:10.992 fastest lap in single car qualifying. Goes to Frickadelli, and that's what got them into the shootout. Ultimately, that's only netted them the outside of row 3 for the defending champions. Your thoughts, PMAC?
Well, Ricardo Feller in the number 16 Share Sport Audi will be delighted with the tow that he got right at the end of his lap. He got that from Yusuf Owega in the Bilstein Mercedes, and that just leapt him up onto into third there. Is it a surprise to see the number 72 on pole? In my opinion, no, not at all. They've been the stars of the show all week.
Is it a surprise, though, Peter, that Hesse, who's been brilliant in that car, well, all right, let's say he's matched the time that we saw earlier on from the Frickadelli car, but he hasn't blown that time out of the water at all.
No, I mean, it's very easy to speak with hindsight, but if you'd generally asked me before who are your contenders for pole, I'd have said either that BMW or Grello.
Yeah.
And what's on the front of
first
those two cars.
Class always comes to the top.
What has surprised me, though, is that Fricadella just dropped away a little bit, that it's on the third row.
Yeah.
I thought that would be in the top. Might not just get the front row. Thought it would be on the second row, no-brainer. It's not quite. It doesn't matter. It's it's just surprising me at this point that it's 6th.
But here's the thing. We haven't seen a lot of that Frickadelli car this year, have we?
No.
So if they had pre-qualified into the pole shootout and done the time that car is available, they'd have been on pole position.
That is true.
If
However, when you look at the overall picture of top qualifying 1 to top qualifying 2, there was a lot less improvements in the second lap on top qualifying 2.
Only 6 cars out of the 17.
Whereas top qualifying 1, there was a lot more improvements on that second lap. So I think that's due to the sun just coming out. When you're talking levels of nuance like you talk on an Indianapolis qualifying.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
That shows you how tight it is.
You've got that many corners here.
Yeah.
In the Parc Fermé then for the cars after the shootout. And it will be BMW and Porsche on the front row for the ADAC RAVENOL 24H of the Nürburgring when we come to the line to start the race tomorrow. We do have a warm-up which we'll bring to you. Also, for the first time on the English language stream, we will have the 3-hour young timer race from 8:40. We're on the air in the morning, Central European summertime. BMW, Porsche, then Audi, Lamborghini, Audi, Ferrari, BMW, Mercedes. Best of the Mercedes, the Team Get Speed car, the number 130, 2.1 seconds away from pole position. Then the HRT car will be on the inside of row 10 with the first of the Falcon Porsches. Then it's Mercedes Bilstein, the number 3 on the inside of row 6 with the line speed on the outside. I think Patrick Kolb will be reasonably happy with that, actually. Team Advan with the Yokohama tyres on the inside of row 7 with the Falcon, the second of the Falcon Porsches. Matt Campbell, Herbert Motorsport on the inside of row 8 and some 4.2 seconds off the time. I don't think Matt Campbell's been 4.2 seconds off anything in his racing career, has he?
And to be, for Matt Campbell to be kicking on for 4 seconds behind his works teammate Lawrence Vantor. Yes, they're driving for different teams. Grello, Manthey are the masters here, more wins than anyone, sure, but the car rolls the same out of the truck, so it's a collective effort between driver, team, manufacturer, and for Matt, he won't be happy at all with that.
And the only cars behind him are the Valkensport, Aston Martin and the Jutta Racing. Audi, both of which did not really put in representative times, 8:19s for those guys. Now, that said, we know that Herbert Motorsport are kings of the strategy. So our top three then, in third position, Share a Sport, the 16 car, Ricardo Feller doing the job there. Lawrence Vantor was close, but not close enough. Ultimately, the second and third place cars were 4/10 away from Christopher Haase and BMW M Team from Max Hesse, not Haase, and the BMW M Team RMG, the red number 72 car with an 8:10.99. If you want to award a special little prize, the fastest lap time was by the Fricadelli Ferrari by 3/1000ths of a second in the last chance saloon shootout. I think Klaus Abelin will be quite happy with that, and that car, Snowy, still starts on the first 3 rows. That's not a disaster for the defending race winners.
Far from it. It's a 24-hour race. It's a whole day to go.
How are you wrapping it up, Paymac?
We've got a great mix of manufacturers up there. I think there's so many questions to answer over the next 24 hours in the race. And remember, it's not going to be the conditions we've just seen. It's going to be wet. So with this form book could be completely ripped up.
Ricardo Feller, take a bow for getting the Share a Sport Audi up there. We've not seen that kind of single lap pace from that car this week, and particularly the Red Bull Abt Lamborghini.
They
found pace at the right time.
No. They haven't had that lap time, that headline grabbing lap time. Yeah. When you just look at the sectors and piece them together, it's not a surprise to see those cars up there.
Okay.
It's Fricadelli the same.
Yeah. Okay.
So
when you look at the ideal times, if they string a good lap together, and in fairness, we're not suggesting, dear viewer and listener, that anything's been hidden here. It has been in those first 3 sessions that we've had. There's been a lot of yellow flags, a lot of code 60s. So actually, Peter, putting a good lap together has been a challenge for everybody. So the pace that we've seen here kind of has been borne out by those ideal lap times and sectors from each of the cars that are at the sharp end of the field, Snowy.
Most definitely, and it's going to be so different with the condition tomorrow. I mean, but if I said to you, Peter, or John, before this qualifying session, that the Lamborghini would be 2 cars ahead of the Ferrari, last year's winning car, you'd have thought I'd gone mad.
Yeah. No, I wouldn't.
Well, I've gone mad. Well, that's because you think I'm mad anyway.
No, no. The Lamborghini's pace, genuinely,
Yeah.
That's not a surprise to me at all.
Yeah, but
they've been strong.
It needs to be reliable.
They did run reliably last year. Just had a puncture, which was no fault of their own.
That's true.
Yeah, watch out for them. They're the dark horse or dark bull. As
they never seem to get the look in the short NLS races, but they were good in the 24-hour. Whereas, unfortunately, and I'm not going to jinx it here, that M4 BMW seems to ace 4-hour races. It qualifies well, but 24-hour races don't seem to get the luck, do they?
Let's review then the pole sitting performance for Max Hesse. 3/1000ths of a second slower than the fastest lap we saw from the Ferrari. But remember, we said it didn't matter for the Ferrari because we reset everything they needed to do that to get into the shootout. Always difficult to know how hard to push early on. This was his first lap, so maybe Snowy, they knew that they were going to have to do it on the first lap. Make a mistake on the Grand Prix circuit, it's so deflating down towards the Goodyear curve, braking very, very late for that, taking the approach of 2 apices to that, let the car run in the middle, now climbing up the hill to the Schumacher S's. And you said before this session, it's about getting yourself into a calm mindset. There is a car ahead of him because everybody other than the first car had a car ahead of him. He's got to kind of ignore that and just get into his own rhythm.
It is, and one of the things you can do, you're absolutely right, not take too many risks, but you can get into that flow straight away on the Grand Prix circuit. You can afford to push a bit more there because you've got greater runoff areas. So if there is a mistake, you've got less risk. Once you get onto the Nordschleife, and I always say this, the Sabine Schmitz curve, where you go 180 degrees round, it's almost a metaphor for what's about to come, because on the right-hand side, as you go through there, that left-hand hairpin, there is no space. It is literally a metal barrier, and then you set off down Hatton Back roller coaster. So that's where you've got to get it right.
Onto the Hatton Back then, still with the sunshine for Max Hesse, with the pole lap that we are reviewing and describing for you now. Not too much curb on the left, but plenty on the right where there's that little bit of block paving. He'll do exactly the same on the next right. Now balance the car coming through to the right left before he dives down over the bridge. No curb link used on either of those APCs there, but the exit curb you can. Now over the bridge, heading towards Flugplatz, climbing the hill to the brow. Was there a little lift there just to balance the car, I think, going up the first, the right-handers up the hill?
145 miles an hour you're tipping into Flugplatz, that uphill jumping right-hander, 235 kilometres an hour if you prefer, down towards Schwedenkreuz, absolutely 100 to the wall left-hander.
Miles an hour.
270 kilometres an hour, 167 miles an hour through Schwedenkreuz.
Now the newly resurfaced Foxhole is the next challenge, and it really is a challenge. Peter was telling us the other day that it's quicker through the middle part of it, but at the end it's a new challenge.
There's this curve on the left at the end, I said there, you can't use that now. They've changed the chamfer of the curve. You used to be able to fly out of that and then stop. Now you can't. So you get it all on the way down, but you've got to be mindful of that at the end of it. It's a different mindset, and it's totally different for these guys, but absolutely just so metronomically precise here from Max Hesse so far. Not even halfway through the lap.
It was only 0.4 of a second, the gap to the rest of the field, as he gets the sun in his eyes before turning right and plunging down towards Callenharden. The run down towards Adenau. Oh, now he didn't short shift there. He used all the revs in qualifying mode. Nice big lift for the second of the right-handers coming down to Versyphen now. There's one more right-hander.
And there was a short back up and down.
Yes,
again.
he was. Very quickly.
Between, yeah.
Gaining on the car in front here, and this could be very, very important as he comes down the hill towards the bridge at Adenau. Braking just before the road on the right-hand side, the little entry road there. Now over the bridge, climbs. Oh, back on the throttle super early at that point as he comes to the Nicky Lauda corner and heading towards
Back
the big climb.
Again, very quickly. Explosion the torque of that BMW there.
Down 3 gears. Get that apex right to the red and white curb. Now, from here, pretty much to the top of the Caracciola carousel, you're climbing all the way. And this is flat. You do not lift. You do not lift.
You do for mud curve.
Well, you do for mud curve, yes, but not through this bit here. That third of the left-handers, it tightens, and visually it tightens even more because the runoff is getting narrower and narrower. His mud curve coming up right now, down a gear.
Down a gear.
And then straight back on the throttle to balance the car. No curbs taken through this part. He's coming up to the base of the climb to the carousel. That is so neat and tidy, isn't it?
Phenomenal stopping power.
Him at the big tree in the background and the end of the advertising holdings. Drop in. Patience, patience, patience. You're on the concrete. It's rumbly, it's bumpy. Now get on the throttle and pop out like a cork from a bottle. Starting to climb again. He's hardly taken anything out of that car in front at this point. Pointed to the sky here. There's a marshal's post on the far side that you can see. That's what you pointed at. Off the ground here. And then down through the right-hander.
Coming down Whipperman now, downhill all the way, really, really fast down here. Talk about 200 kilometres an hour maximum speed through the Whipperman section, clattering off the curves and then all the way around towards Esbach now. Really, lots of fans here.
Got to get across to the right-hand side here because the camber, if you're too far across, doesn't help you. Now down into Brünchen. Plenty of block paving on the exit to take. Yeah, lovely. Ice curve. The left-hander sun in your eyes for a moment, but the sun going down behind the tree. Huge amount of curb on the exit there. And now he is reeling in the car ahead as he comes down through the Stefan Belofes. Crossing another bridge here and braking really, really hard when you get down to the bottom of this hill. Now in the Flansgarden Belofesses, but he's reeling that car in ahead of him. I think he's going to get Snowy a really good, we didn't see this, so I think he's going to get a really good tour down the Dodingerhur here, and that might be the half second.
Just where he needed it.
Yeah.
Exactly. So he's suddenly really in that this little carousel, the kleiner carousel. They suddenly got, is it an Audi that's in front?
Yeah, it's Pierre Caffer who qualified.
Of course it was, yes.
It was 17 out of 17 cars in that session.
Yeah.
And the visually, there's very little difference.
Yeah.
And catches at the perfect point. Get it from our great work from our pit reporters for the German coverage. They've spoken to Lawrence Vantor, who said he was very satisfied. The car felt very good to drive. His pulse was at 190 beats per minute, but he said the tyre went away at the end.
Audi is quick in a straight line.
Oh, yeah, it is.
Because Hesse is gaining, but barely, coming down Antonius Bucher now. And he is getting a tiny little bit of aerodynamic drag. He's
tight drafting it.
Yeah.
He's not sitting directly behind, he's sitting slightly off.
Yeah, very interesting. I would say, though, he's pulled in a couple or 3 tenths on Caffer there. Aim for the red end of the arm core, because if you aim for it, he'll drift past it. And he's going to get another little draft onto the front straight as well. And that is 8 minutes 10.992 and pole position for the ADAC RAVENOL 24 Hours of the Nürburgring for Max Hesse at BMW Team RMG. He'll lead him to green tomorrow. We'll have it for you. And he will start alongside the Grello Porsche. What a run we have had in those 2 shootout sessions. PMAC.
There doesn't get better. Doesn't get better than that. One of the best things you'll see in motorsport all year.
Peter?
Yeah, I mean, it's absolutely great qualifying session, but I think we've got to now park it, because the race is not just 24 hours long. We've got different weather conditions. Yeah. As I said earlier, the one thing that wins all the time in this place, it's always the circuit.
Great entertainment once again from the 2 top qualifying shootouts. The top 4 are BMW, Porsche, Audi and Lamborghini. Team RMG, Manthey, Share Sport and Red Bull Team App. That's the front 2 rows. We've got morning warm-up, and people will need that Glickenhaus, remember, doing an engine change right now to get that car as sharp as it can be for a full 24 hours. You'll see it and hear it all live here as part of the RSL network of audio and visual channels. For the 2 Peters, I'm John Hindhaugh. We'll see you tomorrow. Have a good evening. good evening, everybody, and welcome to our traditional Friday evening entertainment. To round up Fast Friday, we're going sideways a lot. Not in the broadcasts or the personal sense, but actually out on the circuits, down at the bottom of the Grand Prix circuit with our Falcon Drift Show. I'm John Hindhaugh. Becky Evans joins me as tradition dictates, and she's dressed up in her evening wear for me. She's got the LBD, the little black dress on. Oh, apparently she was doing something before she came here. It's nothing to do with me.
I was about to say, I was like, yes, I am dressed up. I've just been hosting an evening with Falcon, which was absolutely beautiful. I have put the dress on. Come on, we've got to dress up for the Friday night drift show. But I have brought with me a guest. I brought Fraser McCauley with me, who is my niche drifting expert. So if you want to know...
Niche drifting?
Yeah, everything that you want to know about drifting, this man. Yes.
The things that you didn't know you needed to know.
Yeah, that's me. That's what I'm here for.
Just push your mic a little bit closer there for us so we can hear you. Who have we got here? It seems every year that this gets bigger and bigger. Now, this is not a competition, we should say this. This is a demonstration, and the ladies and gents have been doing this for quite some time. But what we're seeing here, and it always gets a huge crowd down at the bottom of the hill on the Grand Prix circuit. We've got more cars than ever, it would seem, this year, Becky.
Absolutely. Drifting is having a moment. This year we're seeing unprecedented numbers at events, we're seeing unprecedented numbers of competition entries, and more cars being built every day, aren't we?
Absolutely, and a lot of the cars these days are absolutely purpose-built vehicles for the motorsport, opposed to previous years where they would have been sort of converted road cars. This is no different to sort of drag cars, that are built specifically with this in mind.
Well, look at the one that's on the screen right now. Obviously, with Ellie Hitunji, who's in that beautiful G82 M4. I mean, this is a brand new vehicle, production M4, converted into an absolute monstrous drift machine. I mean, look at him go. I mean, it's such a beautiful looking car.
So when you say, Fraser, that they are purpose-built, they have the silhouette still of various road cars, and some of them we've seen in the past have had cages put in and there's modifications to them. But are you suggesting that some of these start life as maybe a tube frame and just have panels hung around them, or some kind of chassis panels?
Not quite so far there yet. At the moment, your rules for most competitions require you to have things like your firewalls and bulkheads all the same sort of places. They can't change too much. But more in respect to like steering angle kits, like a lot of drivers who will be using the massive angle kits, like wise fabs, those kind of things, which they aren't repurposed from other motorsports. They are specifically for that. Whereas a wise fab will do like a track kit. It doesn't have the massive angle and Ackerman and those kind of things.
Yeah.
We've had a little spin out there on the track. You can hear the crowd.
It wouldn't be drifting without somebody making their way to the ground.
That was the 666. The number of that beast obviously caught out the driver just a wee bit. And
it's great to see somewhere like the Nürburgring embracing drifting. They have for a long time, and manufacturers like Hyundai are just now with this. I imagine this is completely purpose-built.
It's the new Ioniq 5, yeah. So it's all electric, I'm pretty sure. Oh, and here we are. We've got another one on the track.
So the Ioniq 5 is quite a big car, actually. It has a footprint of an SUV, and when you sit next to it in what I would call a normal car, you realise it's quite tall as well. But obviously, the opportunity you have with an electric car is that it is instant torque. I suspect that means you've got to be really even more careful at how you use the throttle.
100%. I mean, as you can see there, he's just blowing the tyres off the thing, because all of that power, I mean, electric power, instantaneous torque. And we're talking huge numbers here, like some of them nearly into the thousands when it comes to the torque newton meters. It's crazy. I mean, we're seeing it more and more, and it's brilliant to see the manufacturers embracing it. They know that drifting brings a crowd. They know that it's, you go to somewhere like Goodwood, you see the heat map. As soon as the drift cars come on, people are all gravitating towards the track, and as you can see, the stands are absolutely full down there. We've got a beautiful evening for it, nice and sunny, and the boys are out having some fun.
It was Gerrit Jan Ziktunen who had the first spin in that 666, the BMW E34. Looks like an E34, but it's got a 540 V8 in it. So the big V8 engine swaps are probably, Fraser, the most obvious things that happen. You talk about steering angle. BMWs traditionally have quite long steering arms anyway, so even a standard BMW is a pretty good car to drift because you can get good steering angles. From there, you're going on to produce more torque. It's not necessarily about the horsepower numbers, but about the torque.
It's how you use that. I mean, a lot of time historically, everyone was chasing getting rid of that turbo lag, just so you have that instant power there. But I will say, a lot of these modern engines, we're now no longer just seeing the traditional 2JZ engines from the Toyotas or just V8s. You're seeing a lot of people using things like is it the S65?
Yeah, well, the S65 is the engine out of the United 2 M3, but like S58.
Yeah, very popular because, again, it's all modern technology. Opposed to rebuilding these older engines, you can get these engines with all these parts available. And they just have instant amounts of power, very easy in comparison to previous generations.
So, of all the new stuff that's out there, and then you get a 370Z coupe with 600 horsepower and Jan-Erik Zieber in that bright green machine, and that will be, for a lot of people actually, that will be a car along with the earlier BMWs that they will instantly associate with drift.
Absolutely, it's something that you can go and buy. You know what I mean? You can buy a 370 or 350 or 36, 46, that kind of thing. A lot of the Nissans, relatively cheap, and get yourself into motorsport and progress and work your way up that way. You don't just have to, you're not jumping into like an F1 chassis where you have to find millions of pounds to instantly get into it. You can work your way through it.
And Becky was saying that drift's having a wee bit of a moment again right now. Why do you think that is, first of all? And then I'm going to ask a follow-up question about how people would get involved in various parts of Europe. So why is drift back to the fore again? All motorsport goes up and down. It's Sydney. But why is it right now?
Well, I can only speak from my own personal experience. I mean, I host Drift Masters, which is obviously the European Championship. My partner, James Dean, who would be here with the Falcon Motorsport team this year, but unfortunately, or not unfortunately, he's in sunny Orlando right now at Formula Drift, competing over there.
That's unfortunate for us.
I know. As soon as the words left my mouth, I was like, unfortunately, actually, no, it's...
he's having a ball, isn't he?
He's having a ball out there. Yeah, so he's in a brand new S650 Mustang.
Nice.
Unbelievable car. The reason I think it's having a moment is that social media plays a big part in this as well. People are seeing that you can make this amazing content. I mean, it's such a spectacle drifting. I mean, look at this car absolutely flying there. It's tire smoke, it's noisy, it's very visceral. And I think that people enjoy that. They want, with everything, motorsport is, in some ways, it's getting squeezed.
Yeah.
It's getting squeezed environmentally, things like that. And I believe that drifting is sort of one of the last bastions of noise, smell, smoke. I just think that people are enjoying it, and the events are getting bigger. We're seeing like unprecedented numbers. Like at the end of last year, for our final round in Poland, we had 53,000 people in the centre of Warsaw who came to watch a drift event in the biggest stadium in Poland, the PGE Narodowy. So it's extremely popular. I mean, as you say, things go up and down, but I really, really feel the momentum and the excitement that we've got behind our sport at the moment is excellent.
So, Fraser, how would one get involved in this, either in the UK or parts of Europe? Are there, like there would be for other avenues of motorsport, if you're thinking about going circuit racing, you probably start pretty young. If you don't, you're going to find a local motor club and maybe go and race some production cars or MX-5s or something like that. How does one start with drifting? Because it's quite alien to people to jump in a car and want to go sideways. Normally in motorsport, you don't want to go sideways. You want to be as smooth as possible.
Absolutely. I mean, the first thing I would always recommend is find like an academy that does drifting tuition, because if you want to see it's quite simple to watch on TV and think, I just go into a corner fast, pull a handbrake, and then it just happens. But that's how you end up with a split car, Whereas you can go have a little bit of practice there. But once you've decided it is for you, it's quite simple to get yourself a multitude of different platforms. As long as you're rear-wheel drive, as long as you've got, even if it has an open differential, whatever sort of differential, maybe a Torsen if it's like an MX-5, get it welded up, and you can just go there. I mean, you're going to have to spend a few years being a bit rubbish and just committing to it, but ultimately that will make you better and better as you go. But it is very easy to get into. The barrier for entry is quite easy, and then there are tracks like in the UK we only have a handful at the moment, but they are more open to, because again, even at lower levels, the crowds come to see those because it's so interesting to watch. It's quite exciting.
So if you're getting into motorsport, you can go do a track day. You can probably do it with your street car. If you're any good, you can go and rent a car and do more exciting things with bigger engines. Where do you go drifting then? You said, I mean, you know, I live 25 minutes from Silverstone and 40 minutes the other way. I'm getting up towards Cardwell and Mallory and Donington. Those are established circuits. So where do you go to drift then?
So those tracks won't tend to do drift days. You have to be sort of vouched for to do demos, those kind of things. But tracks that do drift days in the UK, for example, tend to be sort of karting tracks, that kind of thing. So Three Sisters,
Three Sisters.
Do
my first ever karting experience there.
Well, now the Luna corner there.
Yeah,
people love drifting.
Fabulous.
It's great fun, big entry. A couple of tracks. Santa Pod do it, so they do them through the
right
summer.
around the corner from me.
That's a really close one for us as well. Becky's often practicing there before we go out in her main car.
That's exactly where I go to practice before I head out to do stuff on some of the bigger tracks. I mean, yeah, we were up there not
Lots
too long
of
ago.
space there then. So are you setting out cones and doing something like that? Because they've got a huge paddock at the top end of the drag track. We've shaken down race cars there before.
Yeah, absolutely. They have a huge paddock area where they have like different areas. One of the reasons why Sans Pod would actually be a brilliant place if people were looking to start driving is because they have, you know, a kidney track, which is a small sort of kidney-shaped track where you can sort of start to learn first, second gear. There is a smaller paddock where you can literally just practice your handbrake pulls. Yeah. There's multiple different areas where you can be by yourself, or you can then move yourself up into the kidney track and then onto the big track at the top where you'll go out with multiple people. It's a much longer length and also has a lot more technical parts to it. So, and you can be getting up to third gear there, and there's a lot of transitions to it. So we've got Martin Richards on the screen here. He's I would say a veteran of our sport. He's a UK driver.
Did you know this is, I believe, the oldest competition car in the UK?
Is it?
Yeah, this was a 2002 car for Driftworks
Skyline
that was converted into sort of their main competition car during the years. And Martin, the car is obviously a completely different engine.
Based on an R32
GTST converted. This now has a 1.5 JZ, so the bottom end of a 2J, top end of a 1J. And running all the Haltech stuff. That car is an absolute complete difference to what it was back in those days. But now, very competitive car. I think Martin winning Riga in 2018 or 2019, I think?
It was 2019 off the top of my memory there, because I remember it happening. It was absolutely crazy. The final with Gotcha Chivchan, who was at the time the favourite to win, and Martin pipped him and became the king of Riga, and it was a really special moment.
Where are the hot spots in Europe then? Obviously we're talking about the UK, but there's a big scene here in Germany.
Massive, yeah.
Germany, Poland. I mean, just looking at our calendar for the year, we started off in Spain. There's a good amount of drifting there. We were actually at Ricardo Tormo, so the MotoGP circuit there. That's where we had our season opener for Drift Masters.
She's go to Barcelona as well. Do they do it at Catalunya?
No, I'm not sure if they're in Catalunya.
There's a great piece.
Oh, there are their own Spanish competitions there. Have seen those
ball race,
Because there's as you come through turn 9-10 and then round into the upper amphitheatre, that'll be a fabulous place to do it, because you've got a few corners linked together, because that's what you're looking for, isn't it?
Absolutely, yeah. You want to link those. You want the fast transitions, lots of angle. So sort of rate of angle is the impressive thing that has become more, as the cars became more focused as drift cars opposed to road cars converted to do drifting. The thing that they all do now is the rate of angle in a very fast transition. The car will just jump over and it's just on full lock, and then the transition of that. If you watch some of these guys in Drift Masters and some of the other series, at FD as well, if you watch the pinpoint accuracy of these, because a lot of it is now outer zones, like these guys twin together. This is one of the things I think that makes drifting so interesting to watch, because as much as this isn't a competition, you can see these two cars at massive pace, just sticking side by side like the two Falcon cars just there.
I love the Mondrian coloured BMW. There was a Peugeot prototype car that ran in those colours a few years ago. Very interesting. And this, so you were talking earlier, Becky, about going out on your own, but ultimately, if you're going to step up to competition, you're going to have to go out there, Fraser, with someone else close to you. Now, these guys know what they're doing, but it's not like they've sat down before they started this and said, right, I'm going to go right first, then left, then right, then left. So these guys are reacting to what's going on.
Absolutely.
So I just want to jump in there. That car that was just on the screen, the BMW 2002, which I immediately, as I saw it, I was like, oh my gosh, that's such a special car. I mean, I'm into my old BMWs, you know me. But this car is actually a Hot Wheels Legends Tour finalist in 2023. And it's so pretty. But it's amazing to see that he's out there drifting such a beautiful chassis.
Not only is this a finalist, but he's also out here at the Nürburgring.
It does also have an M5 bi-turbo V8 in it, so you know, such a small car, a little car to put such a big, high-powered engine in, and I mean, it's brilliant, isn't it? He's been converting a nearly 50-year-old car into a drift machine.
Do you imagine that when this car was first put together in its factory, they could ever have foreseen what would happen to this vehicle in its life? But it's amazing to see something that is so good-looking also getting used. Style is a big part of drifting as well.
Of course.
Absolutely, because it is such a spectacle for the eyes and the ears. It's a good-looking car will always be up there for me.
So going back to these tandem runs then, where the drivers are running in very close proximity to each other, and the chasing driver is trying to what?
So the chasing driver, in competition, the chasing driver would be aiming to mimic the front car. So wherever that lead car goes, the chase driver has to follow him, be as close without disrupting that line that the lead driver is on. So the lead driver is the guy in front, chase driver is the car in the back. And the lead driver's job would be to hit those clips and zones. So it can be an outer clip or an inner clip where they want the back of the car at a zone or the front. It's usually dictated, obviously, by the layout of the track. It is that lead driver's job to do the qualifying run that was set up by the judges and pre-briefed to them. We want car to be at point A, B, C and D. And it is just the job of the chase driver to sit on them as close as possible. Ideally with as minimal movements. You find that judging this sport can sometimes be a bit confusing. Like you might watch it and go, well, I think the first one was better when they swap over. But what the judges for these sports are looking for is such minute details. They want to see the perfect run where a man can enter and make no steering adjustments, just have it perfectly on the right angle, matching that person in front, and also just reacting to however that driver may make an error or go that bit further. And that's what they're looking for.
As much as sometimes it might look like it, this isn't random that people are doing. The lead driver, male or female, and I'll come to that in a moment actually, the lead driver then in some ways is trying to do things that will throw off the chasing driver. Not anything dangerous or silly, but is trying to pull off a move either with speed or with angle that it makes it for the second driver, the following driver, it makes that difficult. Conversely, the second driver is trying to anticipate what's going to happen in front and think, oh, hang on, I can see that's going to have to come back from there. So let's see how close
Where are they going to go?
Where are they going to go?
No, absolutely. You'll find often that if you have a driver, if you have, say you're at the top of a tree, so obviously much like drag racing, drifting runs in a tree, so you go from top 32, 16, 8, 4, 1.
Right, got you.
If you get yourself into a top 4 and you know you've got a driver who has been absolutely on fire all day to get themselves to that position, much like yourself, you sometimes need to pull something out of the bag. Can I do that first entry or initiation a bit faster, a bit wider, and still get out there? Because you want to try and trick their brain to go, oh, they've messed up.
Yes.
Oh, what's happened there?
Yes.
And then you have to try and react.
But that's not dissimilar to circuit racing.
No, absolutely.
If you're trying to get close to somebody or you're trying to keep someone behind, you're not allowed to weave around and just block.
No.
So what you're trying to do is put yourself, in the case of circuit racing, you're trying to put yourself where your competitor actually wants to be and stop them going there. Now, obviously, you're not overtaking here, but there's an element of reading the body language of the car.
And you will find with the driver, like a lot of the guys here that are out today have been in drifting for a long time in Europe and the UK and compete at all sorts of high levels. But the way they benefit over a brand new driver who might be incredibly talented and might have a great car is that they have the experience of having seen everything. They've had battles go wrong, go well, and you know that, oh, that car's made a weird bit of a thing, or they've just gone a bit wide there. I can jump on that.
Yeah.
I can sit right in the pocket.
Yeah.
I can match them. I don't need to back out.
Yeah.
But then you're always paying that risk. There's a thing I always say about drifting, that unlike other motorsports, well, like other motorsports, particularly in drifting though, that regardless of who is the best person in their car with the most amount of build and support, there's always the element of drifting where something strange can just happen.
Well, I know. Is that Mark Visser's back with his the old M5 again? I think that's one of my favourite cars.
Yeah.
We've had that as part of the Falkland Drift team. Becky, we've talked about then getting into it and the mechanism of how a drift competition and the battles work. There is no bar on age, neither on gender, because there's quite a lot of females, including yourself, who compete.
Absolutely, we are seeing a lot of girls jumping in, which is brilliant to see. Do you know what I mean? Like, I love seeing it when you see the girls ripping out there. I think, going back to what we were talking about earlier about how do you start driving, it's really opened up. There is a lot of schools that, Fraser was mentioning, where you can go and sort of try it out as a taster day, and we're seeing, again, big numbers of girls just going, do you know what, I can have a go at that. And online there is quite a few big names, like I'm talking like Colette Davis in the States, there's all sorts really. I mean, Leah Block, obviously, she's a huge name in the game as well. Like, she's done a lot of four-wheel drive drifting as well, and it's encouraging people, and that's the brilliant thing, like I enjoy seeing new faces coming into the sport all the time. Like, I love driving myself. I spend a lot of time ending up in the commentary boxes or presenting around it. I mean, I would love to be out there right now. There's that beautiful 2002 again. I mean,
that is lovely.
It is, and you know what? Like, just seeing it flying down the Mullen back there, like on the screen, you guys are watching at home. You have to kind of put this into perspective. This is a huge corner. Yeah. James was getting entry speeds of nearly over 110 miles an hour last year. Yeah, he was absolutely flying it.
A great way to envision that with these kind of speeds is, you imagine if you were on the motorway and you would just decide that your motorway speeds of entries will be 70, 80 miles an hour. Right. And if you were just to pull your handbrake, now you would never do it.
No, of course you would.
You would never do it. You'd be absolutely insane to do it. But these people are doing it a lot. There is no barrier to entry regarding gender or age of anything in this sport. It's one of the most welcoming things, I think, when you get into these sort of places.
Now, a competition will go on over a whole day or a whole weekend. However, the runs are pretty short, so in terms of endurance, you don't have to be super fit, you don't have to be super young, you do have to be super talented and have great car control. I presume, Becky, when you start this, the biggest thing you've got to get over is just getting that car sideways for the first time and realising that you can hold it rather than just spinning around.
Well, absolutely. And to be honest, if you've ever done any kind of circuit racing, or if you've been a traditional grip racer, let's say, you're basically unlearning everything that you've learned before, because to be fast, you have to be tidy. You don't want to be letting the car slide out using that slip angle, because you're going to be losing time, right? So when you come to drifting, you're like, wait, hold on, I'm pushing the car to oversteer, and then I'm using counter steer in order to keep it in drift. It can be a little bit mind-boggling, because the car, I remember when I first started to learn, the car would whip round on me so quickly, and then you're using all of your inputs. You've got, your throttle, your clutch, your front brake, your handbrake, your physical steering input as well. You're having to time all of these inputs in order to make the car dance. And that, I would say, more than anything to learn is the timing of your inputs, which can be a very difficult thing to do.
There's elements of rally driving here, particularly in what I would call the Scandinavian flick, unsettling the car to start with, breaking that grip, and then, however, rather than just letting the car coast into the corner, when you break the grip, you're actually exacerbating that by getting on the throttle. Now, that is something that I think my mind probably wouldn't cope with very easily.
Well, I can tell you somebody who does cope with it extremely easily is Kalle Rövenpää, obviously two-time WRC champion. I mean, this man decided to take some time out of his WRC calendar to do drifting because he loves it.
Gone to Japan, too.
So he's currently competing in FD Japan. We might see him at a European event this year as well. And he's just popping into a couple of rallies here and there. So,
He feels very old, because I used to do rally commentary when his dad was there.
Is it Harry Rövenpää? Yeah. He's a legend. He is like, it's it's bizarre when he comes to Drift Masters because it's like, oh my goodness, this is like rallying royalty, just happily parking up alongside.
Well, and Leah Block as well. She was never going to be a school bus driver with what the much missed Ken was doing. Originally started as a rally driver, Ken Block as well, before he started doing all his Gymkhana works and stuff like that. Oh, little spin from that's another one of the Hyundai EVs.
Ioniq 5, yeah, but you see he just keeps it planted. He's got so much torque. He's just like, right, just blow the tyres off and keep it sideways. Keep it planted.
It's an impressive show thing, isn't it?
And that's not a light car. I mean, you can take some weight out of it by taking some of the interior trim out, etc. But obviously the battery pack is always going to be there. However, like the street car on which it's based, the weight is very low, and between the wheels, I would imagine that gives a very well balanced car.
Well, you know what? When you're drifting, you're looking for the weight to be slightly more biased to the front. You want the light end to be just a fraction lighter. So
at the back end, so you can break it loose.
Yeah, exactly. So I mean, I have huge respect for those drivers that are going out there with the EVs, because it is difficult to control a car when the weight is biased all to the back. Like, it's very easy to lose it. I mean, I drove a Mustang in America not too long ago, and they are like a production car, and it really is quite heavy. And when that back end does finally break away, you've got to be quick and able to catch her on the handbrake to ensure that you can keep her in drift and keep her tidy.
I love the 370Z.
It's a great looking car.
That is just outstanding.
Quite a few Japanese classic cars out here. I mean, I was watching Martin Richards, and there was a Falcon R33 Skyline there. Yeah. And you think these cars now are highly sought after, expensive vehicles, and these guys have had them since the early days, and you just see how they're willing to use them.
What I like about drifting is that some of these cars are quite old and have been drifting for quite some time. It's not like every season or 2 seasons you've got to upgrade to the latest, greatest thing. Now, you might want to do another engine swap and find yourself with some more, but effectively, you could stay with the same body and chassis for quite a long time for it.
Oh, I'd say absolutely. I'd say in drifting, your own driver talent will outweigh having all the shiny bits on the car. You know, I mean, you could put an incredible driver in a semi-average car or a semi-average competition car, and they'll do well. But if you have all the gear and you don't have that natural talent, you will.
Not enough idea. Was that what you were trying to say?
No idea. No idea.
I was being polite.
I was like
that, I was like, maybe not enough idea.
Now we've got the Falcon team now tripling up with the M5. And
yeah, we've got Remo out there, we've got Rohan, and we've also got Rick.
I love that M5.
The Falcon colour is just incredible in these drift cars. I remember one of the first drift events I went to had full Falcon
M6 as well.
Incredible.
Well, it's iconic, isn't it? That Falcon livery. I mean, I think it was 1999 when Falcon first came to the 24-hour race, and everybody remembers that R32 Skyline. Do you know, like it's iconic. And then the teal and blue livery has become one of those liveries that everybody knows instantaneously, and Falcon have had such...
Gran Turismo helped that as well. That was one of the paint schemes that everybody wanted. When I was over in the American Le Mans series in its early years at Petite in 98, and then the season in 99, when Falcon started racing in the States, they actually had a Ford GT and a Porsche, and it's a bit like the BMW M stripes or Martini stripes on cars. I think the Falcon livery, it never makes a car look worse, does it?
Not at all.
And it suits so many different cars. It's amazing.
I've seen it on so many different chassis now. I mean, FD3 RX-7, beautiful. R32 Skyline, wicked. Brand new E92 M3 full carbon Kevlar kitted, beautiful. Like, it
these 992s are here this weekend.
Absolutely.
Oh, they look fab, don't they?
Unreal.
I am a bit of a fan of Porsches.
You're a Porsche man. We had this chat.
Yeah. And the 992, I think, is a real return to form for Porsche styling. And I'm very happy with mine. I've just seen a Mercedes CLK there going round.
A rare find these days.
That's fantastic.
Incredible. Who we got?
We've got Luke Woodham. We've also got Martin Richards in there, and in the middle
is Dimitri.
Is it Dimitri Ilyuk?
Yeah, I think it's Dimitri. The two turbos out of the bonnet, I think that's Dimitri.
Yeah, it's a Boss kitted S14.
Yeah. There we go. There's some hectic lines here.
Yeah, I was about to say that we're
Martin Richards just staying a little bit back.
Woodham is firing on ahead.
I think Martin Martin with the, I think that car competed in the FIA last year in the World Cup they had.
Oh, really?
Down in France, in central France.
Is that a Sora?
I think so.
It's hard to see through all this smoke, isn't it?
Yeah.
That takes you back to your Gran Turismo. What can I afford with my money and what can I tune up a bit?
Yeah. What a great chassis, underrated chassis.
Totally.
So
I remember, do you know, I'll tell you a story now. I had a long time ago when I had my first boyfriend and he took me out in a Sora and I did my first ever donut in a Sora.
Good for you.
I know.
we've got the Sora to thank. We've got the Sora to thank for all of this.
That's what started it. The Sora started for Becky Evans. You heard it here first.
No, because I just remember
That's a story I feel has not been told enough, Becky.
I was like, what is this car? And I was like, well, it can certainly do things.
I had a friend, Ian Hall, who had one. He's a very good graphic designer and does wraps and decals now. As he made a business out of it. Ridiculously talented on 2 and 4 wheels.
So we must have both brothers here, the Hutunji brothers.
All right.
So obviously these are matching cars. They were both built at the same time. I mean, one thing that I do find incredible about this is they are still using the stock S58 engine, and basically they've just kept the internals and just added bigger turbos and things, and the power that these cars are making is, I think it's way up towards 1,000 horsepower.
It's such a capable engine from
Unbelievable.
with very little in comparison to like your 2J cars, your V8 cars, where you have to do a lot of cams and turbos and lifters and everything's having to get done. These a little tune-ups and turbos, incredible.
In the States, when I've seen it in the States, at places like Road Atlanta, a lot of people using crate motors. So LS1, LS3 motors, very common swap.
Just going to correct myself there. Actually, it's Adam Zalewski driving alongside Ellie in the M4. Who is? I mean, the reason why I didn't recognise him is because normally he would be driving his GT86 and Drift Masters. So I was thought it must be the brothers, but it's actually Adam Zalewski who.
So does that make him a stepbrother?
It might do.
Rebel stepdrifter.
Rebel stepbrother.
Very good.
There we go.
Very good.
The crate motor thing you mentioned is very popular, even over here now.
All right.
With the ability to ship them over.
It's cheap horsepower, isn't it? Let's be honest.
Spend the money, the engine goes in, it's very capable.
Well, this is Remo right here on the screen. This is his supercharged V8 LS with 1,000 horsepower.
It's adequate, isn't it?
Packed in there. This is actually a relatively new build. I think it came out, was it last year? He was building this for quite some time, so he's very happy to have it out on track.
We talked about the technical regs, about what you can do and how much of the donor car you've got to keep. What about the engines, Fraser? Is there anything that says, you can only go up to 5.7 or 6.3, you can only have 2 forced induction or anything like that? It's basically have a go if you think you can get it in there.
As long as your firewall isn't being modified too much. I mean, if you were to put a tank engine in there, you might have to cut out the transmission tunnel a little bit. That's not going to fly. But as long as your transmission tunnel stays in there, you'll be absolutely fine. I think it's absolutely fine. There's no limitations even for things coming out of the bonnet. So like you'll see Dimitri's car has 2 turbos coming out of there. There's no limitations on that. But there is obviously a limitation to what the chassis can have. I mean, you could have a very light small car. You could enter your Lotus Elan if you wanted to with a V8 crate motor in there. It's not going to drive very well. So I think throughout the years, people in competition have perfected the recipe of what is too much and what isn't.
Are there, like in circuit, some camber on the front wheel of that blue Beamer?
It is so cool.
That is.
The camber too. I imagine some of the race teams out here are looking at it going, that's crazy. But you need to consider that when these are on these massive 7 degrees of lock, the wheel is totally flat once it's moved over. It also helps you with transition speeds.
In motor racing, there are teams and outside of GTs where you buy, obviously you're going to buy a prepped car from Ferrari or Porsche or whoever. But there are chassis manufacturers who are renowned down through the years. People like Dallara, Orica, Lawler, who are back in the game again now. If you are building a drift car, how many people build their own? How many people go to someone else and say, build me a car? Is there a scene where you go to Miggins Motors, who is a renowned drift car builder?
Yeah, absolutely. More so now than ever.
Yeah.
You can sort of buy and spec your build how you want to. I think HGK,
absolutely, yeah.
They're based at the Riga track, aren't they?
They're based in Latvia, yeah. They build incredible cars.
So you can have, I think it's mainly sort of E90s. They've done
2 Series chassis.
2 Series chassis. That's very popular now.
Yeah.
But they'll do that with a V8 or a 2J, whatever suspension stuff you want to do. They'll do those. I think it is something you're going to see more often, because I think there's a lot of drivers these days who are very talented, but if you have the money, do you want to spend the years getting the chassis tweaked to that individual, or do you want to start from a good spot now and develop it from a good spot? That makes more sense financially. I mean, again, it does speak to, we're not just taking road cars and making them do some laps now. They are purpose-built things. So if you can take a little bit of a shortcut, I don't think it's a bad thing.
I don't think so at all.
I think it makes absolute sense. It's
and you've got built-in experience there, because these people have done a lot of cars.
Yes.
If you go back to the roots of this, everybody was building their own cars and kind of working out what worked as they went along, and sometimes stuff didn't work.
Yeah, and there's a lot of people who would have, much like how you have your own road car set, what works for you might not work for me.
Good point.
So that's a big thing, whereas a lot of guys would do weird stuff to a car that, you could walk down the pits and go, why have they done that? But then they could put an absolute blind of a run in, because that works absolutely perfectly for them. Whereas you can see, like an HGK build, there's enough drivers in the world now. There's guys in the US, guys in Europe, who will get these things built. There's the new Supra, the Mark V. There's quite a few of those.
The A90.
The 2 Series, the
Of course, that Supra is a platform share with BMW, isn't it?
Absolutely.
So we're back to the BMW roots again.
Yeah, absolutely.
On that, interestingly. What's the most bizarre car, or the most unusual car? Becky and Fraser, Becky Evans and Fraser Macaulay, with us in the booth for the Falcon Drift Show here at the Nürburgring, part of our traditional Fast Friday celebrations. What is the most bizarre, unusual car that you've seen turned into a drift car, Becky?
I don't know whether it's... You're making me think now on the spot. I'm just trying to think. What have I seen over the years?
It's not so unusual now, but at the time I remember, I think I was at 2019 Drift Masters in Germany, in Ferropolis, beautiful track there. And is it Marco Zakharov, the 2 Series?
Yeah, he's got an F87
That was
series.
I think it was his first time out in that car, and it only had the required stickers for the sponsorship of the championship.
So it looked quite stock.
And it looked like somebody had just driven onto the track.
Yeah,
and I was thinking, like, is someone just doing a course lap, and then this thing ignited the tyres? And I think that was one of the times of difference. I think for me that clicked that these new cars are here.
I'm loving this 2002 here.
Yeah, the 2002.
That's quite
and also,
unusual.
there's
I like this idea of taking classic cars and saving a classic car. But by the way, for anybody who's turning their nose up and going, oh my goodness, how can somebody do that? I'm presuming that wasn't a absolutely pristine 2002 shell when that car was put together. He saved that car. He's given it another life. Yeah. I think that's brilliant.
I mean, would you rather see that car in the back of somebody's shed, not being used, just left for bits, or someone's out here having fun, putting on a show for this massive crowd here? I mean, I know which one I'd rather see.
100%. I mean, you saw Archie. Do you know what one car that is interesting? It's a little old Datsun. You see Archie Harmer out there drifting in it.
Oh, right.
It's a beautiful thing. I was driving with him at a Gravity event in the UK, and you just think it's quite short wheelbase. It's really sort of old school looking. Like I can't remember the exact model of it, but it's
an old 510.
It might be
the little square thing.
Yeah, yeah.
3 box.
The first time I saw that vehicle, I thought it was a Mark II Escort.
Probably a 510.
And then you noticed a little bit.
It's on the track here this evening.
I'll see if we can spot it through.
Yeah, we've got
through the Falcon tyres.
I know. Yeah, we're sort of struggling to see up here, guys.
This is standard operational practice here, particularly if the sun. I mean, we've been very lucky with the weather because it could have been tipping down as it was when I arrived on Tuesday and most of Wednesday. Actually, it did stop me wearing my shorts though. Your skin's waterproof, Otherwise, my legs aren't made of sugar.
Spoken like a true northerner.
Yeah, absolutely. My legs aren't made of sugar. They're not going to dissolve. As we get through this event, and particularly as the sun is beginning to get a bit lower, it is tradition that we find it more and more difficult.
Yeah, we're like, what is that?
Have you seen that one before?
You've really got to get your inner anorak out. Like, what's that corner of a light?
Yes, exactly.
That's why I brought Fraser with me. He is the anorak to end all anoraks.
Oh, tripled up again with 3 BMWs down at the hairpin.
I do wonder what the endurance teams think when these guys will do in a competition round maybe 2 runs to a set of tyres. Imagine they compared that to when you're doing something. It's such a drastic comparison to the N24. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah.
I wonder what they must think there.
Well, when we were at Goodwood, actually, James was there. He has the HDK E92 with the 2JZ. I mean, this car is a work of art. It's all carbon Kevlar, you know, fully purpose-built. Everything is seam welded. Everything is painted beautifully. It's a full-spec race car. And a lot of the teams that were there for the Festival of Speed were coming round to inspect James's car, and they couldn't believe the level of detail and how well this car was built. And they were like, so you use how many tyres? You use how much fuel?
Your runs are how long?
You know, it was
It's
a
on
great
35, 40 seconds.
Yeah.
Maybe a minute.
Yeah, maybe.
it was a great meeting. It was a great meeting of minds there.
And different cultures.
Different cultures, absolutely.
Yeah, and different concepts. That's a very good point. And actually, what you've just said there, Becky and Fraser, you can talk maybe a little bit about this. Is how the sport has developed over, in motorsport terms, a relatively short time, from people being very talented in almost stock road cars, and to people then building their own cars, which were at various different levels of preparation, let's be brutally honest, to what is now we're seeing, and we have done for the last, getting on for a decade now, probably a little more in some places, and a pro sport that is properly regulated with rules and safety regulations as well.
It's absolutely one of the safest motorsports now, I'd say. The amount of, but they do lend things from other sports. A lot of people use NASCAR-style door bars because you don't want intrusions. Obviously, if you're door-to-door with somebody, you do not want that wheel coming into your cockpit with you as well. And also, the amount of horsepower we use so quickly, so efficiently, in such a short amount of time, that is when pressure builds and things can happen. I would definitely say if you look to the early days of drifting, like the first ever D1 GP rounds, it looks like it is people just in street cars.
Yeah.
They might have a lock differential and a bit of a boost up, I think they would have called it. So a very, very small sort of modification compared to what it is now. It's absolutely insane. But you see I think the worlds have sort of handed off to each other. I think it obviously got massive in Japan. The Japanese came out to the UK and America. That obviously had Europeans come to the UK for the D1 UK side of things, the D1 USA stuff, which would go on to become, I think it was Irwindale. They used to call it what was it? The
House of Drift?
The House of Drift.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and but then even for the Japanese, they were then seeing this old option videos when they were at Silverstone. If you think about that, Silverstone, home of the British Grand Prix, has drifting at it. This is in 2005. But even then, at that point, the UK people and European people had seen enough drifting. They'd worked out little things they could do, little steering rack spacers that gave them a little bit more lock. And there's a moment in those videos where you can see them seeing the cars have a bit more lock than their Nissans, and they're like, "What's going on here?" But then,
Steady on. Steady on.
Safe.
Steady on.
Very.
Yeah, he went to initiate behind the 2002 there, and kind of got a bit lost and locked up in it. Thank goodness he managed to shy away from the rear quarter there.
That's Tim Weiner, the German driver in his GT86.
Yeah, I think if
it's walked him up that, hasn't
the lad in the 2002, if he realised how close he was to his beautifully new built Hot Wheels competitive car.
He will find out later on.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, this is all going to be archived on YouTube as always. So there'll be a few. That's going to make a highlights reel somewhere.
Yeah,
definitely is.
Hey, look, he saved it. He saved it. It's all good.
What next for drifting then? If we've seen the birth of a new sport, which we have, if we go back to the very beginnings of it, Fraser, and we've seen it come through into the professional ranks and all of that regulation that we've talked about, and the series developing their own standing, if you will. What next for drifting?
Oh, it's hard to say. I think drifting is doing a good job now of representing itself properly, and sort of, you see these stylish cars, and it's not someone in a car park somewhere. These things, when you see an event like this, it really opens your eyes, I think, to what it can be, what it is. If you were to go to an FD event or a DMAC event, the level of production that's there, and it's a great fun day out as well. You can walk through these pits. It's a lot more accessible, I'd say, and that's the thing that I think will always help drifting progress and build. You, much like here now, I can see people doing a track walk for the N24. The pits for DMAC events and FD events are fairly open. If you want to meet that driver, they're right there.
Yeah,
and they're
that's something I recognise from sports car racing.
Yeah,
and that is a huge. It's a huge part of growing it. Now look, endurance racing, it takes a long time by the very nature of the beast. So you've got to dedicate time to watching it and being involved in it. So it's never going to be a mainstream part of motorsport. Motorsport is a niche sport in the sporting world, and I suspect that nobody's expecting or perhaps even wanting drifting to become mainstream, because it has its own personality.
It does. I think it's always been seen as a bit of an outlaw sport, almost, in the same way that drag racing also has its outlaw history. You know what I mean? There is that. It's not a dirty past. Everybody knows about it. But now when we have tracks like the Nürburgring, you have Silverstone that do events, you have all these F1 level tracks that will do this sort of thing. It's I think it's only good for the sport. I think, and also it's big 360 in there.
Yeah, it's actually Hammer from the UK there. I think he's only about 19. He's about 19, 20 years old.
You see, if I'd been doing that when I was 19, it was because I'd completely lost control of the Talbot Avenger and was probably going off backwards through a fence somewhere.
I wouldn't have taken you as an Avenger, man. I thought you were going to say maybe some sort of Sierra or something.
No, that was much later. 2 Avengers to start my motoring career, because that's all I could afford. But, as everybody did, you got your hands dirty because you couldn't afford to put it into a garage.
I'll say the thing about the youth that's coming into the sport, like Calais and people like that, and obviously Archie Hammer, in the UK series that I do some commentary for, we have I think he's 17.
We have 15, 16-year-olds that are competing now. You cannot believe the talent which is coming through.
I wouldn't want to be their driving examiner when they go and take their Department of Transport.
You would not believe how, because they don't have the fear. Remember when you were that age and you just didn't have the fear?
Becky, barely. It was a long time ago.
They don't have the age that by the time they hit the 20s, they're brutal. Because
that's like any sport, and particularly motorsport. You can't catch up. No. So if somebody started karting, it's only relatively recently in the UK that we've had cadet karting in the last couple of decades, where you're allowed to start racing at 8. There's some places that start racing at 6 or 4. You can't replace those early years of getting that racetrack experience. It's like you were talking about earlier. You might be able to drive a car, but it's that experience of being side by side with somebody and knowing what competition's like.
I would say a big thing as well is with the advent of sim racing technology, that people can be at home. You can build your video game version, your of course, a version of your own car or whatever it may be, and it can be hyper responsive. And all you have to do is then buy the car or build the car that is hyper responsive, and you can just turn up. I know a lot of the guys who do DMAC and do the European and USA and Japanese things will practice, because you can put in the laps, get yourself 90% of the way there. Because the way a lot of these competitions run are, once you get there for practice on the Saturday, wherever it may be, you need to be 100% so quick to then pull in those little percentages instantly. The difference between a first place world qualification and a second can be absolutely tiny.
Becky and I have talked about this before, so I'm going to throw this to you. One of the criticisms that is often levelled at drifting is because people judge it like the rest of motorsport. And the rest of motorsport, generally speaking, is about fast speeds, overtaking people, or something to do with time. So it's time.
You can see the thing that...
And that still involves skill, but it's generally speaking, somewhere there's a time or an absolute element about it. Whereas with drifting, all those things apply, but there's an element of subjectivity from the judging.
Yes.
How does that square with the rest of motorsport, and does drifting need to do anything to explain that better, or possibly even use technology that we see sometimes in video games when it's judged for you?
Angle sensors
And stuff like that. Is that something that drifting, do you think, needs to get over more about how these things work?
So I believe in possibly 2015, that kind of thing, D1 GP was the first to use a drift box, which was a GPS sort of based thing that knew what the angle was and the speed was, and for qualifying anyway gave you a judged sort of area. You still have a panel of judges to add there. Maybe the drift box, I can't remember the exact specifics, but the drift box gave you, say, 80% of your score.
Got you.
And the human element did that a little bit there. Then the problem you get is that humans will always learn how to game the system. They will always learn how to gamify it almost, you know, in the same way that with all the famous F1 sort of, I'm doing air quotes, you can't see, like cheats. You know what I mean, where you find the rule, the limit of the rule.
And you drive to it.
Yeah, and the same thing could happen with that. Now, what is different?
So if you've got an accelerometer or something that is managing something, if you know that by wiggling one way quickly,
very aggressive maneuver,
exactly, it's going to give you a higher score, then of course that's what you're going to do every time.
Does that make drifting better? I'm on the fence of it. I think however drifting goes, as long as it's done safely and fast and impressively and looks lovely and great, I'm for it. I think what's different with the judging for drifting is that you start with 100 points,
right,
and then you lose points as you go down in most championships anyway. So that's why if you were to watch drifting for the first time and have a score, you go, how has that person had 87 and that one has had 86.5? How am I? That's kind of a difficult thing to get. But drifting is one of the few motorsports as well where you can have 101.1, 110.1, because you can do something that the judges did not expect to be able to do.
Wow.
And if it stays within the rules and stays within what they expected, that's always impressive. And that used to be quite common in earlier days of the evolution of the D1, when it would move on to more purpose-built cars. Still not quite level right now, where someone could just get that extra bit of angle that much faster and do it smoothly. The judges would go, we didn't think that was possible. And there's an extra 10. So there is still an element of subjectivity, but you'll find to keep things balanced and even. I know DMEC has judges changing out every round, not just one set of judges, so you can't have it's biased from this person to that person.
So you can't have favourites.
Yeah, I think FD does the same as well. Is that right? Do they change out?
I can't remember if that is actually correct.
How do you get to be a judge? Have you got to have competed yourself, or is judging a skill of its own?
It's definitely a skill of its own. Oh, so we're just seeing Steve Biaggioni, Bagsy, as he's well known.
He's been here a few times.
Yeah, this is the new car.
Oh yeah.
He's made it out on tracks. We haven't seen him so far. It's nice to see him.
Yeah, that seems to be working, I would say, given how much he's just laid down there.
I would absolutely say. What's interesting about that car is they're obviously working with KW in the suspension, using the same development rig that KW have for the cars that do the ring and that kind of thing.
Right.
I saw they were over there doing a development test. So obviously that'll be new for KW to then have the development for drifting, opposed to for all the circuits around the world that they work with their team drivers for. So that's another great thing to see in motorsport, is a big aftermarket parts company who work with teams all over the world.
But that is a completely different application for those shoppers.
Yep.
On a track car, you want to mitigate, generally speaking, roll. You're always going to get some weight transfer, and of course you need it to rotate the car into a corner. But generally speaking, you're going to want to keep that platform as stable as possible. Whereas here, I presume, what you want to do is to get that back end to break away. So you're doing something entirely different.
But then it's a big sliding scale where the cars have developed so much power now.
See what you did there. Very good. Sliding scale.
They need to absorb that energy. Obviously, as your car launches, you'll notice a lot of the cars will have higher fronts than rears. They need to sink that up without spinning too much and just spinning and not giving you any speed. I mean, that's the thing. You see how fast some of these entries, like James having 100 and something miles an hour in previous years. If you just had your cheapest tyres on there, you're just spinning, you're never getting to speed, you don't have the control. These cars, they're using very grippy tyres and very grippy back ends. Right. Which actually, in your head, is counterintuitive to
absolutely.
You think my road car can just throw it into a bend.
So we've got to ask this. This is the Falkland Drift Show. What? These aren't just blown-up street tyres. So these are specific tyres made for drifting the last couple of runs, if you're lucky. And the technology similar to road tyres, borrowed from road tyres, or something entirely different in terms of things like sidewalls and compounds and construction?
I think some series will use semi-slicks. I know we'll use semi-slick.
Yeah, the Falcon Azenus is a semi-slick that is used in other,
But it's specific for drifting. You would take that out on a track day?
Yeah.
Oh, right.
You would, yeah. The Azenus is not purpose for drifting.
Right.
So,
Interesting.
Yeah, I mean, there are tyres which are... Obviously, in some series, they do use actual road tyres, but then you do use other semi-slicks,
which would not be good for a road car.
No,
sort of thing.
Absolutely.
They're so grippy to point.
There are specific.
Tell you a story about that, but I'm not sure the statutes of limitations have gone on that one in my early driving
There are
career.
a few specific drift tyre brands, but Falcon themselves don't make a drift-specific tyre. It is just a tyre that they sell, which is.
So I'm going to ask a question here about Falcon, because they are absolutely linked to this sport.
Yes, absolutely.
Through the cars and obviously through their tyres. What do they get out of it then? Because if they're not building a specific tyre, and this is, with due respect to Falcon, you're not going to go and say, I'm going to put Falcons on my car because I've seen them drifting around and sliding. You're more likely to say, I'm going to put Falcons on my car because the 33 or the 44 RSRs, GT3Rs have won this weekend. So why are Falcon involved in drifting, and what do they get out of it, Becky?
Falcon have been involved with drifting for well over 10 years.
Yeah.
I know James himself has been with them for, I think, 10 or 11 years. Ultimately, if you want to sell tyres, you want audience. Drifting has a big audience. Drifting has always attracted a big audience. So it's brand messaging. It's also they've done it for the love, Like they
Are drift fans loyal? Because we have in motorsport, for example, daft thing, Frickadelli won here last year for the first time in a Ferrari. They've got a beer on their car, Früher, it's called, red and white. So when we went down to Aldi to get here to get a few cans to relax in the evening, when the driving's done at the end of the day, we bought the red and white cans because we support the people who support our sport. Are drift fans like that?
Absolutely. You just answered your own question.
Right, there you go.
With that analogy. Like Falcon understand that drifting had a big audience and a lot of people loved it. So, why not support it? And they've been a big supporter. There's 4 or 5 cars on the track. There would have been 5 cars if James had made it here this weekend.
How's James doing it? Has he started competing yet?
Not yet. He's just, they're having their qualifying seeding this evening, and tomorrow's the main event.
And where's that at?
That's in Orlando. So that's why.
Where did they do that in Orlando then?
Orlando Speedway.
Oh, right. Okay.
Yeah.
You have to pass
Speed
that
World
a few times.
Speedway. Speed World. Orlando Speed World.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know what you mean.
Falcon have they're a big family, and drifting has been a big part of it. And they know that they have their motorsport, which is their grip racing on this side, and then they bring you the show as well. It's always been about.
They used to do it. Let's not forget they used to do it on the Hour Every Hour in the classic paddock when I first started coming here in 2006, 2007, and in a tiny little space where it wasn't just drifting; it was precision driving.
It was
at the same time.
It was absolutely, yeah. No, I just think that they've been a part of it for a long time, and they've built up a loyal fan base through drifting, and they've also had a lot of success. The most winning driver in the history of the sport is a Falcon driver.
Right.
So they have that brand awareness, they have that brand loyalty.
I would say that something to definitely get from this is if you want to see what a tyre will do in its extremities.
Good point.
This is extremities. How many laps would you have to do to get to the kind of heats that these will get? It's great information to have from all elements. How fast does it react? How quick does it get to temperatures that are good for you, and how does it survive over time? It's all very interesting stuff for them to have sort of the knowledge from there as well. Certainly from the meeting you had earlier, they're always trying to find out what they can, how they can improve. Yeah. So this is a great way. Look at the smoke that will come off these Falcon cars when they're out there. If you want to know what that tyre carcass will do once it gets to the outside, you can.
Oh heavens! Hang on, we've got 5 up now.
Yeah. I think we're coming to the end of the Drift show.
It's like firing everything off at the end of the firework display, isn't it?
We have a saying towards the end of a drift day where you never say, I'll just do one more run. Because that's when
it all goes wrong.
The last 10 minutes of a drift day is when...
Same on circuit racing.
Yeah, exactly. I'll just do a quick session and then, why is my car now on the back of a trailer to get home? Yeah, you never know. But it is the Falcon cars out.
Oh, that's magnificent.
Such a great looking colour.
Poetry. There you have it.
What a great way to finish off.
Absolutely great that the weather's held out as well.
Yeah, do you know what I'm loving?
Can you drift in the wet?
Absolutely.
Yeah, it slows down quite a lot, but then it becomes about control.
Yeah.
Absolute control.
And you're seeing everything in slow motion at that point, aren't you? So you're seeing more of the inputs and things like that. Yeah.
You really have to watch your drivers.
It becomes very much a fine-tuning expedition at that point because, you've got... The name of the game is actually grip in drifting, but, as soon as you introduce rain, you're completely depleting your grip levels to where you're really fine inputs because the car is very much almost on ice.
Almost had an overtake there. That was close. Luke Woodham
out here.
I think it's Luke Woodham's birthday today.
Is it?
Yeah, I saw that earlier.
Happy birthday.
Celebrating quite well. What's Luke driving?
That is a Nissan S14.
Oh, right, yes, okay. Of course it is.
It is indeed with a big...
That's another classic drift car.
Yeah, absolutely. Such an incredible chassis.
Yeah.
Given that the car wasn't, made to be the sportiest car in the world. It was an affordable sort of car, seeing how that's going now.
Originally with a little 2-litre twin cam engine, but obviously transplanted. Well, what a fabulous demonstration we've had. We'll leave you with some images as the ladies and gentlemen are finishing off tonight and laying down more Falcon tyres. Our traditional Fast Friday finish here at the bottom end. Becky Evans, Fraser McCauley, thank you for joining us here in the Global Broadcast Centre.
Absolutely, and I look forward to seeing you next year, guys. Hope you've enjoyed the show.
Thank you very much for having us.
Thank you very much.
Bye now.